Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? How is everyone? There's some weird noises coming from behind us because the website that was running the fights just exploded, and so did the guy who made the website. So bear with him, he's going to fix that, but while he's doing that, we're going to give you your briefing, so please pay attention unless you are the one team who's finishing your robot. Everyone else, that is not you. Thank you. Finish your briefing. So Craig, what the hell do we need to brief on?
What the hell? We've done this so many times, we will inevitably forget a few things. Those of you who have done this a million times, you know what to expect. But welcome to BBB Beetle Brawl 2025. Thank you. Thank you for being here. It's lovely that people want to support what we do. It's been a time. Today we are going to fight Beetleweight. Hope you're aware of that. There are 48 teams here today, and roughly a quarter of the bracket are uni teams. So welcome to all our uni teams. Thank you for coming and making the effort for that. So, format of the event. Round one will be three-way fights. There will be one winner of that fight, as things usually go. Two losers will go into the redemption fights. You'll fight a different opponent in your redemption melee to fight your way back into round two. Winners of round one obviously go straight into round two. Everything from then on is 1v1, direct knockout. If you get knocked out, you get...
Please don't badger too much. We'll let you know. We'll let you know. Fights will be happening in this beautiful 2x2 Beetle arena that we built last year. Hope you like it, those of you that haven't seen it already. We're going to do a little pretendo fight in here to show you how things go. Unlike some other arenas, and more like certain American arenas, we have ready buttons on this arena to make sure that you are ready for your fight. Gaz and Gav, can you be some teams?
That's, yeah, I'm sorry, I pressed some buttons.
Red square, ready.
Wow.
Green square, ready.
Whoa. I don't know.
Yellow square, ready.
They're both ready. Great times. You'll be told what square. It says square. It's more of a weird coloured spotlight on the floor. Go there. And then, when you're all ready, the fight will begin. The fight will begin. The fight will begin!
Robot ears, stand by. 3, 2, 1. Activate.
When you hear that bit, that's when you start doing the things. All right? There are certain ways you can win in this arena. You can throw your opponent over the wall if they hit the floor of the outer zone. They are knocked out, even if they bounce back in. You can knock them out, and they will be counted out by one of our wonderful referees.
Hello.
Hi, Strang.
Hello.
You can knock them into the pit, which is about to become active. You may notice there is a coloured wheel.
Pit enabled.
When you hit that, you can hit that button, and the pit will go down.
Pit descending. Pit descending.
Green spot needs moving a bit. Thanks, Gaz. Cool. You have warning. If you go down there, you're out. That's it, okay? What other win conditions have I missed?
Immobilization?
Immobilization, yeah.
Yeah.
If you die, you're dead. Sorry.
Yeah.
Count outs and grabs and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you want to go through that, Strang? Because
Yeah,
you
sure.
are doing that.
Hello, I'm Strang. I am the ref. One of. So we have new rules for grabs and pins. Basically, we're not giving you a grace period anymore. You get to 10 for a pin or 20 for a grab, and then that's it. We're pausing for an unstick. You get one unstick between all of the robots in the arena, and then the second time, we're going to the judges. And if you can't release, it probably will count against you.
So there you go. So it's a slight change from previously where we'd get to 10 and then you'd be allowed to
9,
release. We want to do that a little bit
7,
sooner.
6.
Fights last 2
5,
minutes.
4.
At the end of that 2 minutes, you will hear a countdown,
2, 1.
and it will go.
Cease.
That's when you stop. If we get to that point and there are still robots running in there, it will go to our esteemed panel of judges. Rory Mangles, have you just arrived? All right.
Oh, hi, Rory.
Sure. Our 3 judges for today are Rory Mangles. That's enough. He doesn't deserve that much. Kat Dean. And David Harrison. Any bribes you want to give them, go through me first. Just a heads up. They will be scoring on the criteria. What are the criteria? I can't remember.
Control,
Weapon effectiveness. Control. Aggression. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Joe, can you help me? I'm dying.
Yeah, I missed the conversation, but I noticed that Rory turned up like 2 minutes before we started, so thanks for the commitment, my boy.
Yeah, and that's what counts.
There you go, passionate judges. Yeah, so those are your judges, and there's an important thing about the pins and grabs. You've done that. Perfect. Anything else? What else?
Before your fight, you will need to come up to the ready tables. There will be a list of fights on the internet, as long as we can get that working. You will notice on the ball, it says in 4 fights, in 3 fights, in 2 fights, next fight. Align yourself up, get yourself matched up with who you are fighting next. You'll then be asked to come down to the arena. You can arm your robot yourself, ? Even if you have a switch. But de-arming the robots will be done by our arena marshal, Mr. Gareth Barnaby. What a wonderful man he is. He doesn't get a clap, apparently. He deserves it. I put him through enough abuse. Yeah, I think that's roughly it. After your fight, please come to the interview booth, and I will hopefully be slightly more coherent than I am now, and we'll do a bit of a chat. This is all going out on the stream, hopefully. Please share it with your friends. There is no sponsor for this event. We decided not.
We are sponsored by our lovely audience who all bought tickets and came early. This event sold out. We sold nearly 300 tickets, and there's a waiting list of people wanting to be here. So if people don't show up in the audience, you should judge them. But everyone who's come, thank you, and it's going to be an amazing day, and we couldn't do it without the audience and you guys paying your entry fees. That's what covers the cost of our arena stuff. So thank you so much. So thank you for sponsoring us.
And now I think the last thing, just to take things really, really boring, is safety stuff. Please don't stand in the walkways. I know there's a lot of people in the uni area. We've marked out walkways on the floor. That's so everyone can get around safely. Please don't stand in them. If you're driving, there is a box for you to stand in. Hopefully it's all fairly well marked out. If your robot, if there is any smoke in the arena, we will pause the fight. Your robot has to fit in our ammo box. That's part of our rules now, and you will do. So thank you for that. And we will get whatever it is outside ASAP. Anyone think of anything I've missed? You lot that have been here a million times.
Shout out to the BBB crew for putting on another fabulous event already. Craig, Joe, and Gareth put in a lot of their time and efforts. So be nice to them. They've worked hard today, and they're all very tired.
Yeah, everyone. I think the crew has averaged 3 to 4 hours sleep, and now we're going to do a full day event and then karaoke. So, yeah, right. If you see your name on the red queue, which is here, whoa, big shout out to. Did you shout out Nick, by the way, with the graphics? Nick's graphics. So Nick and Rob did that unhinged thing there. That's the cool thing. So yeah, if you see your name on this queue, which is basically if you're a student. Come up to the ready table and we'll start fighting very soon. Thank you very much.
Let's just introduce our wonderful commentators, by the way. Sam Elliott and Gav Woodruff. Thank you for your vocal cords, boys.
They'll be shot within a few hours, I'm sure. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone upstairs as well. How are you all doing on this lovely, chilly Saturday morning? Feeling good? Good.
Looking good.
Well, you too.
I meant the audience.
Oh,
not,
well.
Sorry, Sam.
Sorry.
Not you. And the ramblings of Craig, always nice to hear him in fine fettle. He's doing well today.
He is. Considering as I said, the lack of sleep across the board, it's, we're all functioning enough. So, format for the day, 3-way fights to start off with. Winner goes through. And then redemption fights and a knockout bracket from 32 down to 1 to crown our winner for Beetle Brawl 2025.
Yeah, approximately 5 p.m. today, we will have our champion, and I'm going to put you on the spot straight away.
Ooh.
Any winners in your mind? Who do you think is going to be the favourite?
Okay, if I was a betting boy, and I'm not, but if I was, watch out for Boom Zoom. That's all I'm going to say. Boom Zoom, regular podium finisher in events across the UK. Does very well at Robo Dojo as well. No pressure for Rob. But bring it home, son.
And I'm just looking at the roster. There's quite a few horizontal spinners in this competition. Are they making a resurgence? Are they becoming the dominant weapon? What's going on here?
I wouldn't say they're the dominant force still yet. I think the vertical weapons are still the way to go. Horizontals are cool though. They're very cool, and they're tricky to make, and I think people are making them more as a challenge, and they're a very fun robot to drive around the arena. You can get some massive hits off. Generally speaking, you can kind of put more weight into the weapon as well. So, yeah, thumbs up there from Tim from Wayo. And I think they're just kind of very popular because they're fun to sling around the arena.
And I just want to ask about the gyration effect, because a spinning disc does not like to change direction.
No.
How does vertical to horizontal, how do they compare?
So, I can't say much about horizontals because I've not driven many. Okay. Verticals I've driven a couple. It depends on the weight, depends on the speed you're spinning. Horizontals tend to be easier to drive one way turning than the other. Verticals tend to have a little bit of play in the drive motion, but they're both pretty, they both have their flaws, they both have their strengths. Is there a set, when I'd say it's probably easier to counter a horizontal than a vertical, but, either works. They're both pretty decent, causing damage.
Well, we're starting to get Roboteers ready and into the arena, so I think we should do our call out through the list. Let's get familiar with some robots.
So, to the arena, can we have El Tiburon, Galahad, and Killjoy? To the ready table, can we please have Got Any Grapes, Whirlpool, Spins and Needles? To next fight, please. Fight after that, we'll have Contradiction, Ray, and Monterey Jack. After that, Waveshine, Record Player, and Fission. And after that, Camilla, Obsidied, and Curb Stomp, please.
And if we are butchering, Roboteers to you, if we're butchering the pronunciation
please
of any of your robots,
please tell us what they are.
We need to know. We greatly appreciate being corrected. Absolutely tell us. So, El Tiburon is what you want?
I believe it's, so into the arena now, I believe is El Tiburon. They are a uni student team. They are from, they're local, Bristol Uni. So, local team.
Well, how many universities do we have here, actually?
Oh, my goodness. Put me on the spot. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry. Always the harsh questions.
6, 7, 8. 8 different universities could be today.
And they are actually truly across the country. I've seen Chichester, Cardiff, Bristol.
Surrey.
Obviously Bristol's local. Surrey, absolutely. Loughborough, that's a decent journey.
Absolutely. So, lots of different teams coming across from all over the country and indeed internationally as well. We've got teams from Spain today, teams from the Netherlands as well. Truly an international affair. So, in the arena currently now, we have, I believe that's Killjoy, the blue robot with the spinning weapon at the front. We also have El Tiburon, and now entering the arena, we have Galahad from Chichester Uni, under the tutelage of famed roboteer Gareth Anstey, who will be hoping for some success from his students today.
So is there a mentoring kind of relationship going on here with the university students?
I believe so. I mean, Gareth, from Chichester, he's, a very regular competitor here and, around the country as well. So he'll be hoping that his team get a little bit of a decent run through today. As you see in the arena, all 3 robots are now in there.
So we're now working out where they're going. So Galahad in the blue corner, Killjoy in the green, and in the red, El Tiburon.
Yes, the local team who apparently got lost on the bus this morning, is what they told me. That's why they were a bit late.
Ready. Red square, ready.
And we do have our photography taking place, who are currently obstructing our view.
Green square.
Thank you very much.
ready.
I apologise.
All right, here we go then. First fight of the day.
Stand by.
Hope everyone's ready.
2.
The audience are funneling in, so let's get going.
Away we go. Weapons up to speed from the two spinners. Oh, and a big impact there. Over goes Galahad.
So immediately the first one up into the air. Killjoy killing the Joy. I think we've got El Tiburon is out, although the wheels are spinning.
Yeah, there's a little bit of movement in there, but Galahad has been absolutely shredded. Look, all parts of the wheels have been ripped away, but they're still functioning somehow. Going weapon to weapon now with Killjoy.
And I'm looking at Galahad. They have their forks up in the air. That makes them vulnerable, and Killjoy made short work of that.
They really did. They ripped the tyres off. The wheels aren't touching the floor, therefore they can't translate. Killjoy going through to the next round of the uni bracket.
So just to remind the audience, fights are scheduled to last 2 minutes, but Killjoy is clearly not paid by the hour.
No, they've absolutely turned up and they stood on business, didn't they? They really went in there with a purpose. Ripped the wheels off of Galahad, which was, I think, the bigger threat of the two robots in there, and has comfortably gone through, haven't they? Really impressive.
Well, I'm just looking as well at the different designs. So throughout the day, you'll hear us talk about forks.
Yes.
These are very important parts of the robot. They hug the arena floor and basically allow them to get underneath their competition. And Galahad, their forks are on hinges or pivots. They flop about and go up in the air. Killjoy, they're molded into the chassis as far as I can tell. They don't seem to have any give.
A bit more solid, yeah. The hinged and the pivoted forks are probably better at hugging the floor and able to get underneath. However, they do also move, whereas the solid ones, if they're hugging the floor the whole time, the material used on Killjoy is a 3D printed plastic, which is a little bit compliant, so it can kind of go with the floor anyway, and that's quite a nice solution, I think.
Well, let's go look at the Robotiers now with Craig, and hopefully you've had your morning coffee.
I am indeed here in the booth with the Bristol team, El Tiburon. That was definitely a fight. Oh, we got some claps for the home team. We love to hear it. How was that fight for you guys?
So it did better than we expected, to be fair. It got in the arena, and it did something. So we're happy with it. It drove well, and I think that's a success. At least by our mark, at least.
You heard it, everyone. It's a success. Does anything else even matter? They think they've won, so let's give it to them. El Tiburon, everyone. We'll see you back in the redemption fights.
Very similar. Well, in the arena currently, we have our next set of uni teams. We have Got Any Grapes, the big purple vertical spinner, which doesn't have wheels. It shuffles instead, which means they're allowed a little bit more weight in the arena because it's a little bit more of a complex system.
And going up against some other spinners that, I don't know, the lack of mobility might hurt them, but the extra weight means they're maybe more resilient to those hits.
And more weight in the weapon. So it's very much a glass cannon. It will hit you very, very hard, but if it gets hit, could be in trouble. The two robots in there with it. We have Whirlpool, a horizontal spinner from Chichester University, and Spins and Needles from Loughborough University. Got Any Grapes, again another local team from Bath University. And I have to say, the best dressed currently with the rubber duck bucket hat. Style icon Ellie Harrington.
A little bit early for the summer vibes, but actually the sun is out outside, so let's enjoy it. And this is going to be the first example of a vertical spinner up against two horizontal spinners.
We could see some big impacts here. If all the robots are working well, this could be a very explosive fight. There's also two mini-bots in the arena as well. We have the Duck, which is teamed with Got Any Grapes. And I'm not sure if the kind of barbed forks mini-bot has a name, and I don't know who they're with. I'm assuming it's with Spins and Needles. Yes, it is. I'm getting a nod. Okay.
So they're slightly colour-coded.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah, close enough.
So for those who don't know, cluster bots, they're more of a distraction than a necessary
They
advantage.
can be a threat, but they're more likely to kind of get in underneath you, kind of offset you, try and cause just nuisance in the arena. And they also come under the entire weight limit of the robot. So a standard wheeled robot like Whirlpool in the green square or the green circle is 1.5 kilos. Shufflers, like Spins and Needles and Got Any Grapes, they are allowed up to 2 kilos. So a little 500 grams extra. It doesn't sound like much, but it's a lot more body weight to use in your weapon and for protection, and in this case, for mini-bots.
So is Spin and Needles a
Green
shuffler?
square.
Spins and Needles is a shuffler as well.
Not
yes.
immediately
Red
obvious.
square.
I'm glad I asked.
No, so that is also a 2 kilo robot. So we've got 2 shuffling robots in here. A shuffling ring spinner is a very complicated
3,
robot, so let's see how it gets on.
1.
Well, the fight has begun, and we immediately see the spinners just powering up. That is what they're focusing on, and look at the destruction.
Oh, big impact there, and the link has come out of someone, I think it's out of Whirlpool. And Whirlpool has spin.
Is that a 2-hit wonder?
I think it might be, and I think as well, Got Any Grapes has stopped, but Spins and Needles is trying to get off the wall. They can't quite manage it, and therefore I think. So it's a double knockout.
We've got cluster
What on
bombs
earth happened there?
Trying to make sense, but it's
So
great.
that's the end of the fight. All 3 robots knocked out. Spins and Needles and Got Any Grapes came together and were knocked out at the same time, I think. Is that correct? So yeah, Whirlpool was knocked out first, the link came out, and then the other 2 were knocked out simultaneously. Okay.
Well, we're asking for
Bit
the
of
referee
clarity.
to give us an idea of what they're thinking. This might go to the judges, but actually, let's come on over. We need some actual clarity.
So, Ref Henry Strang, you were kind of monitoring the fight. What happened there?
Hi there. So that was a 3-way knockout. Sorry,
I did
there's a
wonder
camera.
because Grapes did spin down.
Hello.
They stopped.
That was a 3-way knockout. So Got Any Grapes was the spinning was just for momentum. They weren't moving, and it's movement that matters. Whirlpool lost its link, as you say, and wasn't moving. And so was Spins and Needles. So we're going to ask a very, very tough question for the judges.
Ooh.
Who won?
Okay. So no
based
Good
on
luck.
2 impacts,
Yes.
they need to work out who was the aggressor, who was the controller.
I don't envy the judges in
Who
this
had
one.
the finesse? Based on basically
3 hits,
what was
yeah.
10 seconds of fighting and 3 hits. I swear it was something like 2 hits.
it was
really.
crazy.
So to cluster bots,
Yes.
how much do they weigh in on this? Because they are
so
still mobile.
They were, however, because they are less than 50% of the robot's weight. Once the big one's out, then it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. They didn't really get up to much anyway, so that's kind of
They didn't
irrelevant.
have time.
No, they didn't. They didn't
They
really
had
have a chance
no
to get
time
involved.
whatsoever.
I don't envy the judges. That's all I'm going to say. They've got their work cut out for this one, I really think. Meanwhile, let's get some more robots down to the arena. Can we have Contradiction, Ray, and Monterey Jack down to the arena when possible? Can we get Stratus, Burnout, and Speedhole Express up to the ready tables, please?
I'm down in the interview booth with 2 of the 3 teams, soon to be 3 of the 3 teams. We've got Spins and Needles, Got Any Grapes, and Whirlpool. Now, that was all a little bit hectic. Whirlpool, was it you that got knocked out first?
I wasn't looking close enough, which is, well, not very good really, was it? But we'll see. It was all over very quickly, wasn't it? So who knows? I don't know.
3 weapons with massive knockout potential. Ellie, how was that for you with Grapes?
Listen, it did better than last time because the drive is still intact. The only thing that failed was the link, so I think I might have to invest in a BBB switch soon.
Fingertech switch is available now. Spins and Needles. What happened to you guys? You are using a switch, so why? What happened?
Yeah, we just sort of got stuck between Whirlpool and the wall. Yeah, but I think we were still functioning. I don't really know what happened in the fight, to be honest. But yeah.
So it was a close one all round. Do we have anything from the judges yet?
No, Craig, you're going to have to keep on filling the time.
I've got to keep filling time. Sweet. Tell me about your robots.
It's been hard. It hit thing. There's quite a bit of damage on the tooth. But I have a bigger weapon for later.
I hate to hear that. Whirlpool, tell me things about your robot.
Well, it's the first time it's in proper combat, so I think we've got a decision though, haven't we?
Nah, they just fixed the camera.
Yeah, we apologies for any viewers of upstairs and the live stream. Unfortunately, the camera unplugged, but now it's back again, so we can see your beautiful faces down at the interview booth.
Usually, those of you online would know we have a usual stream guru doing all this for us. We're doing it all DIY today because Stephen is off filming some ice hockey? Question mark? As you do. Spins and Needles, how do you feel about the sport of ice hockey?
I think it's pretty cool, to be honest. It's quite aggressive. In many ways, quite similar to fighting robots, I guess, other than the fighting robots.
It is just like fighting robots. You heard it here, everyone.
Craig, I'm very sorry. We're going to have to cut you off and wait for the decision a little bit later. Our next fight is loaded in.
And just to let everyone know, the judges are actually going to open up YouTube and check the live stream because they have nothing to go on. So they're going to give them a bit of time. They need to really digest this one.
We'll get you the result for that one
Red
as soon as we
square,
can.
ready.
In the arena, in the red circle, we have Ray,
square,
the
ready.
Fox-esque robot.
Blue square,
We
ready.
have Monterey Jack, the cheese
Robot
itself.
is, stand by.
In the green circle, and in the blue, we have
2,
Contradiction,
1.
a egg beater spinner.
Activate.
Away we go. The crowd are chanting for the cheese.
And immediately, cheese is up in the air as they now get back into the fight.
The chainsaw weapon on the centre of Monterey Jack is potentially lethal. We haven't really seen it to great effect in the past, though. Contradiction with the egg beater spinner in the middle also has great damage potential as well. Ray, a solid control and pushing robot, going weapon to weapon there with Contradiction.
That's the second time Monterey Jack has gone up in the air, so going up against these
Good control, though, look at that.
weapons.
In underneath, and good control there, grabbing
Enable.
Contradiction with the arms at the back and using the chainsaw to hold it on there. Ray goes for the pick button
Disengage.
activated.
So does Monterey have a grabber or is it a flipper?
It's a grabber at the back and then a chainsaw in the middle, but it's down the pit. It's irrelevant. Contradiction on the very lip of the pit, but gets away. They're still trying to go down it, but Ray couldn't push them down.
So Monterey Jack is out, and we are now continuing on with two robots.
We are.
Both very close on the edge, getting caught on Monterey Jack. Why are they fighting so close to the pit?
We are, but also note the weapon of Contradiction has now stopped. I don't know if that's a tactical decision or a enforced one. Contradiction is now looking also pretty sluggish. Ray zipping around it quite nicely.
Sluggish, but there does seem to be great traction and friction on that arena floor, so they're being difficult to move around. That run-up is very dangerous.
It isn't, but Ray is getting them very close to the pit. If you go down there, it is fight over, and Ray is the victor, but they need to be careful not to just drive down it themselves.
30 seconds left of this fight, so they are staying in this
Oh, Ray, what have you... I said it! I said don't do that, Pip! What have you done?
The Roboteer froze their hands on the floor in frustration. They knew what they'd done, but they couldn't resist. They got greedy.
They did. They thought they had a Contradiction limping out of the fight, it looked like, but down it went. We could see the drivers here having a little bit of a debrief after that.
So Ray and Monterey Jack going through to the redemption round. I actually think that Ray looks very in control.
It did.
I look forward to their redemption.
They were slick around the arena floor. They look quite menacing in there. Contradiction limping at the end of that fight. I'm sure Craig will have some information for us in a second, but... Oh, Ray, I thought you had it. Oh, dear. Interesting one for Craig to digest in a second, I think. Shall we hand over to you, Craig? Are you down there? Hello?
I'm on my way. Making my way downtown. Hey, Pip. Why?
I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing happened at the end of that fight. Contradiction got counted out. Contradiction drove down the pit. You're just getting confused with the two red robots. That's what happened.
Naturally, of course. Do foxes live in burrows? I don't know enough about foxes.
Yeah, they live in dens. They live in little foxholes. They're used to being underground. So he's just trying to go home, just trying to be a bit more comfortable.
As are we all. As are we all. You heard it here. Ray just wants to be comfortable, everyone. Ray, of course, will get another chance in the redemptions. How do you feel about that? More confident in a kind of a 1v1 setting?
Yes. I didn't think I was going to do that well against Contradiction. And clearly I didn't do that well against Contradiction, but that's my fault, not anyone else's.
Was there a team-up? Was there a slight team-up? Was there an agreement here? I need to know very quickly before this fight happens.
Unofficially, no. It just kind of went that way. They kept grabbing Contradictions. Like, well, I better go capitalize on that.
An unofficial partnership. I think we've got to move on to hear some news.
Yes, we have a result for the fight between Got Any Grapes, Spins and Needles, and Whirlpool.
It's unanimous. The winner is Got Any Grapes.
Ooh.
So a little bit of a rationale behind it. Spins and Needles, in the judge's view, was pinned first, as in up against the arena floor and stuck first. Okay. And it was the last impact of Got Any Grapes that kind of concluded the fight. So they ultimately watched the live stream and concluded Got Any Grapes was the ultimate deserver of that, what was effectively a 10-minute battle, a 10-second battle.
Absolutely, and through they go in the next round. We'll see more of Spins and Needles and Whirlpool later on. In the arena currently, we are loading in. We have Record Player, the ring spinner in the arena. We have Wave Shine from Bristol Uni, and we have Fission from Sheffield Hallam University. So again, far flung. Record Player is also from a university, I believe. They are from Hertfordshire.
So taking a guess, I think Fission will be making their way to the red zone. They're the ones with the beautiful pink shields.
I'm a big fan of that, yeah.
They are
as an advocate of pink robots, that's fantastic.
Absolutely. And that basically means that Wave Shine's going to go over to the green, and Record Player, are they opting for the yellow?
I think they might be opting for the pit. Immediately.
Unconventional, but nothing against it.
Ready.
So it's one of the corners. They can make their
Yellow
decision, their choice.
Green square, ready.
Yep, they've opted for the yellow square, which is the pit in this instance.
Stand by.
So 3 more uni teams, the 2 verts face to face
1.
Immediately.
Activate.
And away we go. The weapon of Wave Shine doesn't spin up, but the weapon of Fission looking pretty vicious already. They've also got a lifter on top as well. And into the air goes Record Player and Wave Shine.
So immediately Fission getting into
there
some
goes the
damage,
link.
and that's the emergency link of Record Player as Wave Shine goes up into the air.
Into the ceiling there, back down on their wheels now, but another good attack here from Fission, looking very efficient in the arena.
So Wave Shine darting around the arena and very nippy, taking these hits like a champ, but they are upside down, so their weapon is a little bit difficult to engage now.
The weapon isn't spinning at all, in fact. Wave Shine has not span up throughout the fight. Fission now lowers the lifter, pit button activated by Wave Shine. May think that could be their only route to victory in this match.
So absolutely, Wave Shine.
Oh,
what
great
a
shot!
hit.
Hole in one from Fission. Down the pit, descending goes Wave Shine. Fission, your winner, and through to the next round of the uni bracket.
They made it look like basketball, just in into the hoop.
The alley-oop.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from Fission. So they were the ones, I believe, who took the emergency link out of Record Player, and ultimately that is an element of luck, a little bit of skill, because you've got to be in the right place at the right time. But it was Wavefinder who was the one who dropped the pit, and that was their downfall.
Absolutely. And as well as that, they were dominant against Wave Shine. Wave Shine struggled to spin up. I do think they had some issues with their weapon spin up and weren't able to see what they could offer. However, Fission looked good, didn't it?
Looked really good. In control, absolutely unfazed by being against 2 other robots. When they go into their head-to-heads, I think they're going to be a real force.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be difficult to beat them. Craig,
Hello.
What can you find out for us?
So I'm just down in the booth with Wave Shine now. Another Bristol entry? How was that for you? I know you've been having some spin-up issues today. What do you think is causing it? Can you get it fixed?
I have no idea. I'm trying to fix it for like a month now. It's just nothing has worked.
It's a brutal-looking drum, and I saw it spinning up earlier, so hopefully you can get it working for later. Tell me a little bit about the design. What's the kind of direction?
Well, from last event we went, nothing works so I wanted to make it as simple as possible, just a basic spinner with 2-wheel drive, with nothing to go wrong, and it still did.
It's a hardy thing, though. It took the hits from Fission, and we'll have a chat with Fission in a second, really well. So, I mean, fair play. Hopefully you can get it fixed, and we'll see you in the redemptions. Wave Shine, everyone. We'll bring a Fission in, because this robot is even more vicious than last time it was here.
Yeah, I fully redesigned it. I wanted the front to be a bit more modular compared to last time, and the lifter to be a bit more effective. And the spinner just, well, it speaks for itself, I think.
That is a very effective spinner for such a small kind of diameter. It's really got some punch to it. Is there a secret?
Massive teeth, 20 mil, I think. So just absolutely smashing into everything, including TPU. So it did better than expected, just
smashing it.
Yeah.
Fair play. It's a beautiful machine. It did really well last time. Where did it come?
8th, I believe.
Pretty high placement. This is one to look out for, everyone. It's Fission.
loading into the arena then, we have 3 more robots. We have, representing Surrey Uni, is Curb Stomp, which I love, by the way. It is channeling some classic Robot Wars with that, I think, with the kind of hazard tape style lid. We have one of my favourite entries of the day, a new robot called, where is it? It is called Camilla. Camilla, I'm told by the team, used to be a Roomba. One of their housemates went to Oslo and they dismantled the Roomba and turned it into this, is what I'm told.
So, potentially quite brittle plastic, cheaply manufactured.
But underneath the kind of exoskeleton, there is a actual kind of shell and body underneath.
Let's be honest, this is going to...
It could be explosive.
A lot of a shrapnel in the arena. Maybe not in this fight, because it's going to be a more mobility, more control-focused fight, less powerful weapons. Gareth, just to mention, the floor is still in the arena.
Well spotted there, Gav. And we also have Obsidian in the arena as well. They were the last team to check today, and they were kind of frantically trying to put the robot together minutes before the event started. Actually looks quite nice. I quite like the undercutter style weapon. It's got horizontal. Could be quite dangerous if it works properly.
Red square, ready. Green square, ready. Blue square, ready. Robot ears, stand by.
All right then.
3.
2 minutes, up to
2
2 minutes between these
1.
three. Away we
Activate.
go. Camilla over by the pit button, curb stomp. You can see the big robot name on the lifter. And we also have Obsidian as well, which is spinning up quite nicely. Good impact there on curb stomp. Camilla rocking and rolling.
I'm not going to lie, I think I'm going to struggle to take Camilla seriously. They need to show me some aggression if I'm going to take them seriously.
Another one thing I want to say about curb stomp that I love, by the way, they're not being controlled by a normal RC transmitter. It's been driven on a PlayStation 4 controller.
Oh, that's beautiful to see. I mean, why not stick to what you know?
Exactly.
Pit descending.
The pit is now lowering. We have
descending.
that warning now, and everyone's staying very much away from that area.
Good lift there from curb stomp, but it's been turned over in the process. Can it self-right? The weight in front, they've got a big weight on the top. Can they right themselves? Go on, it can do it.
Teetering on their back. They're a little bit stuck.
Go on. Yes! And curb stomp is still moving.
Big cheer from the crowd there. So now
Good
we've got
lift
a
on Camilla
two-way
as well.
fight.
I think that is the end of Obsidian, by the way, so they are now eliminated from the match, I think.
And I can see there is some big shrapnel in the middle of the arena. I have no idea which
Great
robot
lift
that's
by
from.
Curb Stomp. Over goes Camilla, and that is the end of the fight. Curb Stomp is the winner in some style. Wow, what a turnaround that is.
So what we were saying, stick to what you know, use the PS5 controller. Such a good ergonomic design.
Absolutely, and that was brilliant work from Curb Stomp. They didn't panic. They were stuck on their back for a little bit. They rocked themselves back down. There's actually a weight at the front of the robot they were telling me about to kind of make sure that it could, bring the center of gravity nice and low so it could self-right. And that's exactly what they did. They were brilliant.
And I'm not going to call them the necessary favourite, but in terms of the audience, there was a lot of cheering.
There was a lot of
them.
shouting, and rightly and well deserved. Brilliant work from Curb Stomp. I'm looking forward to see them later. Obsidian and Camilla, hopefully they can get their robots repaired and ready to fight for the redemption matches.
And I'll be really intrigued to work out where that shrapnel came from, which robot it came from. So, Craig, that's a challenge to you, wherever you've ran off to. Let's see if we can find the owner of this little piece of what I would almost call alley in the middle of the arena.
Yeah, Craig, up to you.
Hello, Curb Stomp. That was not the performance I was expecting, I gotta say. I don't mean to, say that, but, this thing has got a slotted mass just bolted in the front of it.
Yeah, that's true. We realized that in case we got flipped over, we didn't have enough mass to self-right ourselves. So, we had to improvise.
And it turns out it was absolutely crucial.
Yeah, it turns out so, yeah.
How do you feel about that win? Was that something you were expecting?
I mean, we're not completely destroyed, so I'm happy. I mean, yeah, for the first fight ever from Surrey Uni, because this is our first time doing it, I am very pleased. This was, I'm proud.
You gotta give it to them, everyone. The first fight for Surrey Uni, and they win it. Give them a big cheer, Curb Stomp. We will see you later. Crowd favorite already. Camilla, I need to speak to you very quickly. you realise that someone has to paint that floor. That person is me and Joe. We're two people.
Sorry?
Why? Please explain this robot to me.
She was made in like 2 weeks, but she's a repurposed Roomba. I was given a Roomba and we were told, turn her into a robot, so we did.
And I think they achieved that successfully, right, everyone? They turned a Roomba into a robot. We will see you back for the redemption fights. Camilla, everyone. And Obsidied. If you can find out. Oh, we need to move. Oh, well, we got to fight very quickly. 1 second interview. How was that for you?
Not great.
Not great. They'll be back later.
Do you know what? I have missed Craig's 1 second interviews, actually.
You know, he's very efficient with his words there, wasn't there?
Don't mince around. No. So this is going to be a very interesting battle. We've got a good variety of weapons.
We do. So in the arena, we have Burnout, which is the lifter, the kind of red Chaos 2-esque, if you remember, classic Robot Wars style robot in the middle. We have Speedhole Express, a drill robot, and Stratus, a big, nasty vertical spinner. Event winner on several occasions. He's a bit of a beast. Built by BattleBot's legend, is it fair to say, Tom Brewster?
Living legend?
I'd say so.
Living legend.
You know?
A legend is afoot.
It's very true.
Let's be honest, he's not modest enough to deny it. So
no, he's not. He knows what he is.
Absolutely. So, unique designs, and I'm very intrigued to see how they engage with each other. Stratus, I think, for me, I'm going to call a potential favourite.
I agree.
But Burnout is incredibly nippy by name, and, well, Speedhole Express. If they get a hold of you, you can be in trouble.
If that drill goes through a battery, that's
we could be in trouble.
We could be in trouble, but from even sat here. But so far, I think Speedhole Express could be having some issues, and they are having to withdraw, I think.
Very, very quickly.
Okay. So no Speedhole Express. Already out. Or is that it? Are we calling it there?
Depends if they can do it very quick.
Okay. There is. There's some issues with their magnets.
They need to do a bit of a house cleaning. So, Roboteers, note to you, everyone out there, if you utilise magnets in your robot,
keep them clean.
Please arrive clean. And actually, Sam, I'm going to take the opportunity for those in an audience attendance. Why on earth would you put magnets on the bottom of your robot?
Good question. So the floor in the arena is steel, and if you have magnets on your robot, it gets sucked down to the floor, which means you're nice and low, your centre of gravity is even lower, and you're able to utilise more of the grip that your wheels are providing.
So that gives you more pushing power, that gives you more control, more traction.
In theory.
But this is a relatively new arena. I've nicknamed it the circus because of all of the lights and wheels and cables flying off of it. So welcome to the circus, everybody. The floor is beautiful and flat, but in some arenas that luxury is not there.
No, it can get, you know, when the weapons come into contact with the floor, you take nicks out of it, and you know those that can, you know, high sensor robots you can lose that way. It's very possible to lose if you're someone like Burnout with very low ground clearance. That could be an issue.
Red square.
So here we go, a little delay, but now we're going to get the fight underway. The Roboteers already shaking hands before the fight begins.
We love the sportsmanship. That's what we're all about. Burnout in the red, Stratus in the blue, Speedhole Express in the green. Away we go.
And everyone converging in the middle there, and Stratus actually struggling to get their weapon engaged. Speedhole doing a fantastic job to try and nip away.
Oh, massive impact, and there goes the weapon. It's been completely shredded, and the weapon has stopped, the robot stopped. Burnout stuck against the arena wall, and the lifter has been peeled upwards. Burnout is stuck against the arena wall. Stratus having a little look, doesn't fancy it. And Speedhole Express doesn't fancy getting back up. Stratus, I think, has won the fight already. That was massively impressive.
Burnout is desperately trying.
They're back! Oh!
They've been counted out. Jevon was desperately, frantically waving the flipper, but they couldn't get disengaged.
So close for Burnout. They just recovered, but they were counted out by our ref. I'll be honest, I think Jevon might not be too upset by that, because going one-on-one with Stratus when your weapon is already bent up like that is not ideal.
Oh, I didn't actually realise that is an incredible amount of damage, properly peeled up like a tin can.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see that a bit closer with Craig in a second. But yeah, Stratus is an absolute beast in the arena. You know, has won events in the past. There is a reason why they're feared, because it's so difficult to kind of reach the actual robot that is Stratus. The wheels are big, it keeps all the electronics and the components off the floor. You can't actually kind of hit it. You just kind of have to hit the wheels, and the wheels don't really move.
So let's talk about Speedhole, because is that the end of their fighting days in terms of the weapon, or can they repair it? Do they have spares?
We'll have to see what Craig can find out in a second as well. But yeah, it doesn't look great. I think there's possibly the arm has snapped.
It's the risk of what looks like a 3D printed robot. Now, the bulk of it, the chassis, looks 3D printed, and
Yes.
it can absorb a lot of damage, but when it's so vulnerable, such a slim vertical arm, it's up against a weapon like Stratus, it's kind of always going to happen. Craig, over to you in the interview booth.
Down here with Burnout, a fresh-looking, or prior to that fight, very fresh-looking Burnout. What happened? Can you tell me why it couldn't self-right, Jevon?
There's these safety features in the arena that are called walls, and they keep the robots in, but they also keep robots from self-righting if you're getting up against them. Waggling the flipper was all I had, and eventually it came down literally as I was counted out, which is such a shame, but it's fine. I could have come out a lot worse after a fight with Stratus. I think that went reasonably well, all things considered. I said to Tom before the fight I wanted to go head-to-head, see what happens. I did. That's what happens, and yeah, but it's fine. It's all good.
Let's get a bit of that on camera. Look at that bend in that titanium. Is it tight?
It's not. It's only mild steel.
Even so?
Yeah, it won't hold up to that sort of punishment, but yeah.
Bend it back?
Obviously. Big hammer. If anyone has a big hammer, could you hit me up?
Are you also about to open a pack?
I thought it would be fun to do it live on stream, see if we get anything good.
He's opening his Pokemon TCG pack live on stream. What are we
Bring it
getting?
closer to the camera. We can't see it.
It's a trash pack, everyone. No Bidoof full art. Do you have the Bidoof full art yet?
I don't have the Bidoof full art.
Me neither. Let's cry together. And then we'll talk to Stratus. Burnout, everyone. We'll see you in the Redemption 7. I imagine we're going to be talking to you guys a lot today. So give me that fight in 5 words.
Smashing stuff, span up nicely.
Delightful! Stratus, everyone! And finally, Speedhole surgery, very, very quickly. Is it fixable, Lou?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got spares, but part of the design is very last minute, kind of trying to make sure things worked, and yeah, some parts are more brittle than I'd like, but hey, it is also Stratus.
Sometimes Stratus is
Green
inevitable.
square, ready.
Speedhole surgery, everyone. We'll see you in the Redemptions.
Red square,
Over to the
ready.
arena then, we have Data Breach in the red circle, we have
ready.
Wheelie Big Lad in the green,
Robot
and
here,
Detonator
stand
in
by.
the blue. Detonator is all
3,
drum, no
2,
robots, is what I'm told.
1.
I remember once there was a
Activate.
chant, everything's a drum, and it scared the hell out of me. But now we're into the fight.
It truly is everything a drum, and look at the size of it. If that comes into contact with you, it's a bad day, no matter what happens, really.
And it's a bad day for the arena floor because we're starting to see sparks already from Detonator, and Wheelie Big Lad they're just kind of flailing around with their weapon as Data Breach pushes Detonator into the corner.
Good control by Data Breach thus far. Detonator is upside down and needs to get up the right way because they can't utilise the weapon in the way that they would like because they're spinning down into the ground and not up into the air. That's a good attack, and now it's okay. So that could be a little bit better for Detonator now. They go weapon to back with Data Breach, and they've turned themselves over again. Milo, slow it down!
So the pitch has now dropped down. Detonator up into the air. Massive impact.
And the weapon has gone on Detonator. It's stopped working. That is a huge impact. Something is broken. Wheelie Big Lad down the pits. Oh dear, Shaky. What have you done?
So I actually think now the fight is in favour of Data Breach because Wheelie Big Lad is almost blocking the pit entirely. I don't think anyone else can get down there.
No, but the speed and the control of... Oh, what a great lift!
So the first outer zone of the day.
Brilliant work from Data Breach. They picked their moment. They had Detonator stuck in the corner, and they flipped them over and out of the arena.
What fantastic control from Data Breach. So really Big Lad, I think just really unlucky actually to fall down the pit there.
Yep.
And then Data Breach with the control, getting Detonator up against, they're back up against the danger zone, and Data Breach I forgot for a moment that they have the ability to lift their opponent.
It was brilliant when they picked their moment very well. Detonated that huge impact you saw into the floor, hit the floor into the ceiling. Something has gone wrong with the weapon there. Hopefully it's fixable because potentially that weapon is brutal. We saw, on the brief moments where it came into contact with Wheelie Big Lad, shredding bits off it, throwing it all over the arena. But with a weapon that big, it isn't always the size of the weapon, it's how you use it. Milo should know better by now.
Easy now.
Well, yeah, it's a family stream. It's a family stream.
I'm going to save you. Craig, over to you with Really Big Lad.
I am here with Wheelie Big Lad and Shaky. You fell in the hole.
I did. I had that was a really fun fight. Early on, I took some damage to the end stop on Wheelie Big Lad, so one direction driving was fine. The other way, I hit the floor, so it made a difficult drive robot more difficult, but was still, really fun, and well done to Data Breach. That was well driven.
Because it's not particularly easy to drive at the best of times, right?
No, not at all.
Would you recommend to people that they build a robot like this?
Oh yes, it's the most fun robot I've ever built, despite the fact it is the worst to drive.
Well, I can't wait to see it back later. Wheelie Big Lad, everyone. Milo, can you not?
No.
This is the most Milo robot I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's pretty big drum. That's what I go for. The biggest drum, the better,
And just for anyone that didn't see that adequately on stream, there's like no robot here.
It's all drum. It's 650 grams of spinning drum. It's most of the robot.
And everything else has a dust guard.
Yeah, and everything else is a dust guard. And my own tooth took out my own motor. Yeah, I know.
Sucks to be you.
Look at the dent in it.
Yeah, get that on camera. I cannot position this. How do you camera? This has a 4-second delay. Good luck.
We're going to struggle with that.
More than a 4-second delay.
It's got more than a 4-second. You've got it. It's up there.
All right.
Bye, Milo. Data breach. That went well.
I don't know how I did that. I mean, when one went down the pit, which meant I actually finally had a good tactic with the pit, and then while I got stuck on the wall, I thought, get my first do to ever, and I pulled it off.
This feels like a big moment, right?
I'm in the top 32 twice in a row now, so it's all up from here.
Reckon you can take it a few steps further this year?
I'm aiming for the top 8, so I won better the next time, but who knows? I mean, I would like to win for once.
We'll see how it goes. Data breach through to round 2, everyone.
Loading into the arena then, we have our next 3 robots. We have Grey Area, which is the robot in the middle, the kind of yellow fluorescent colouring with the blue wheels and the, I believe, a UK's first 4-bar vertical spinner. Very interesting. We have Fang over in the blue square, which is the horizontal kind of Batman logo style robot. And in the red circle, one of my favourite names of the day, Mild Parallelogram.
So that's our first challenging name of the day, Parallelogram.
Robot here.
Honorary shout out to Bad Mother.
3,
Mother
2,
I tried to get you. I tried.
Away we go. Grey Area and Fang go weapon to weapon straight away. Good push by Grey Area. Off comes a tyre, I believe, off of Mild Parallelogram. Fang's weapon up to speed and grinding away on the wedge at the front. Oh, and something's come flying off. I think it's the fork mount, actually, of Fang.
So Fang's kind of having their way at the moment in terms of damage, but actually these Roboteers are being very smart with their protective weapons.
Oh, there goes the
weapon of Fang!
Completely ripped out, and now it's spinning on the spot, but that is a disaster for Fang. Their weapon has been completely destroyed. The weapon of Grey Area, I love the little motion of it, the 4-bar action in the full display, and great driving as well from Grey Area.
So Mild Parallelogram is actually the perfect height for Grey Area to actually just nipple on the top. But Fang now, purely based on traction, they've got no weapon.
And getting shredded in the process, and they've been caught on the lip of the pit there.
One wheel now for Fang, so all it takes is an easy robot.
Good lift by Mild Parallelogram, though they've got Grey Area stuck by the arena wall. Can they bring the arm over? Fang down the pit, they're out. We're down to 2.
Do you think that was a lift by Mild Parallelogram? Because I actually think Grey Area
drove
over.
No, Mild Parallelogram, they commit Harry Carry. Down they go. Grey Area is the winner. Good fight.
Can we just admire the shrapnel that's left on the arena floor?
Absolutely lit. I mean, first of all, poor old Fang, that's going to be quite the repair job because there were bits and pieces of Fang coming off all over the shop, including their weapon.
And if I remember correctly, that was Grey Area ramming into Fang with their shield. So actually, defensive weapons are a thing. They do exist.
They do. You know, the wedge at the front deflecting away the Fang weapon. I don't know if Fang ripped off its own forks on one side. It might have done, but certainly they were under pressure from Grey Area. Grey Area looked pretty good, didn't it? You know, nice and nippy around the arena. You know, had the weapon kind of efficiently brought into play. I like it.
Before we go over to Craig, I just want to give a quick shout out to the live chat. We are live streaming this. We do have a chat here, and on the live chat, Fang was defanged. What a wonderful pun. Craig, over to you with Grey Area.
Down here with Grey Area. That was good.
That worked really well. It worked much better than I thought it would, and it's fun with the little arm and it shredded them, and so wow.
It's like a hammer saw with extra steps.
It's a horizontal hammer saw, kind of.
We'll take it. So you weren't expecting it to be quite that effective?
I wasn't expecting it to work, to be honest. I mean, it's taken a few bites out of itself, so there's still some things to tune, but for a first ever fight with this robot, I think it did way, way beyond my expectations. I wanted to win a fight. I was telling him last night I wanted to win a fight, and here we are. So.
And you defanged Fang.
I defanged Fang. Sorry, John.
Well, I'm so excited to see this robot and where it goes later in the competition. We love to see weird robots doing well here. Give it up for Grey Area, everyone.
Thank you. We'll catch you later.
John, what the heck? What happened?
It's fine. It's working. Look, it's lovely.
It's perfect. Do you have spares?
Yes, but I think it's probably only going to last once more. But because I was experimenting and it's gone wrong. Very wrong.
It's not gone quite as intended.
No, I think I'll stick to HTPE.
Very fair. That's a hell of a piece of damage to take. Tell us about this material. What is this?
So this is bamboo TPU, which is stiffer than normal TPU, and I think that's probably why it's gone, because it's too stiff. It's just shattered.
So one more shot.
I think so, yeah, before the weapon flies off again.
Fang has one more Fang left in it. Fang, everyone! We'll see you in the redemption. And mild parallelogram? Please help.
Mild parallelogram. There we go.
How was that for you?
It was kind of a blur of fangs and horrible spinners, but yeah, it was fun.
It's such a cool robot, and it's so fun to see this design in so many fun colors. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Well, it's a 360-degree lifting arm. That was its first fight, so just kind of testing it out and seeing how it holds up. And it's kind of done pretty well. Most of the damage is fairly cosmetic. Got a tire off, but this kind of flexible, it's TPU, isn't it? The flexible wedge and stuff has kind of absorbed quite a lot of damage and not broken too much. So, yeah.
Nice. This TPU didn't shatter. It took the blows as intended.
Took the blows, yeah, absolutely.
And even this very cheap HDP on the front has sort of taken the blows. I mean, there's maybe another couple of goes at that before it completely disintegrates.
Send it.
Yeah.
We love to see it. Mild parallelogram, everyone.
So the dichotomy of robot names, we've got Mura, Schism, and then, bless them, we've got Chucky.
Yeah, Chucky, I will say as well, probably one of the favourites to win today as well, genuinely. It's an absolute beast in the arena. It's very nippy, very fast. The lifter is amazing. Schism, the hammer saw in the green circle.
Green square,
also
ready.
very, very effective. Good pushing
Blue square,
robot.
ready.
Has the potential to cause massive
Red
damage.
square, ready.
Mura, the egg beater in the blue
Robot
square,
stand
is a
by.
robot all the way from Spain. It's come here today.
3.
And
So
no home.
internationally travelled. The Roboteer of Chucky was shaking their
Activate.
head when you were hyping them up. So let's see how this fight unfolds.
Yeah, Adam's only, Dylan's sorry, he's only modest, so we'll have to see how he gets on here. Good lift there by Schism, using the control aspect of their robot immediately to try and pin Mura, and now Chucky. Chucky snagged on the fork at the front of Schism, gets away now.
So Chucky's very much focused on that control element, scoop them up, pin them against the wall, and everyone else is trying to get out of Chucky's jaws.
Absolutely. Up and over goes Mura, back on its wheels now. Can it bring that weapon into play?
And a great flip there by Chucky.
Yep, Schism kind of a little bit of a watching brief at the moment, trying to be the more controlled element here. Pin robots against the wall and then bring that hammer saw into play to cause damage, like we're hopefully going to see in a second. Oh, good impact there from Mura.
Mura getting a little bit pinned in between the two robots, but coming out fighting now, and we can see the forks off Schism stuck up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not what you want. You want your forks riding on the floor. Schism pins Mura now. Weapon down it comes!
And Chucky just sitting and waiting. I thought they were going to come in for a double pin, but didn't quite fancy it.
No, good lift there by Chucky, flipping Schism over. Into the pit button goes Mura. All three of these pretty effective in the arena. Schism on the attack now on Chucky. Down comes the hammer saw once, trying to pin Chucky.
But looking at the top of Chucky, it didn't make much of a dent. And look at that, just diving into Mura there as Mura goes up and now back in the fight.
Schism. Good tussle this, isn't it? All three of these very much in the fight. Schism trying to go play the ground game with Chucky. Over goes Schism again, self-rights quickly. All three very close to the pit. Chucky pinned and down comes the hammer saw of Schism, clutched into Chucky. Mura almost down the pit as well.
Less than 20 seconds left. Can Schism get Chucky into the pit? Ever closer.
They can.
Doesn't want anything in, and I think that's a stuck.
It is. It's an unstick, so the robots can't stay locked together for too long. As you can see there, Chucky very much on the precipice.
So how does the referee decide where to get positioned when they unstick?
I believe it's as they are, isn't it? I want to say. I don't know how it's going to work out in this situation. Mura obviously kind of safe in the centre of the arena, that's okay. But you can see here, Schism as well. I'm just going to go back to the arena cam just 1 second. Schism, the wheels aren't actually touching the floor. So, as a result, they're not able to kind of push Chucky in the pit. That's why they were also stuck. So, they're going to try and unstick the two. If they can't do that, we may have to go to a decision.
This might need some gentle persuasion just to unstick them, because that weapon of Schism is truly wedged in. It seems to have found a weakness in the armor of Chucky, and it's penetrated through. The jaw blade is truly stuck.
Yeah, it is. The weapon well and truly clutched into the carbon fibre lid of Chucky. Schism, Track TD, the builder of Schism, by the way, has always been very worried about the lack of weapon damage potential from Schism. It's always been a good control robot. Craig, can you decipher anything?
Jack Tweedy, why have you done this?
Bad childhood.
Bad childhood. You heard it here.
Well, there you go. Massive insight from the driver there of Schism.
I love a mid-fight interview. That's always a unique...
Don't get that very often, do you?
Well,
you don't.
And I think it's the luxury because we actually have a roaming microphone now. So Craig is, dare I say, let loose. He could even go and talk to the audience if he wanted.
Who knows? So,
how's this robot?
What?
Cool.
We've entered chaos mode.
We have.
Someone put Craig back in his pen, and let's get back to the fight. So we're watching Gareth now just position the robots, talking to the referees, talking to the roboteers. Do you think that's a fair position where they are now?
I think so. I mean, it would be very unfair to just kind of unstick the two and then just chuck Chucky down the pit, wouldn't it, really?
Because without Schism wedging Chucky
where it was, yeah, exactly.
Chucky would have fallen.
Correct.
So they would have been in the pit.
Yep. So all the robots are still active. There are 13 seconds left of the fight. Anything could happen. It really could, because, you know...
That's pretty much just enough opportunity to get your weapon up to speed for Schism, and then one impact.
And Mura as well. You know, there is a world in which, you know, Chucky and Schism focus on each other so much, they end up down the pit themselves.
And I do like this. Mura's actually positioned in a way where they have the prime opportunity to charge in. That might mean they go
away
down
we
the
go.
pit,
Schism brings the weapon back, and there goes Chucky straight down the pit. I said you got to be careful. And only a few seconds left to go. Mura up to speed. Schism is not weapon to weapon with Schism. Schism brings the weapon down and shredding a fork right to the death. We go to time between Schism and Mura.
That last impact from Schism, that might be the difference maker here, because they managed to chip away a bit of the armor of Mura and actually did a bit more damage in that damage bracket. So damage, control, what are the
weapon
elements?
effectiveness.
Weapon effectiveness.
Control and aggression. I think throughout the fight, Mura were pretty good at kind of avoiding trouble, and they did manage to get out of trouble quite a lot. At the start, they were kind of being picked on between the two of them. Chucky were obviously great throughout. They were kind of aggressive and, you know, were able to use their weapon well throughout. However, they're in the pit. They're out. Schism, we saw the damage that they caused, using their weapon on Chucky. We saw at the end as well, shredding away one of the kind of wedgelets of Miura.
And there's a slight nuance between damage or aggression and weapon effectability. So
Yeah.
what's the slight variation there?
So a lifter traditionally can't really cause damage. It's kind of a passive weapon. It's kind of more of a it's a control robot. If you can't really eliminate your opponent in a sense of like destroying them.
It won't leave a mark on its opponent.
Correct. Whereas a spinner, it's a lot more obvious what the damage is. I think we're going to go over to Craig though, because I think everyone's kind of already ready to go. Craig,
Gonna have a quick chat with Dylan and Chucky.
Hang on a second. You wait there.
Chucky, what happened?
I drove in the pits. He's gone very deep into the top of there. I've got titanium everywhere, apart from a couple of spots. He's managed to find one, but no wires, fortunately.
That is a deep old hole over there. Jack Tweedy is a nasty, nasty man who has committed sins, I think, against Chucky. Will Chucky be back for revenge?
Yeah, sure he will.
Delightful. We will see Chucky in the Redemptions. Okay. Are we? Oh, whoa.
we have a decision for the fight.
All right, both of you, come in.
Are you ready, Craig?
I'm always ready.
So, a unanimous decision by the judges in favor of Schism.
It's gone to Schism. Jack Tweedy, do you think you deserved it?
That's a very loaded question, Craig, and you know it. No response, no comment.
I think Schism, I said it again. Schism did really well there. I think that was a great match, but your opponent was fierce.
Oh yeah, it's an incredible machine, especially for a first time. Like, that is ridiculous for a first time machine. I don't think I've seen a better first attempt.
Sergio, tell us a little bit about how that was for you.
Thank you so much. He really deserved the winning. He make 2 millimeters plate, titanium plate. He hit so much, so hard. Here, it's my first time in the UK, my first time ever robot combat competition. So I'm happy. Anyway.
Well, thank you so much for coming over. It's a fierce robot. Is it going to be ready to compete in its redemption fight?
Yeah, for sure.
Amazing. We're excited to see it. Miura and Schism, everyone.
All the way from Spain. What a fantastic roboteer coming over to compete with us today.
Absolutely. In the arena, we have 3 more robots ready to go. On the right-hand side of your screen, we have a new liveried Sir Lancerfrog, ladies and gentlemen. It's looking resplendent. Very similar.
That is sleek.
Looks very similar to the graphics you're seeing on stream. That's because Nick did all the graphics. So shout out to Nick Cole and Sir Lancerfrog. Absolute stunning robots. In the middle, we have Stronghold, an absolute tower of power. I think, very, very good control bot. Has been steadily improving event by event, has beaten event winners several times over. And I think a new robot, I want to say, in Antimatter.
Red square,
Egg Beater
ready.
Spinner in the blue square.
Blue
They'll be
square,
hoping to cause
ready.
plenty of damage in the arena.
So the roboteers
Robot
are ready,
is
the
stand
arena
by.
is ready.
3,
On the count of 3.
2, 1. Activate.
Away we go. Weapon up to speed immediately there on Antimatter. Good lift by Sir Lancerfrog. Gets away.
So Sir Lancerfrog immediately going for the rear end, which is a little bit cheeky, but that is the safe spot of Antimatter.
Yeah, you don't want to go weapon to weapon because that can happen there. Shredding all kinds of paintwork off of Sir Lancerfrog. They spent a lot of time on that. Something's come flying off. I think it's part of Antimatter. I'm not quite sure what though.
So it's going to be challenging for Stronghold because they don't want to get their weapon over the
Oh!
Egg Beater. And so close to the Uta Zone with Sir Lancerfrog, but they
Great
just
self-righting though by Sir Lancerfrog.
Enable.
Stylishly done. Pit Bun is available now. Stronghold gets a good grab or hold on Antimatter. Good control though by all 3. Sir Lancerfrog stuck on the arena wall. Can they get away?
So they're going to need someone
Good.
to knock him off, and look at that.
Very
Stronghold
sporting
coming
there
to
from
the scene.
Stronghold. I like that. And Pit Bun activated by Sir
Descending.
Lancerfrog. Over goes
Descending.
Antimatter. Not as effective this way around, but they can still cause damage. Antimatter now gets a good grab on the frog once again.
So Stronghold changing their focus, focusing more on Sir Lancerfrog, and their weapon, their grabbing ability is looking less and less strong because that weapon is now slightly twisted.
More bits and pieces coming off the frog.
And have they jammed the beater?
No, they have now. They've got the weapon stuck behind the egg beater. Good push by Stronghold. Round the back goes Lancerfrog. Can they get in underneath and try and push them down the pit, I wonder? All three of these have been very, very good in this fight, haven't they?
Absolutely, and I think Antimatter is maybe unfairly being picked on by the other two robots because they know that if they get them out of the fight, if Antimatter goes down the pit, they can have a control battle and they don't need to fear that spinning beater.
Lancerfrog using Antimatter as a chair. Great push by Sir Lancerfrog. Antimatter now pinned in the jaw of the pit. Not hit the bottom yet, though, so they're not out, but I think they're going to be counted out momentarily. Good push by Lancerfrog. And now Stronghold trying to push the frog down, but it doesn't manage it.
So they're pirouetting.
Good lift by Sir Lancerfrog at the death as well.
Tussling around each other, and the fight's about to end with Sir Lancerfrog getting the final pin.
All three of those were superb in that match. Really well done. Antimatter caught on the lip of the pit and eliminated. That's a shame because I think they did really well throughout the match, considering they were both kind of not teaming up on them, but they were both certainly aiming for them as the biggest threat in the arena.
I think that was the acknowledgement. Antimatter had the damage doing
Look at the shrapnel, by the way. Look at
and that's what I mean.
Bits and
Sir
pieces.
Lancerfrog's been fluffed up, I think is the right term for the plastic body they have.
Absolutely, and as well as that, there's a bit of discarded wheel there by the pit. I think that's off of Stronghold, and they were kind of somewhat limited for their traction in the arena, so they did really well to kind of stay competitive in the match with Sir Lancerfrog. Really good fight. Really
Absolutely.
good fight.
I feel like for me, Stronghold was the one who took the most damage potentially. We're looking at their arms that come over now, and they are quite twisted. So that's something that they're going to need to work to repair.
Absolutely. I think also Sir Lancerfrog also looking a bit twisted as well. It looks certainly beaten up. A warrior that is Sir Lancerfrog, been around in the UK Beetleweight scene for nearly 10 years at this point.
And you give them an opening and they're going to take it, immediately getting Antimatter into the pit. They did not hesitate.
Superb driving, got underneath and kind of boxed them in, keep them under pressure. And it didn't quite go down the pit, but close enough.
So let's see, Antimatter, if you can make your way over to Craig, he is desperately keen to talk to you.
I love to speak.
You love to speak and you only say
Antimatter, come on over.
words.
My goodness, this is your first robot, right?
Yeah, it's first robot, first event. Didn't quite work as planned. I think the fuse wire is too weak or something, but...
I mean, it was fierce. How does it feel knowing that the other two had basically silently or maybe unsilently agreed that you were the threat in that fight?
I mean, it feels good, obviously, but it's kind of unfair. But, oh well, that's just how it goes sometimes.
Well, 1v1 fight next in your redemption match. Feeling a little bit better about that?
Not really. I mean, the drive's working absolutely terribly. It should be about 3 times faster than that, so got to try and fix that, but other than that, it should be fine.
Well, a little bit of time to fiddle, get it sorted out. Give it up for Antimatter, everybody. And let's get these guys in. 2 of my favorite robots here today. Sir Lancerfrog and Stronghold. First off, the beautiful art on Sir Lancerfrog. Nick, of course, does loads of our event graphics, did all the graphics for this event. So first off, thank you. I'm sure, if you want to get some stuff done by Nick, you can check out his Facebook, Team DSC Robotics.
Yep, that's correct, yep.
Just a cheeky plug, I hope you don't mind. How do you guys feel that fight went?
I'm actually not too sure how it's going to go. I think it's too close for me to call at the moment. The beautiful artwork is no longer beautiful, but the robot was functioning as it was supposed to, driving around, self-righting, basically keeping me in the game as long as it could.
It was some beautiful self-rights in there. And Josh, you had some great grabs on just about everyone in there. How was that for you?
Yeah, pretty good. I think it worked as expected. Just the shredded tire was the only thing that caused a little bit of trouble, but I was all right. Drove okay.
I think we have a decision. We do indeed. Rory Mangles, your voice. Oh.
So it was a unanimous decision in favor of Stronghold.
Stronghold takes it.
And
through
I'd like
into
to
round
clarify,
2.
I'd like to add that Stronghold's of Sir Lancerfrog heavily towards his aggression points, which helped get him the win.
We're big on sportsmanship. We're big on keeping everyone fighting. So that was an amazing thing to see. Thank you for keeping Froggy in the fight, Josh, and taking the victory. Congrats, Stronger Hold and Sir Lancer-Frog, everybody.
So I'm going to take the lull and the opportunity to call out Roboteers who need to make their way to the ready table. So Saw, Loser 2, Bogmeister, and Lilith, you need to be up behind me. Yep, see him thumbs up. Everest, Forkhead, and Wahoo. Colt, Inversion, and Overclocked, you need to be up on the ready tables and making your way over. Icebreaker, Photon, and Abracadabra.
Loading into the arena, we have our next set of robots. We have, if I check my list, Prototype, who finished second at the Battle of the Berg event, beaten by Babrog on that occasion. We have Ingot, which is, I have to say, I love the kind of checker plate armor. Very classic Robot Wars, very cool, big fan of that. And we have Jackhammer, which is a wonderful robot which we've seen quite a few times in this event now. It's a overhead hammer saw, but also a lifter, but also a vert. It does all things for all people. It's really...
It's from Cardiff, but at this point it's basically a Bristol robot.
It really is. It's, you know, it's a beaut. I'm a big fan of Jackhammer.
Can I just say, I don't know if it's because it's their first fight and we've had Christmas and the season's kind of starting. These robots are looking fresh.
They are. Everyone's had a couple of months to build them up ready for this event, and everyone has turned up the aesthetics on these robots to a really nice way now.
Red square,
if you look at
ready.
the scenes now,
Green
about
square, red. Blue square,
5-10 years
ready.
ago, there's so much more colour, different shapes.
Robot here.
It's really good to see.
Stand by. 3.
So we have Ingot
2.
in the
1.
red square. In the blue we have
Activate.
Jackhammer. In the green we have Prototype, who's straight across and turning Jackhammer over. Great lift.
So Prototype immediately trying to disengage Jackhammer's weapon. Look at Jackhammer throwing themselves across the arena.
Ingot stuck on the centre crease in the arena, and that's a great impact, but there's a lipo out. I believe that's the lipo of Jackhammer. It just threw itself out. Where did that come from? The battery just flew out. Amazing.
Reese, what did you do?
So that bit's actually PLA. I forgot to print the real part for that.
Reese, why?
Yeah. Oops.
I think that's Jackhammer out there.
Catch fire.
So just to say, it is completely intact. Please don't worry. Lipos have a tendency to catch fire as soon as their casing is breached. It is completely intact. It is safe and
It just
fine.
unplugged. That's all that's happened. The robot just unplugged itself.
I mean, so simple. Just forgot to print the part. What a terrible excuse.
So the kind of battery housing is kind of by the pit button. You can kind of see it there. And
I've just heard the Roboteer Jackhammer say to the other Roboteers, please don't break my battery housing. That is a plea if I've ever heard one. Let's see if they honour it.
3.
So Prototype
2,
and
1.
Ingot left in the battle.
Away we go. Prototype gets in underneath Ingot there. We saw Ingot struggling with ground clearance in the middle of the arena, and Prototype looking pretty effective thus far.
And just with the angle that we have at the moment, I'm looking at it, it looks a little bowed in the middle. I'm not sure if that's the reason why it's struggling.
Possibly. Good lift there from Prototype. Tries to get it pinned against the arena wall. Doesn't manage it on that occasion. Does this time. Ingot stuck. Oh, but it gets down.
So Ingot is not going to be pinned up against the wall. They can fight on. And we have got 1 minute 15 left of this fight, and no one is going over to the pit button.
No, I don't think they need to, because that's a good attack there from Prototype. Ingot can't get down this time. Oh, very good.
And I think Ingot has 10 seconds to wiggle their way free. If we shout and cheer enough, Ingot might just do it. But
not quite.
Seas.
Good performance there by Prototype. As I said, they finished second at the Battle of the Berg event in December, and once again proving pretty effective in the arena.
Pretty effective. What Ingot was trying to do there, they were trying to get into a resonance where every time they moved the weapon, it just added to the tilt. And I don't think they could quite get the rhythm. So unfortunately, They did get counted out, and Prototype, so surgical.
Yeah, no, Will's a very good driver. You know, he may be, you know, one of the uni teams that's here today, but he has driven robots for years and years and years at all kind of weight scales. Craig, do you want to have a discussion with with poor old Jackhammer?
Please. Show us what happened.
Okay, so this battery used to be down in this bit where the hole is, but now it's not, and I don't really know why. I think it was just force. Yeah, so that flew out. So I need to make it not do that, and then it will be good.
Yeah, if you could make it not do that again, because that was a real big hit you got on Prototype there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually happy with the fact that it can seem to hit, and all the motors don't catch fire now, because that's been kind of the problem with it for its entire existence. Now I've bought the parts I needed to have bought ages ago. It seems to work, but I need to keep this inside the robot next time.
It's a great looking machine. Hopefully we can keep that battery inside it next time. Jackhammer, we will see you in the redemption. Prototype and Ingot, let's get you both in, why not? I want to see, is there a spot on... Will, did you just strap random things to the top of it?
Well, it's a tradition now, so these are spare wheels that are strapped to the top.
Fair.
So he did hit just underneath the Hardox wedge, so he hit the exact wrong place. If he'd hit anywhere else, that's all plastic. But he hit the one Hardox bit. It looks like he's dug into the TPU, so he's hit it, grabbed it, and I think all that force shattered the PLA in his own robot.
It was quite an impressive hit. I was expecting a lot more on this.
Yeah, when I saw parts go everywhere and a battery fly, I was like, oh, not again. And then I was like, oh no, I'm still moving. Wait, no, that's his battery.
So it turns out everything's okay. Prototype, of course, has done very well in recent competitions. You reckon you're going to take it far this year?
I think it can do a good run. It's a really good kit. I think we've made some really good improvements on it from its second place in Berg, so I think I can make a deep run. We'll see if I can win it.
Well, congrats to Prototype, but you did stack this beautiful box against the wall. Ingot, was that your first fight?
Yeah.
Well, congrats on your first fight.
I mean, I didn't get smashed as bad as I thought I'd be, so it's all right.
It looked great. It's got a great waggly motion on it. I really enjoy that.
I didn't plan that. I was kind of like, I just made it up on the spot and hoped it would work. Didn't work the second time, though, so I don't know.
Need to get something out the sides of it so you can get it down. But we will see it in the redemptions. Ingot, everyone.
Alrighty then. Our next fight loading into the arena. We have Bogmeister on the right-hand side of your screen, or on the back wall in the red square. We have a Lilith in the green circle, and Sore Loser 2 in the blue. Another hammer
Blue
saw.
square.
A very, very eager Sore Loser, just flicking their weapon there. They're excited to get going.
Absolutely.
Robot
Alex
here.
Mordew, very, very
Stand by.
experienced competitor, but been all the way since the late
2,
90s on Robot
1.
Wars. Away we go.
So watch out for Lilith here, because they are fantastic in control and immediately putting Sore Loser up against the wall.
And over. Good self right there by Sore Loser. They'll be hoping to get that weapon into play any moment now. Good, like that. And a big scar on the top of Lilith. Lilith won't be very impressed with that.
I think that was an accidental contact with the sword, because Sore Loser tips themselves up with
Oh,
their
there goes
speed.
the lifter there of Bogmeister, which has been completely ripped off by Sore Loser. And Bogmeister is stopped, and over goes Lilith.
What a fantastic hammer from Sore Loser.
Oh.
Bogmeister's still in this, though.
The sparks fly in the arena. Sore Loser hit Lilith again, more damage sustained. Lilith's fork is stuck under the arena wall.
So Lilith, they're suffering the consequences of their forks, and that puts Bogmeister and Sore Loser up against each other with the pits now down.
No, and that is, I believe, Lilith counted out, and more damage to Bogmeister.
So tactical there, taking off the fork of Bogmeister and the ability to control. Do they have the traction to fight back?
No, they don't.
Do not.
Sore Loser, surgical, and a great win. Lilith stuck on the arena wall. That's a shame for them. Bogmeister fought hard, but pulled apart in the end by Sore Loser.
So we spoke about the forks earlier in the day. We mentioned how they're necessary to get your robot underneath your opponents, but this is the risk.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if you run your forks at too shallow of an angle, or kind of, if they're very thin, kind of like what Lilith's are, you run the risk of kind of getting it stuck between the arena panels. And obviously, if you do that, what happens is, in Lilith's case, you can either drive out and you're okay to carry on fighting, or you get stuck and you get counted out.
And you're reliant on your fellow Roboteers to knock
correct.
you out.
Correct. And in this instance, Lilith is a very credible threat in the arena. Everyone was like, do you know what? Let's leave Lilith there. And Dave nodding his head in agreement. Quite right to do so. What can you do?
David's in agreement, saying it's fair for them. And to be honest, I think it benefited Sore Loser. Why would Sore Loser want to do that when they're up against Bogmeister?
Oh, really? Okay.
David, we have a microphone if you'd like to...
We'll wait for the interview. In fact, I think there's some people ready to be interviewed now. Craig? Hello? Mr. Croucher?
I'm here. Here first with the winner of that fight, Sore Loser. That was a shaky start.
Yeah. I haven't really practiced driving since last year, and obviously haven't got any better. So yeah, just sort of driving into the side of the wall. It turned out okay though.
Yeah, the desired outcome, right?
Yeah, for sure. A bit sad for Dave, getting stuck under the side. That's not how I wanted to win it, but glad he didn't take too much damage, and hopefully does well in his redemption.
And is this a new Sore Loser or an upgraded Sore Loser? It's a fierce robot we've seen many times before, so tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's version 2.2, so it's basically just fixing all the stuff that I messed up when I made it last time. So like holes not being drilled straight and various other bits and pieces that make it easier to work on.
Well, it's going very well based on that performance, be a robot that we see a lot more of today. So very best of luck. Sore Loser, everyone.
He used to get top 3, 4 all the time.
There's a wheel missing now.
There's a wheel missing now. What? It finished the fight with 2 wheels, right? We need to move on, apparently. In 1 sec, we got 1 second interviews. The return of the 1 second interview. How was that?
Better than last time.
Cool. Dave, similarly, you get a 1 second interview.
Ouch.
I'm so sorry.
Craig, I love your efficiency. You're rattling through those like nobody's business.
Thanks, brother.
In the arena, we are loading up our next fight. We have Forkhead on the right, we have Everest in the middle, and we have Wayo on the left. Wayo all the way from the Netherlands.
I have to add, did you know that was going to happen when you said their name?
Absolutely. It's tradition.
It's absolutely. So, Roboteers, just to make sure you're on the ready tables, exposure, don't stop me now, and boom zoom, you need to be up on the ready tables. Icebreaker, Phantom, and Abracadabra also should be behind us now.
They are indeed, I can see them. Currently in the arena, Wayo in the blue.
Every time we're going to do this?
Absolutely. In the green, we have Everest, the big vertical spinner, and Forkhead in the red.
Red square, blue square.
Forkhead, by the way, one of the most
Green
interesting
square,
robots here
ready.
today. It has a lifter which kind of rotates entirely around its
Roboteers,
axis. It's a
stand
wonderful,
by.
amazingly engineered
3,
robot.
2,
I do fear for it against
1.
Wayo, though.
Activate.
Away we go.
Well, we'll see how it activates, and immediately going over to Wayo is Forkhead. That was not ideal, and now we're starting to see Forkhead
It's
really
done the
start to
thing.
engage.
That's the end of Everest. Wayo looking menacing, the angry little Roomba that it is, coming into contact with Forkhead. Forkhead doesn't fear it, though. There goes a wheel.
Everest got caught on the top of Wayo and just got span out and then flung away. And you can see that Wayo is actually just hunkering down.
It's menacing. Like it has this like horrible little dentist
Pit
drill hub as well,
enabled.
and it's shredding the underside of Forkhead. Forkhead
Pit
goes for the pit
descended.
bravely, but they are
Pit
getting torn
descended.
apart by Wayo here. Wayo is less than 2 centimeters tall. It's unbelievable.
Everest was slowly descending to the pit. What a sad sight. And now we've got Forkhead just trying to survive.
Forkhead doing a brilliant job staying in the fight, but Wayo is the dominant force in this match, isn't it? Look at it shredding Forkhead down the pit. Wayo through to the next round.
Well, I will say one thing. Yep. That does mean we don't get the Wayo chant in the redemption round, which is a shame.
But we do get it in the round of 32, so that's good.
So plenty of fights left to happen in today's brackets, and eventually we'll end up with a winner. I actually, I think I called Stratus as one of my favorites, but I just watched an absolute clinic.
Wayo is very efficient, and Craig, let's pick Tim's brains and see what he's got to say about his his angry little Roomba.
Yeah, I'm here with the aggressive frisbee, Wayo. I've never seen it be an undercutter before.
It does that. It's so low. Yeah.
That was so fun.
It was really fun.
Were you expecting that to kind of go the way it did? I saw you kind of heading towards the big vert first.
I think I added a little bit too much magnet downforce, so forward, backwards is okay, turning is a bit meh. We'll see.
It was really, it seemed very kind of hunkered down and like, just like really precise.
Yeah. That's the whole thing behind Wayo.
So it's mayhem, but it's also completely controlled.
Of course, Dutch.
It's Dutch. Of course, we're going to see lots more of Wayo today. Do we have anyone else? Everest, I see an Everest. Gabriel, it did the thing.
Yes, entirely expected. But I got a hit.
It got a hit! Self-imposed victories are the best ones.
Exactly. I'm here for it. And it's a bit worse, the link's a bit dead, so I might be giving this away.
You've got spares? Are you good to get that back in?
Well, I'll need to make one, but yeah.
We're good to go. So we will see Everest back in the Redemptions.
Hopefully.
Amazing. Everest, everyone. And finally, the remains of Forkhead. My goodness.
It'll be fine. There's a few belts and a wheel. But
I've seen it take worse damage than this and come back.
it's just another Tuesday for Forkhead.
Just another Tuesday for Forkhead.
I don't think it is, but it's another day.
It was a bit of a rough draw for it, let's be honest.
Yeah, I'm so glad I came along as a reserve and got into that.
Wayo is a demon, right? It just like slid underneath.
Yeah, I couldn't get under them at all, so not much I could do about it, unfortunately. So I just have to deal with it and see how the redemption goes, I guess.
Well, we will indeed see it in the redemption. Good luck getting it fixed, Steve. Forkhead, everyone.
Alrighty then, I believe our next couple of fights, and then we're going to be down to our redemption matches. We've got 3 more 3-ways to go.
Which is a shame because they have been absolutely fantastic.
There have been a lot of good fights so far today. We have in the arena Inversion, which is the white robot on the far side of the arena, which we'll see in just a second. We have Overclocked, which is a hammer, I believe. And also Cult. Now, Cult is the wide purple undercutter spinner, potentially very devastating. Joe the Builder this morning was quietly confident in it, but he saw his draw and now he's changed his mind a little bit. But you never know. You never know what might happen. We have Inversion in the red circle, Overclocked in the green, and
square,
Cult
ready.
in the blue.
Red square, ready.
I always
Blue square,
enjoy watching
ready.
the Roboteers dance around each other as they try to cut to their buttons.
Stand by.
Absolutely, that's actually the biggest part of the fight.
3,
The pre-fight, yeah.
1.
Like the way-in.
Away we go. And shredding away immediately is Cult up to speed. Oh, there goes the wedge of Inversion, just obliterated around the arena. Look at the weapon of Cult, shredding in underneath Overclocked as well. There goes Inversion. It's just like polystyrene all over the arena.
So both sides now are absolutely damaged, and that was a missed hammer blow by Overclocked.
Look at the damage from Cult again, spinning up to speed and coming into contact with that lone fork of Overclocked. Oh my word. Poor old Inversion. Inversion is a great robot, by the way. It finished second at the Robo Showdown event in Birmingham last year, Aston Uni. It's struggling to do well in this fight, though, because Cult is an absolute menace to society. Look at it.
So Overclocked chassis, their side pieces are now being lifted up. I don't really know what to say about Inversion.
Oh.
There's not going to be anything left of them. And Cult is just having their way with these robots. But Overclocked is now protected by the pit.
It is, but Inversion has got no wheels, so back into the action, Inversion, off you go. Back into the fights.
It's now a
maybe not.
shuffler or a default shuffler.
It's got nothing left.
So what's going to happen here? Overclocked is trying to shimmy their way out of the danger zone, but I mean, Cole doesn't want to go near that pit.
If Joe's sensible, he backs off and he wins the fight. But
that leaves us with 40 seconds of nothing.
But he's not sensible. He's going to try and hit him, and he has gone for it. Don't go down the pit, Joe, for goodness sake. Stop the weapon. Clever. And now Overclocked has the active shuffler in the pit. They can't get away from there. Colt is going to run out a very, very worthy winner. What a robot Colt is.
Oh, but actually you say that.
No, it's done.
Oh.
It's been counted out. Colt the winner. I did say it was a bit of a menace. He was confident. You could see why.
If Overclocked had the foresight to start using their weapon to unstick them sooner, I actually think they would have got through, because looking at where they are now, both wheels are engaged, they can drive.
Well, it's the shuffling mech. I think that was the issue. One side of the shuffling mech, it was kind of pinned underneath the robot. It was kind of off-center. So it was still shuffling. It just couldn't translate because the feet were off the floor. As a result, it couldn't drive away. Inversion, I mean, there's not much left of Inversion, to be honest. The wheels have been ripped away. The front wedges have been torn off.
It's a sad sight.
It is shredded.
It's a sad
And
sight.
that's
for
a good
robot.
robot. That's finished second place in one of these events in the past.
And it looks like it snowed inside the arena. I mean, look at the white confetti.
Absolutely. Craig, you're going to have some bones to digest from this one, I think. We're going to throw over to you quite quickly, I think.
Yeah, I think we've got some damage to inspect. I think we should probably just talk to Joe first with Colt. Just get that out of the way. You're going to get a short interview, a 5-seconder. Tell me about that.
Hello, Colt worked this time. Yeah, it's all good. Coming in a reserve, I was unprepared, but it still works. So
It works! It definitely works! We're going to see more of Colt later. My goodness. Thomas and Overclocked. Oh, goodness.
It's not too bad. Everything still works.
Is it still good?
Yeah, I think so. There was a bit of smoke coming off that side of drive. I think it's just the gears melting, but...
It's going to be all right? Everything's going to be okay.
I've got spare parts. It'll be fine. I've got time to repair it, so...
We've got time, we've got spares, we can repair what Colt has destroyed. Overclocked. Overclocked is a wonderful machine, such a unique design with that massive hammer and shuffler, so I hope you can get it, Thomas. We will see you later. Overclocked, everyone. Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, it's less assembled.
Well, he's done me a favour, because I don't have to take it apart to fix it. It's already taken apart. So it's okay.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit knackered, really, but I'll throw something together and see what we fight. Probably.
Got enough to kind of get it back together?
Maybe. We'll see.
Hopefully we will see Inversion in the redemption matches. My goodness, that was brutal. Will and Inversion, everyone.
I think that was probably so far the most destroyed robot is Inversion. I hope we do get to see it back in the arena later on. It has the potential to be a real threat in the arena. It's just been absolutely trashed, unfortunately, by Cult.
Well, its current threat to the arena is that we won't get any more robot running because we need to clean out. Gareth's doing a fantastic... Can we give a round of applause for Gareth for the effort he's having to put in here? There is still confetti up against the sides, but clearly that's enough for Gareth's standards.
Absolutely. Nothing's going to get pinned on it. Nothing's going to get, kind of high-centered on any of the pieces. That's okay.
No, get a couple of spinners in there, and the wind will blow it away, blow it into the edges.
Yes.
And actually, that might help those robots that have forks, because the shrapnel is going to get stuck under the walls, and that's going to make it harder for forks to get stuck.
Absolutely. Loading into the arena currently, we have Abracadabra. Has been steadily improving over the sort of last couple of years. Always does fairly well, and I believe last year finally breached the top 8. This year, new addition, never ever ran forks. This event is the forks debut, and I know Becca was very anti going for forks. She has buckled and joined the crew.
They're only tiny. They're tiny forks.
They are tiny forks, and they're also
tiny forks.
TPUs. So they're the kind of rubbery plastic that I mentioned earlier. They kind of comply a little bit with the floor itself. So it's not going to be, kind of like the hinge forks. They should just skid along the floor and kind of move with any divots in the floor. We also have Photon, a hammer saw with the kind of lurid green sort of day glow wraparound armor. Big forks on the front of that as well to get robots caught on top. And final robot in this match will be Icebreaker. Icebreaker at the start of 2024. Was it 4 events in a row? Adam, you won?
Only 3.
Oh, it's only the 3. Okay.
I mean, only 3.
Icebreaker is the apex predator, I think, of Beetleweight in the UK. It is one of the very best competitors we have here today. I mentioned Boom Zoom earlier was probably my tip to win it. If you are a sensible betting man, this is your tip to win.
Well, we'll see. Roboteers needing to make their way to the ready tables. We've only got one last freeway to go after this, so that's Exposure, Don't Stop Me Now, and Boom Zoom. There's your favourite. And then we're into the redemption, so the head-to-heads, and we've got Speedhole Express versus Chucky. That's going to be interesting.
Yep.
Detonator versus Burnout, another fantastic fight, and
Ray versus Sir Lancerfrog.
Sir Lancerfrog. That is two fantastic robots, and we're going to have to say goodbye.
I know. That's a bottom one of them. That's a shame. If you guys could all make your way to the ready table as soon as you can, that would be great.
But we're not saying goodbye to robots just yet. This is the freeway fight. Let's see who's going to make their way into the 32.
Green square, ready.
Absolutely. We have Abracadabra in
Robot
the red
here.
circle,
Stand by.
Photon appropriately in the green,
3,
and also appropriately
2,
Icebreaker in
1.
the blue. Away we go.
So Abracadabra making no short work of running over to Icebreaker, trying to stop them, and there goes Photon flying into the air.
And a massive impact there. There goes one of the forks that Abracadabra self-rights quickly. Icebreaker very quick around him and so dangerous and shredding already. Look, the outer armour of Photon rights itself pretty nicely though.
So you mentioned Icebreaker. They have fantastic traction, fantastic speed. The drivability of that robot is insane, but they are now being pinned against the wall.
And Adam is a superb driver as well. He's I believe he's only 17, 18 years old. He's a young lad. He's so good at keeping opponents juggling from in the air, and something's come, some smacking.
That was the spinning disc of Photon there, and does that count as a double pin for Abracadabra?
No, he got down there, but that's a good attack from Photon on top of Icebreaker. Doesn't get any major meaningful damage though on the big vertical.
I'm just watching Abracadabra brilliantly dodging Icebreaker, and now we've got a pin against the two robots. Icebreaker is being teamed up on here.
I think rightly so, because they are both kind of taking a pasting from Icebreaker. Good push there from Photon on Abracadabra. Abracadabra hits the pit button, down it will go momentarily. Photon upside down. Abracadabra is taking hits, but is designed to take hits. The whole robot's made out of HDPE plastic, and it's all designed to bend and flex. That's a good lift from Abracadabra on Icebreaker.
If they could just shimmy those forks underneath Icebreaker a bit more, then they'll get an even better lift, putting that weapon up against the wall. That's really what they want to do.
They're both doing very well at kind of staying out of trouble for Icebreaker, but it's so dangerous, you can see why.
And jumping over the pit.
What have you done?
Abracadabra
Oh,
falling
Becca.
into the pit goes Abracadabra, and is that Photon stuck?
I think it might be. Icebreaker stands off in the blink of an eye. The fight is basically won. That's why Icebreaker are so good and so deadly. And the fight, I think, is won.
9.
Yes, it is. By Icebreaker.
And I have to say that I think Icebreaker was positioning themselves very cleverly, because if Photon did get loose, they were positioned so that they could get their weapon into Photon and potentially get Photon into the Uta zone.
Absolutely.
They're so thinking ahead always.
Adam is a master tactician. He thinks he's a very quiet young guy, but he's so good at kind of keeping the opponent in front of him, keeping the robot in the air so you can't just control yourself and drive away. I found out the hard way multiple times. He's superb, and Icebreaker is just... It's just gone from strength to strength. It's only been around for a couple of years in the UK scene, but it's so good, and it gets better every year. It really does.
With that experience builds confidence, and confidence means you're a little bit more relaxed behind the controls. That is really the key. And Abracadabra there, normally so good in the control, but unfortunately they got a little bit tentative and drove into the pit.
I think she was a bit discombobulated after being sent from one side of the arena to the other. Craig, do you reckon you can round up some Roboteers for some chats?
No.
Oh, okay. Bye.
Craig's on strike. Well, let's see. Abracadabra making their way over. Now over to Craig.
Becca, why did you go in the hole?
I didn't mean to, but one side I think was getting pinned by the wheel guard at that point. I mean, after getting hit that many times, not a surprise, but yeah.
It's a rough draw getting Icebreaker round 1, right?
Yeah, that's a really rough draw. Thanks for that.
Sorry.
That's fine. I'll forgive you.
But we're going to see Abra back. It doesn't seem like it's taking too much damage as long as you can get that kind of drive sorted.
We'll see, I guess. Something will enter the arena. It might not look quite the same, but it'll be fine.
Everything's going to be fine, everyone. Abracadabra, we will see you in the redemption. Who is next? Someone with an Icebreaker. Adam, that was... Their forks were like getting under you. Was that like a worry?
Yeah, I lost the ground game a few times there, but I think I managed to stay away from the hammer saw, which is the main aim, and yeah.
Because that seemed like it could do some damage. I mean, there's not a lot of lid here, right?
No, that's been adapted for weight saving, so not much protection there.
However, Icebreaker did the Icebreaker thing and delivered the hits over and over again, delivering you the win. Was it a good fight for you?
Yeah, it was good. I think I positioned myself well in parts of it, just to stay away from the pit and get some good hits off.
Agree. Excellently driven as always. Icebreaker, everyone. And finally, we have a Photon. This is such a cool little robot.
Oh, thank you.
What happened?
The fight happened, really. Photon went in, Photon came out. The bits aren't quite as straight as they were. That didn't work after the second half, but you know, it's still there. We'll be back.
Is the fork on the wrong side of the fork mount?
Yes.
Oh, that's why. Okay, it's
It's minor. That'll be fine. Yeah, we'll be back.
Everything's fine. Have you got spares?
Some
spares. That's all we need, right?
Yeah. Just need to make this work a bit better next time.
Well, it looks amazing. Hopefully, we will see some great results for Photon later in the day.
We'll see. Thanks ever so much.
Photon!
Okay, we are loading in our final three-way fight for the morning, and then we will take a little 5-minute break / 10-minute break just before the redemption fights begin, just so everyone has a little bit more repair time and everyone can go get a drink and a bit of fresh air. Sound good?
Sounds lovely.
Right.
That's a luxury.
I know. Don't normally get that. We're running pretty well today. We're running pretty well. So in the arena, we have Don't Stop Me Now, the orange robot in the red square currently. We have Boom Zoom, who I've tipped to win the whole thing, so watch it go out immediately in this fight. And we also have Exposure.
Well, this isn't the end, Sam.
It isn't.
Anyone who loses these freeway battles, there are redemptions, that final opportunity to get into the round of 32. It is the long way, and typically those robots become a lot more battered by the end of the day. But we have seen it happen where a favourite or a robot tipped to win actually loses in their first round and then makes their way back into almost up to the finals, actually.
Absolutely. A lot of love for Boom Zoom in the chat, and we also have a lot of love for Exposure as well. Also coming all the way from the Netherlands
Green square,
today, I
ready.
believe. So this should be a good
Robot
fight
is
between
stand
lots of
by.
different varieties of robots.
3, 2, 1. Activate.
Away we go.
So the audience cheering on their favourites, and Don't Stop Me Now getting underneath Boom Zoom, but immediately being returned back up against the wall.
Boom Zoom, it's such a good little lift. It pops robots up very nicely. It's so quick around the arena floor. They also today, I believe for the first time, is running a mini-bot in the arena, and a wheel has come off Exposure.
And a belt as well, we can see there. So their drive is going to be hampered, but they're still manoeuvring around. And Boom Zoom now turning their attention to Don't Stop Me Now.
The issue is, though, the wheel that's come off is the powered wheel, not the wheel at the front that's not powered. So that will massively hamper their manoeuvrability. They've only got essentially now one-wheel drive. Good push by Don't Stop Me Now on Boom Zoom, though. Oh!
And that's the risk. If you go up against the spinning disc of Exposure, even though they're not mobile, it is still a powerful weapon. And Don't Stop Me Now getting flung up, as is Boom Zoom. And is that Don't Stop Me Now getting stuck on Boom Zoom?
It is indeed. I wonder what's going to happen here. Is there going to be a unstick? Maybe not. I don't know. Boom Zoom doing a very decent job of kind of corralling and controlling Exposure. Exposure's weapon spins down. The weapon belt has gone entirely. Fight has been paused, I believe, to unstick Don't Stop Me Now from the mini-bot.
So there was the 10-second countdown by the referee. The Don't Stop Me Now was very much stuck, unable to get out. The power of the mini-bot of Boom Zoom is just not there to get underneath.
To free itself, no.
Yeah, to free itself, to pull itself out of Don't Stop Me Now. So the weight's sticking them together. And, well, we'll just reposition these robots. We're taking the mini-bot out.
Yeah, I think it's stopped working, so that's why that's been taken out. I also have noticed the weapon belt for Exposure has also come loose. So they are going to be sans the spinning disc
And
at
they
the
are
front.
sandwiched precariously between the two very fast, very active robots of Boom Zoom and Don't Stop Me Now. Let's see if they'll work together just to shove them into the pit.
3,
We have under a minute left of this fight.
Activate.
Away we go. Good push there from Boom Zoom. Immediately Exposure right next to the pit. They've been turned over. They can't self-right. That is the end of Exposure. So we're down to 2. Don't Stop Me Now and Boom Zoom. Boom Zoom, the one with the active weapon, the green and yellow John Deere tractor-inspired robots. You should see Rob's t-shirt, it's superb.
And I've been very intrigued seeing who's going to win the pushing battle out of these two. They are very well matched. It is hard to see who has that power. Don't Stop Me Now seems to be pushing Boom Zoom just a little bit, but that's where Boom Zoom's weapon comes in.
Absolutely, they're able to free themselves using that weapon. One of the forks have come off Don't Stop Me Now, it's split. I think it's got damaged in the exchanges with exposure, but they're doing a very good job here of pinning Boom Zoom.
Just trying to control the final 10 seconds of this fight. So Don't Stop Me Now, keeping their back away
9,
from the pits. They don't want to be anywhere near there
7,
and get it underneath
6,
Boom Zoom.
5,
They've done very well to
4,
stay in the fight. I said Boom Zoom
3,
is one of the favourites, I
2,
think, today to win this whole
1.
thing, but they've done a decent job of keeping in the fight for the full 2 minutes. Here we go to the judges.
And I have to put you on the spot, Sam. How are you deciding that fight?
It's tough, but I think the weapon usage of Boom Zoom has kind of tipped it in their favour. Don't Stop Me Now controlled that really well towards the end. I think came into the fight a lot more as the fight went on. As soon as they were down to just the one-on-one, obviously Exposure were great at the start. They did a lot of damage, but them losing the wheel and obviously the weapon just told for them, really, didn't it? There wasn't much they could do. I think it's going to be a Boom Zoom win, but I'm not a judge.
So Don't Stop Me Now being a pushing robot. Does the whole robot count as its weapon, that pushing force, or how do they kind of compare a pusher against a flipper?
Kind of hard to say, really. Obviously, they have no active weapon. It kind of does relinquish a lot of what they can do in terms of weapon effectiveness. Craig, let's see if you can sample some thoughts from some roboteers.
We're going to see what some people think about that fight. Oh, Strang's here. Strang, do you want to say some things?
Oh yeah, I'll just quickly explain. We had an unstick. We've had 2, I think, in the rounds of 3, and so there was some confusion. That was my fault. I didn't see the mini bot because it's too small. So my apologies. Anyway, I'm going to let you interview people who actually know what they're doing.
Also, just while I'm here and I'm thinking about rules, something I didn't mention in the briefing this morning. If you are getting beat up real bad, you can just hit the button again and it says tap out, and you don't have to get hit by Stratus anymore.
The coward's way out.
That wasn't a directed thing to anyone. Just like, nobody wants to be hit by Stratus more than they need to. Let's bring some robots in. Let's talk to some people. Hi, Andy and Minibot.
Hello. It dead.
Why?
Don't know.
It just stopped?
Yeah.
Oh. It did its job?
Did its job, yeah, sure.
And Boom Zoom, its bigger brother. That seemed to go pretty well for you, Rob?
Yeah, pretty happy with that. The minibot thing was weird, though. The lights were on, but no one was home. Yeah, pretty happy with that, though. We got a bit of damage, but no problem there.
Yeah, you were in with a fairly scary-looking spinner in Exposure that you've seen a lot of, right? Because it's done Dojo, which you guys are a big part of course. So was it a bit of a worry going in against it?
Oh, yeah. So it actually beat me earlier in the year at Dojo. It launched me about 8 feet in the air over a partition wall.
5-minute break.
I got what I deserved, though. I showed it my backside, and it punished me, This time I stayed squared up, and it worked out in the end.
Not again. Not again. We will see more of Boom Zoom in round 2, everyone.
It's part of an entry. I'll talk to you in a minute once I've done the stream, but it's part of an entry.
Let's bring in some more robots. We've got Don't Stop Me Now. Hey, how you doing?
Great. I'm having fun.
That was awesome. I really loved this thing. It was so quick.
Last year it was quicker, but now we reduced the gearing a bit, so it's more controllable.
I think that makes sense, and I think it paid off pretty well. You took it.
I didn't go in the pit, so win.
Wins all around.
For me, you win.
What are these forks made out of?
I cut them myself.
Oh.
So.
We've taken wounds.
Yeah, everybody does.
Is it like a recycled HDPE?
Yeah. Just press together, and then you can make everything from them. So.
That's so cool. That's so cool. We're going to see Don't Stop Me Now in the redemption matches. We will see you later on. And Exposure. What happened to your wheel?
It just fell off.
It just fell off. Oh.
Yeah.
That's pretty unfortunate because it seemed like it was doing the thing.
Yeah, it got some nice hits, but
even after the wheel loss, it was still getting the hits.
Yeah, but with no wheel, can't drive. So I guess.
Well, let's get it back on, and we'll see you in the redemptions. Exposure, everybody. Woo.
Got him.
This is what happens when you give us a break. We're going to eat food.
Request from the YouTube live stream chats. Shout out to Gloucester Service Station. The very best. Yes. People of culture, I can hear you. Okay.
Can I just say, that is not paid promotion.
No, it's not. That is just us saying how much we appreciate that particular service station on the M5. North or southbound, doesn't matter. They're both pretty good. Okay. We are now in our redemption fights. So, if you win, you're back in the competition. If you lose, you're out. Simple as that. We have our first matchup in the arena loading up as we speak. We have Chucky, the blue lifting robot on the right-hand side of your picture, and we have Speedhole Express, the now reattached weapon on the drill bot that we saw earlier getting destroyed by somebody. I can't remember exactly who it was.
Do you know what? I had it and then I lost it. I had the image, I knew the robot, and then I lost it. Oh, dear. Right. How do you think this is going to match up? Because Chucky has been incredible, and it's actually amazing to see
Speedhole repair.
Speedhole repair.
Yeah, I think Chucky will be a difficult opponent to beat here, I think, because Chucky is genuinely a top-tier competitor as well. Like, you know, it looks quite unassuming.
Robot is.
But it is very
Stand
strong.
by.
Speedhole Express is a new robot. It's a
3,
relatively untested
2,
design.
1.
They'll do well to get through here,
Activate.
but you never know. Stranger things have happened.
Well, I'm looking at Speedy Hole, and they do actually have a chunk taken out of them still, so they haven't done a full repair. They focus more on that arm, which is obviously their more dominant weapon.
Absolutely, and you know, it's required to self-right, which may be needed in this match against Chucky, although at the moment, Chucky's struggling to get in underneath with its own forks, those massive pontoons at the front of Speedhole Express, doing a decent job of getting in underneath Chucky and keeping them at away from harm's reach.
I think Speedy Hole really just needs to ensure that they position themselves so that when
Pit
Chucky does
enabled.
that, driving forward into
like
that, they go up and over Speedy Hole, because that's really going to protect them.
Absolutely. So far, I'd say Speedhole Express have done a very decent job, and they've done a very good job of kind of keeping away from the weapon of Chucky, keeping them at arms
Arm's length, absolutely.
In it goes again.
Almost at fork's length, because those forks of Chucky are so long. And no, the arm of Sir Speedy Hole Express is drooped over, and that is them done. But they've got a lovely pin in the corner.
They did indeed. Pit burn activated, and a good lift
Descended.
from Chucky. That could be all she wrote.
Descended.
And I think it is Speedhole Express. Oh, he got down!
Don't count him
Unbelievable.
out just yet. So Speedhole Express still in this
Wow.
fight. Chucky going straight back in and
Oh,
immediately
not
on their
again.
end. Can they do the
Oh, they
same?
did it again.
Yes, they can.
I mean, it's good value. I don't know if it's going to be very effective, but it's a good push from
It's a
Speedhole
fantastic
Express.
push.
Can
And
they get Chucky down the pit? It'll be an almighty upset, in my opinion. Almost down Chucky. Can they get away?
Teetering on the edge. Speedhole Express needs to
They've
knock him
done
in.
it! Speedhole Express has beaten Chucky. Chucky is out in the redemptions. What an upset.
Lou fell to their knees there. They were unbelievable.
They really did, and Pip comes over to celebrate with Lou as well. Lovely to see. Chucky, a serial event winner, finalist, semi-finalist, they've done it all, out in the redemptions.
I dare say that was the commentator's curse, because
It really
Sam, I
was.
want to make you feel guilty here.
Yeah.
You hyped them up in their first round. They didn't make it through. They're here in the redemptions, and
They're
that
gone.
was so unlucky.
It was. I mean, it was a great display of control. Let's not take it away from Speedhole Express, but wow, Chucky beaten and out at this early stage.
Well-
It's a shame to see it. Craig, let's see if he can pick through the weeds of that.
Yeah, I'm down here with Lou and Speedhole Surgery. My goodness, was that was that the expected kind of course?
No, not being funny. Chucky is an excellent robot, excellent driver. I thought I was just cooked, especially because the mount for the servo holding the arm, it must have snapped off. So obviously, arms went completely limp. As soon as I saw the robot get sort of tilted up, I thought, nah, that's me. Tried wiggling it, managed to get free, and just a whole lot of beginner's luck.
Where's the?
I think managing to get Chucky up on those massive pontoons was really the key, right?
Yeah, they definitely did a lot of heavy lifting in that fight.
Well, congratulations, Lou. I hope you can get that servo mounted back down, ready for round 2.
Yeah, should be fine. I've got plenty.
Well, congratulations, Speedhole Surgery.
Well, no Chucky. Oh. Okay. In the arena, loading up for our redemptions, we have Mild Parallelogram and Monterey Jack.
Parallelogram, parallelogram, parallelogram.
Good job. Well done.
I like that name. That is fun. That's fun to say.
It's vaguely threatening, but you don't quite know how threatening it's going to be.
It's one of those names you don't quite understand because you don't know what it means.
Until you see it, and then it all makes sense. I love the lifter. It's a complete 360
ready.
lifter. It can be effective
Red
both
square,
ways. If
ready.
it gets turned over, it still causes issues for
Robot
their
is
opponents.
stand
Monterey
by.
Jack, we saw had effectiveness
3,
in the first fight.
2,
Can it maintain it
1.
here?
Activate.
So a battle of control between these two robots, and Mild Parallelogram doing a bit of a pirouette 180, and I don't quite understand why, but now they are facing with their shunter into Monterey Jack.
Yeah, good lifter at the front as well, trying to get in underneath and maybe turn Monterey Jack upside down. Monterey Jack pursuing them, trying to get that chainsaw into play. Up goes the lifter the wrong way. That's okay, doesn't matter. They can keep using that in an effective manner. They can use the whole robot to kind of lift Monterey Jack. That's a good push. Couldn't quite get it up and over.
And the button wasn't activated in time, so it
enabled.
didn't actually get touched.
No.
So the pit has not come into play yet.
Not yet. In goes that chainsaw of Monterey Jack. You can see it's kind of dragging the robot up through the middle of Monterey Jack.
And it's quite a difficult weapon to really see and
descending.
how effective it is, because you can't
Pit
necessarily see the
descending.
blades, and well, it does damage on top. Oh, well, the robot has to
Good
be on top
attack
of it.
here from Mild Parallelogram, trying to clamp down on Monterey Jack. Gets away though. It is causing issues for Mild Parallelogram, that chainsaw, isn't it? It is cutting through the plastic.
Well, as I said, it's hard for us to see because the robot is sat on top and is doing the damage underneath. And now we've got Mild Parallelogram shunting up against the wall. Does that count as a pin?
It does. Pushing back on Monterey Jack. Up on top now. Gets away. Mild Parallelogram chases the cheese.
And not only chases, but managed to get underneath. So they're staying in control at the moment. And are we going to see a bit of a grab here? They're both looking a little stuck, and a shunting match is now underway.
They are. So Mild Parallelogram couldn't get away there, but they weren't able to really translate with the robot on top. Monterey Jack, and they're using their weapon effectively, but not really causing the peril that they were hoping for. They are cutting through the plastic though. You can see bits and pieces coming off it now.
I think Monterey Jack are more focused on getting Mild Parallelogram into the
9,
pit. They were doing a
8,
fantastic job
7,
juggling Mild
6,
Parallelogram on their
So
ramp.
very close to the pit. They've got 4 seconds to go to time, but we don't get it. Mild Parallelogram is in peril, and the winner is Monterey Jack. The Cheese Boys progress to the round of 32.
We have lost our second robot of the fight. Lovely handshake between the Roboteers. Always love to see that. It is a wonderful community to be a part of. And we are going to head over to Craig because, well, we're going to say goodbye to Mild Parallelogram.
I'm a bit gutted. You know, geometry, was never my strong point at school, but that is a very aggressive shape.
The implied geometry is aggressive. Mild Parallelogram, I still can't say it. I'm so sad to be losing this robot at this stage in the tournament.
I'm sad too, but that was a really fun fight, and I'm happy with the way it did. Yeah.
It's an amazing robot. How do you think you can improve it and bring it back next time?
I think improving the driver might be a starting point. Just having a bit more practice at coordinating the forward and back and the up and down of the lifting arm.
Yeah, the up and down seemed sometimes a little out of sync.
Yeah, it's like actually listening to the commentary is very useful because they're like, you're doing it the wrong way, and I'm like, oh yes, I am doing it the wrong way.
Correct.
So thanks, commentators.
Well, hopefully we will see Mild Parallelogram for some whiteboards later on in the day.
Yes, very much so. Definitely up for some whiteboards.
We love to see it. Mild Parallelogram, everybody. And Monterey Jack, the cheese. Was the chainsaw running?
Yeah, it was. I think all this black stuff is part of their robot, so it was doing a little bit. I was trying to get it as much use of it as possible, but
Oh, there's some nice grinds on the bottom there. That's good. That's good.
I was going for the wheels, didn't quite get them, but it worked out in the end. It's worked very well, much better than it has in the past.
Nice one. And you reckon you can take it far this year?
Well, I don't know about that, but I'll try.
We love to see it. Monterey Jack, everybody. The cheese.
Very good that they didn't have to cheese the win.
Just calling up some Roboteers. In the redemption round, Record Player versus Galahad, Mura versus Fang, Detonator versus Burnout, and Spins and Needles versus Waveshine. You all need to be making your way up to the ready tables. And, well, Sam, are we going to see an exhibition in driving, I think, right now? Sir Lancerfrog versus Ray. This is going to be a hard one to watch because they're going to be darting all over the arena.
It really is. Two very skillful drivers, two excellent robots as well. I think they fought a couple of times before as well. You can see Lou supporting their partner Pip. Over by the arena, the driver of Ray.
Red square,
Nick
ready.
and Sir Lancerfrog.
Robot here.
A stalwart of the
Stand
scene,
by.
two excellent competitors in the arena.
3, 2.
So everyone,
one.
let's put on an exhibition.
Activate.
This is going to be a fantastic watch.
Good lift from Frog immediately in underneath Ray. Ray didn't win the ground battle at the start. Lancerfrog controlling the starts pretty nicely there.
But I do feel that Ray was the quicker of the two, and that potentially hurted them, giving them more momentum to go over the top of Sir Lancerfrog.
I believe they have the same drive motors, but Ray is 4-wheel drive, Lancerfrog is 2. I wonder if that could be a factor later on. Good control there from Ray in underneath. In
But
the red.
Sir Lancerfrog pirouetting away, so Ray wasn't really able to do much of that. And there's the shunting battle. Sir Lancerfrog appears to be the stronger.
And a good pin as well against the arena wall, using the lifter as a grabber. Good control from Sir Lancerfrog. Pit bun activated.
Descending.
And a new tactic maybe from Nick, using the
Descending.
lifter as a grabber could benefit them in the long run. Good lift though on Ray.
Especially in this battle. So Sir Lancerfrog darting around, somewhat taking control, and now we're locked in that pirouette spin, but they get out of it. And I think Ray's now really trying to get into this fight, keeping Sir Lancerfrog on the right side of that pit.
Yeah, good control there. I think when they go face to face, the Lancerfrog forks you can see at the front there, the two white kind of pontoons, are lower than Ray's snout. However, any other angle, Ray can get in underneath quite happily. And it is kind of showing at the moment that it's able to get in underneath more than Lancerfrog is. Almost goes down the pit there, escapes.
I am shocked by these Roboteers. Neither of them scared to battle around the pit.
And
They are
skirt around
happy
it.
to dance around it.
Good lift from Sir Lancerfrog, almost pinned on the wall, gets away and into the corner. Good control from the Frog. Can a Frog beat a Fox? I have no idea.
So 30 seconds left of this fight. Sir Lancerfrog not really in a good position, but one wheel hanging over the edge, and in it goes!
So Lancerfrog dug deep, couldn't dig deep enough. And Ray progresses to the round of 32, but a great fight between two excellent control bots and two fan favourites, I think, for sure.
I mean, that was a fantastic battle. There really was an exhibition of control. You saw them locking horns, pirouetting around each other, and I couldn't believe how willing they were to fight over the pit area.
Yeah, as we've had a comment in the chat saying it was unfortunate for either robot to lose. I think both worthy of a place in the next round, but one had to go, and unfortunately, it is our boy, Sir Lancerfrog.
And, well, yeah, that's the last time we're going to see Frog.
In the competition, yeah.
Frog is out.
Oh. Craig, let's see what you can dissect from the Frog, shall we?
Let's have a chat with Nick. My goodness, that was such a nail-biter of a match.
When it gets near the pit like that, anything can happen, and if you can see my hands at the moment, it's like just trying not to go down, but I think I just overdid it at the end, but it was a very, very well-deserved win for Ray there. Pip is an excellent driver, so yeah, no shame no, it was a good fight. I'm happy with it.
It was a great fight. There was a few of us watching from the stairs, and when you went in for that kind of maneuver around the pit, all of us, all at once, ooh, that's ballsy.
It is ballsy. I clenched a little bit because it's like Frog has a history of going down the pit as well. But no, I had to go for it. I didn't want to give Pip the room to breathe and just try and manoeuvre out of it. I thought, keep at it, but that's how it turns out sometimes, unfortunately.
Well, given we've established that the pit is kind of Ray's home because it's a borough, they just want to go home together.
yeah, there's now a new tenant in the home as well, so we'll see how that works out.
It's a lovely situation, really. Give it up, everyone, for this beautiful robot, Sir Lancer Frog. Frog. And very quickly, Pip, because we are moving on to the next fight, you got 5 words.
Foxes higher in food chain.
Fair enough. Pip and Ray.
Blue square, ready.
I'm glad we got the frog
Red
jam
square,
today because
ready.
that's one of my favourite elements of the day.
Robot
Absolutely.
is
In the arena, we
standby.
have Mura in the red circle,
3,
Fang in the blue,
2,
now repaired
1.
from its de-disking
Activate.
earlier on today. Oh, there it goes again! It's like a Beyblade in the arena!
Immediately defanged again! So now we've got Mura. Actually, Fang doing a fantastic pin in the corner here.
Absolutely, and down goes the weapon of Mura. Is that just a tactical thing? Yes, it is. Up to speed once again. Fang, what do you do now, son? You've got no weapon, and I think very shortly, not much competition left because they've been shredded, but great control and pinning from Fang. Waiting for the pit button, and then maybe push them down the pit. Is that the solution? Oh, and almost out of the arena! And there it goes.
Descending. Seas.
Brilliant work. I have to say, apologies there to John Luke and Fang, because as soon as I said good repair job on the disc, off it came. I'm so sorry.
I mean, once again, the commentator's curse is with Sam.
I know.
I will say, though, Fang actually, I think they would have won the pushing battle. They looked stronger in the traction, and they were able to push Mura around. And actually, if that pit button was able to activate a bit sooner, might have changed the battle, but not having a weapon, it does hinder.
No, it's a shame. And Fang has done so well in this event before in the past as well. It's been in the top 4 before. Poor old Fang. And I have to say, shout out to the chat as well. We've got a lot of Spanish viewers watching today, and it's great to see. So, Craig, give them what they want.
Yes, I'm here with Miura. What a match! Exploding the weapon off.
She's my mother. Cheer to the camera. It was funny.
Yeah, that was a great match. He's just like defanging Fang in those first couple of seconds. Oh, it looks dominant. Do you reckon you can take this far?
We'll see. There is no pressure at all, so we'll see.
Well, we love to see it. You've got so much support in the chat. Everyone's cheering you on. Give it up, everyone, for Miura. And John and Fang. I've got your cradle. You're welcome. Oh, no.
It's fine. It's perfect. It's how I designed it.
I mean, it is... It's there.
Yeah, it's all still there. It's fine.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It was an experiment, and it didn't work. So I'll probably just strap a wedge to it for a whiteboard. It'll be fine.
Amazing. Well, we love to see it. Fang, everybody.
So, our next fight is between Galahad and not Record Player. Unfortunately, Record Player had to withdraw from the competition. We have some reserves on standby. So, entering the arena is Cormoran and Cormelian? Cormelian. Okay. So, all the way from Cornwall, a regular competitor in these events.
I will say, there is a ravelled Cornish flag being used in the robot as the safety device.
I love that.
Absolutely representing the Cornish. People really do travel from all over.
They really do. So we've had people from, a couple of teams from Scotland today. We've got, teams from Spain, the Netherlands. Often we have Ireland as well competing.
So what happens in the event that Galahad does not win this
Red
fight?
square, ready.
We'll get to that when we get to that. I have no idea,
Blue square,
I'll be honest.
ready.
So let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Robot is
Galahad in the red,
standby.
Cormoran in the blue
3,
with their little
2,
bot.
1.
Chameleon.
Activate.
Away we go. Cormoran, weapon to weapon. And good grab there on Galahad. And is that the end of Cormelian? I think it might be. There's no translation from there.
So Chameleon has, they've blended in. They've stuck themselves there. They're not moving. And Galahad releasing and immediately tipping themselves over.
Yep, got Galahad as well, a competitor from Chichester University. Travelled all the way down, didn't win the first fight, having to fight their way back in. So far, Cormoran doing a decent job of pinning and controlling that nasty spinner, and has got them against the arena wall. Cormoran.
Cormoran,
oh, there you go, that's more like it.
Finally, we're seeing the weapon of Galahad come into play as Cormoran doing a fantastic job controlling the initial stages. We're heading into the second half almost. And look at the shrapnel, the metal of Cormoran just being flung up into the air.
The fork of Cormoran there is caught in the Galahad weapon setup, so we'll have to pause the fight.
Can we call that a fork? The sheet of... the sheet of aluminium, is that a fork?
It's trying, isn't it? It is trying. There you go, it's been released. So, Cormoran has a minute and 5 seconds to either last or try and get a pitting maybe on Galahad. Galahad will be hoping just to tear Cormoran apart for the next minute.
So there is 1 minute left of this battle. The pit has not come into play yet. And I think that suits Galahad a lot more than it suits Cormoran, because Cormoran's been doing a fantastic job controlling, getting the grip on Galahad.
Oh, there goes the fork, completely ripped away, but the weapon is now stopped on Galahad.
Well, that's because it's lodged. So the shrapnel, the debris of Cormoran was lodged in Galahad's spinning disc.
And I don't know, but the weapon is still not spinning. That has damaged Galahad. So Galahad is now weaponless. Cormoran have disabled that by virtue of, well, ejecting one of its forks into the weapon. Cormoran grabs Galahad. Can they drag them towards the pit? Galahad pushes. Cormoran holds on. It's going. It's going. It's not gone yet. It's going to release soon.
I don't know how this is going to be counted out. Cormoran is not held.
It's going. Is it down the pit? I think it's down the pit.
There we go.
There it goes. That's the end of that. Cormoran stepped in as a reserve, eliminated by Galahad. I think fair enough.
Well, absolutely, and it now means we don't have the headache of, what does that mean?
We don't have to worry about that now. Galahad through to the round of 32, and the next round of the uni kind of segment of the brackets. Cormoran out of the competition, but I'm sure we'll see them later on for some whiteboards. Craig, you've got someone over there already.
I'm here with Galahad. Why did it stop?
I think the belt got a bit dislodged there, and it's quite tight, so it just, it stopped a bit on the belt because it's a bit jammed there now, so, but easy fix.
Easy fix, Cormoran's belt just shifting it off just a little bit.
Yeah, that's the main thing. His clasp came down on me, and I was just stuck there for a bit, so, but on to the next ones.
Had the drive power to take it down. You're being offered a trophy. Watch yourself. My goodness, I imagine it's sharp as heck. So Galahad making it through to round 2.
Yeah, so we'll see how it goes. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Galahad from Chichester. And Tony, Cormoran and Cormelian, the last minute reserve.
Yeah.
One was dead on arrival.
Yeah, well, it got to the corner square. It did work. And then the link must have come loose, I think. Yeah. Shame, but hey, this worked as better than it ever has done, this one. It's been ripped apart before now, though.
I mean, it did a great job of, just keeping it pinned down.
Yeah, I'm amazed that it worked even that well. But I've come up against vertical spinners with this thing beforehand, and they've just been shredded. It held up.
Well, it's a great strategy. Will we see you for some whiteboards later on? I imagine so.
Oh, definitely. But Cormoran looks exactly like this. It's the same robot, though. Same robot.
Same robot, but they will look a little bit different. Cormoran, everybody! Woo!
Into the arena, we have our next fight. Spins and Needles, the shuffling ring spinner. What a joyous little piece of robot that is. I really like the changes to Spins and Needles. And the little mini-bot, I don't think it has a name. We never found out the name. They're taking on Waveshine. We didn't get to see Spin Up in the first fight, did we?
No, I think Spins and Needles mini-bot. I want to call it Scratch. You know, Spins and Needles, thinking of a record player.
Ready.
Yeah.
Robot is.
We'll see if the Roboteers are happy with that name. Waveshine, I mean, both robots looking to redeem themselves. Let's see who's the victor.
Absolutely, away we go. Loughborough Uni takes on Bristol Uni. Weapon of Waveshine this time is spinning up to speed, which is great to see. Spins and Needles have hit the wall a couple of times and they've stopped spinning. That could be a concern for them.
As soon as you mention it, it stops working.
And And I think as well, there's a shuffle pod down on Spins and Needles. It's been shredded, and then that could be the end of the fight for them.
But we got a pin going on here. Waveshine pinned against the wall by the Minibot.
Brilliant work, but I don't think it's going to matter because Spins and Needles cannot get out of their circumference. That could be the end of the fight any time now. Ref is counting them down. Waveshine, I think, is going to make it through to the next round.
I mean, Waveshine's just having a bit of a play here with the Minibot. They're not spinning up their weapon, they're just having to push him out.
That is it. And it's a win for Waveshine. Bristol Uni progress. Loughborough Uni defeated. Waveshine, though, not at its best. You know, it did suffer the weapon going down, and I think they've lost the drive side right at the end as well, so concerns for them, but they are through to the next round.
And they didn't take, you know, really, they didn't take any damage from that fight, so they can continue their onward repairs ready for the round of 32.
Absolutely. Shame for Spins and Needles. I do like the changes they've made going from the standard wheel setup to the shuffle pod setup. You know, obviously allows more weight for the weapon and other benefits, and they can be very effective, but unfortunately a big hit from the drum, I think, of Waveshine has cost them, and that's the end of that.
And I feel like a big, powerful spinning weapon such as that, actually wheeling around the arena is actually probably quite challenging, really difficult to do, shuffling around the arena when you've got so much momentum and force spinning around your chassis. It's actually probably the safer way to go. Is anyone going to make their way over to Craig? Yes, we're going to have Waveshine.
We've got Waveshine coming on in its span this time.
I did nothing to fix it.
So it's kind of got a mind of its own.
Yes.
That's fine. That's acceptable. At least it did spin, and then it stopped again.
Yeah, it did do that.
Let's get it in the spinner test box. Let's get it sorted out. I want to see this thing dealing out some big hits for Bristol Uni, yeah?
Yeah, let's see.
Amazing. We will see Waveshine in round 2.
Our next fight is loading in. Can we please get to the ready table if you're not already here? Detonator, Burnout, Antimatter, Wheelie Big Lad, El Tiburon, Obsidide?
We need to find out.
Yeah.
We need to find out.
Oh, was that? No, that might be Forkhead now, actually. Jackhammer and Photon, please.
Is Obsidide Forkhead? Obsidide is not Forkhead. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Forkhead is Forkhead. Forkhead got put in Brook.
Okay, that's fine.
And for those in the arena with us today, thank you for joining us at St. Michael's Centre. Fantastic crowd we've got here today. You are funding this event, so the money you're using has made this event possible. Thank you so much. And, well, I think you're going to be... I think it's going to be a bit of a treat, because we're going to be... I don't want to predict, but I'm going to. Whirlpool has a very powerful weapon that does a lot of damage. Camellia is made out of an old Roomba. And that type of plastic just absolutely splinters, shatters, and goes everywhere. So we're going to be treated to almost a firework display of plastic being fired around the arena. That's a prediction. We'll see what happens.
Anything can happen in the arena, but
Blue square.
I will say,
Red square.
Camilla's
Ready.
looking a little bit different now. They've
Robot
taken a lot
here.
of robot
Stand
off the
by.
back to try and keep it a little bit more stable.
3,
Hopefully that
2,
kind of weight transfer will be a bit better. Away we go.
And a bit of a shock, really, to see Whirlpool in this redemption, but they gave the arena wall a tap. Camellia.
Oh my goodness!
Fight
Good prediction, Gav. Well done. You've done a few events at this point. You know what you're talking about.
I mean,
my goodness, there's nothing left of poor old Camilla.
I'm conflicted because it feels good to be right, but also I didn't want to see it so quickly. I was hoping for a little tussle, a little back and forth. I think it's the lipo that got fired out, and that's why it was stopped so quickly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, Sam, if you can see.
I am down here right now, and I can see there is a slight lipo exposed on Camilla, right?
Yeah, her weapon wasn't working at all.
I saw a belt spinning, but the weapon was not.
I think our modifications screwed that over as well. But we weren't expecting her to make it far, and she went out in style, so.
She did go out in style. Let's get that over on the camera. Check out some gourmet damage.
Well, they are
That's
just
not got any damage on it.
They're
We'll have a look at
retrieving-
that in a minute.
They're retrieving some more parts, Craig, so give them some chance to get the shrapnel together.
Let's get this thing looked at. My goodness, Camilla is in significantly more pieces than she came in, right?
Yeah. We weren't this is what we expected to happen, honestly. We
Came with a sense of fun.
It was for the fun, not to win, and she went out in style, and that's what we wanted.
Have you had fun?
Yeah.
Then we've met our win condition. Camilla.
It's not like I've ever done this before, so a hell of a first introduction, I guess.
It's a hell of an introduction getting put against that demon of a thing over there. So, congratulations on making it out.
We'd have done a lot better, but it didn't, so what can you do?
It's a potent-looking weapon. Do you reckon you can get it running for a match sometime in the future? Maybe not today. It looks a little bit in pieces.
Maybe. We'll have to figure that one out.
I want to see the return of Camilla. I bet you lot want to see the return of Camilla. Camilla, everybody! And let's have a real quick look at Whirlpool, which I don't think has any damage.
Well, I felt a bit bad because I saw they were struggling, and I suppose it just went in and it felt a bit, didn't it? Didn't take much, but yeah, pleased with that.
Turns out Roombas are not designed to cope with large spinning blades.
I suppose you could say it kind of sucked.
Get out. Whirlpool, everybody!
Okay. We are loading up our next fight into the arena. We have Burnout, who has, I'm assuming, replaced the flipper panel? No, it bent it back into shape. Wow, fair play. You deployed the Wallace hammer. Excellent.
The wonderful thing about metal, it bends, but you bend it back.
Absolutely. And we have Detonator, who detonated itself in the first fight. They'll be hoping to detonate Burnout, their opponents, this time around.
Living up to its name.
Absolutely. The weapon with a dust sheet for armor against Burnout, which is very sturdily built, I have to say. It has so much potential, so often
Red
it does
square, ready.
pretty well, but then
Blue
kind
square,
of
ready.
spears the wall and ends up getting stuck. So hopefully it won't happen this time.
Robotics, stand by.
So
3,
anticipation building.
2,
I think Burnout's going to want to survive until the pit becomes a
Away
factor.
we go, and the spin up of Detonator is minimal. Oh dear, what's going on there, Milo? We'll have to see if we can get it up to crank through the gears in a second. It's starting to. Not quite able to get it fully up to speed, but Burnout trying to make sure it doesn't get a chance to.
But I don't think Detonator necessarily needs its weapon. I mean, they can come in this with a different style. They can come in here and try and control the fight a different way. And Burnout is so quick that it might just find itself flying around the arena. And once that pit lowers, accidentally falling in. We've seen it so many times today.
Burnout is definitely the slower of the two, would you believe? It's got a lot more drive power, does Detonator, but it's relying on getting in underneath and pushing them. But they are doing a decent job of doing so. Look at that. Great drive power there on Detonator, despite the lack of weapon. Still competing very well in the fight. Good driving, though, by Burnout. And down the pit goes Detonator, and it's a win for Mr. Jevon Woodrow. Well done.
So what we saw there was fantastic control. Detonator was really pushing and winning that fight. Burnout, though, did a cheeky little dart around to try and position Detonator to the pit. They almost got Detonator in off their own momentum, but then Detonator was, teetering on the side. It was very close. Yeah. Very, very close. I think as soon as the pit became enabled, it was more in Burnout's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, a brilliant effort, from Jevon. He's always threatened to do very well with that robot, and I am very happy that he's been able to get a nice little dub on the board. Craig.
Milo.
Bring him over.
Milo. Why didn't it do the thing?
It must have killed a speed controller in the last fight, and I didn't check it. It's doing. The robot's doing everything I didn't want it to do. But next time, it might be good. Who knows?
It's a shame because that was a scary performance in its first match, right?
Yeah, I mean, a Norwalk it worked. This one, I've made it worse. And next time, maybe it'll be good again. Who knows?
We'll see. Do you reckon you can get it working for a little whiteboard later on?
Very possibly. If you want.
We'll love to see it. Detonator, everybody. And Jevon, Burnout, a repaired Burnout. coming up against the biggest drum in the competition. How do you feel going into that?
I've had the draw from hell today. I had Stratus round 1, and then Milo's big drum, always drum, everything's a drum. Yeah, it's been a day, but that went quite well. I managed to get a little flip, not quite the big flip that I'm wanting yet. I'm still a little bit nervy. I think driving is my big issue, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll get those big flips later on. Burnout, everybody.
Woo. So Antimatter's made their way to the red zone.
Square.
Wheelie
Red
Big
square,
Lad in
ready.
the blue. This is going to be an interesting battle, Sam.
Absolutely.
Robot
Wheelie
here.
Big Lad is
Stand by.
kind of like Stratus earlier on. The body is
3,
nice and high off the floor,
2,
so it's going to be interesting to
1.
see what Antimatter can actually do to it. Wheelie Big Lad, we're hoping to bring that weapon in the middle to it, but look at that. I mean, hit and shredded already the wheels.
So it is shredding the wheels of Wheelie Big Lad, but the problem is they're so flimsy anyway that actually there's not much rigidity there, so they just deflect away from the egg beater of Antimatter.
And Wheelie Big Lad's weapon is a spinner on the arm as well, so they can bring it into play and thwack it down, and that's what they've done. They've bent the chassis, I think, on Antimatter. Antimatter cannot drive, and it's tapped out. And Wheelie Big Lad showboating in celebration. They
and
progress.
The crowd
yeah,
love
they like that. More of that, please, from Wheelie Big Lads. Through to the round of 32. It's a shame for Antimatter. It's their first robot, so give them a lot of credit to, they built something that's pretty complex and, put it together, and it's fought very well in the arena. They did get a good few shots there off of Wheelie Big Lad, but Wheelie Big Lad, that weapon is deadly. It can hit places you don't expect to get hit, and that is what makes it so dangerous.
I am surprised, though. I am really surprised. I thought Antimatter would be able to wear away at the wheels of Wheelie Big Lad and bring him down to their size, but no, not the case. And as you said, just all it took was the one hit. And unfortunately, Antimatter, I don't know if it was stuck. We'll find out with Craig.
Yes, I am here with Antimatter. That took a big hit.
Yeah, it didn't quite go as planned, did it? Took a massive chunk out of the top plate, absolutely destroyed a wheel, but other than that, I think it seems relatively fine.
Why did you tap? What was the purpose?
There was no point continuing. I was fully high-centered. I wasn't going anywhere.
That's fair enough. Taking the high road out. It's a beautiful machine, and we'll love to see it back. Do you reckon you can get it working for some whiteboards later on?
I mean, I still have a ton of spare parts, and I've actually, thanks to some people here, I've actually got the drive and weapon working simultaneously now. So I've got spare wheels, I've got other top plates, I should be fine.
I know there's a certain massive drum that's also looking to compete later on, so if you fancy a very spicy match, there's always the potential, but we'll love to see it no matter what. Antimatter, everybody.
Thank you.
My goodness, Shaky. You were like a shark coming in for that hit, just lining it up.
I was really trying to get, because he's got a thin HEP lid overlap back, I was really trying to land a shot on there. And I was lining up for it when I realized it was high-centered, and I thought I wouldn't risk it. I'd let the time play out, If I lost this one, I'd be out, and I'd really want more fights.
That's very fair. I think that's a very fair thing to do. And Wheelie Big Lad showing that it is not a robot to be messed with there, right?
It's difficult to control, but when it works, it does some good stuff. And it was a well-driven opponent, so yeah, I'm just happy to get some hits on it at all.
Well, we're excited to see it later on. It's the Wheelie Big Lad, everybody.
Just a quick one. Can we just make sure we're not stood in any of the walkways around the arena, please? There's lots of tape on the floor. Just make sure that we're not blocking any of those access ways. Thank you. In the arena momentarily, we will have our next fight. It's another university fight between Obsidian and El Tiburon. And can we also get to the ready table?
I was going to say, whilst they're
Wow.
loading in,
Bogmeister.
Oh, that was nice. We're never going to do that again.
Exposure.
I got nervous.
Inversion. Lith.
Lillian. All right, Everest versus Ingot, and then Jackhammer versus Photon.
I'm sorry for anyone watching and listening. That was terrible.
There was a moment where we were professional.
And that ended very quickly. Loading into the arena, we have El Tiburon, the kind of red and black entry on the right-hand side of the screen, if you're watching the stream. And Obsidian, the kind of sleeker, flat, black and white robot on the left. I also have a mini-bot in the arena as well.
Obsidied. I'm gonna
Okay.
say we'll do Obsidied.
Obsidied.
I don't want to give you I'm going to give you an insight into our referees' minds at the moment. Not our referees, our judges' minds at the moment, because they just leant over. There are mini-bots, there are cluster bots, and the idea is that you work together with your mini-bot to, pin, distract. Rory over here saying friendly fire is always on. They want to see carnage. It doesn't matter who they're fighting against.
Rory Mangles of Team Nuts fame from Robot Wars would know all about that, because I'm pretty sure at some point Nuts 2 wiped out one of its mini-bots, didn't it? Yeah, exactly. So he is an expert in this field, I think. So
how to do the most damage to your friends.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, well. Later on today, we will be having whiteboard competitions. So this is for any Roboteers who have been knocked out of the competition but want to have a bit of fun. And typically, they end up being real carnage and chaos with 4-way fights, sometimes 12-way fights.
Absolutely.
It can be absolutely mental. They'll be later today, so do stick around.
Absolutely. Obsidied heading towards the blue square. I think I've lost one side of their kind of wheel protection to accommodate for the mini-bot. I like that. Good effort. And
Not sure it's a tactic I would have taken.
The reason why I think they've done it, though, is because there's no kind of threatening weapon, and I think you don't really need the wheel guards to protect the wheels if there's no kind of big spinner. And also, the lifter of El Tiburon can snag those kind of wheel guards and kind of hold it, and I think that now they can't, right? So,
well, on one
Red
side,
square,
they've only
ready.
taken one off.
Correct.
Blue square.
Maybe they should have taken both off, who knows?
Robot ears, stand by.
Well, we are ready to go for our next fight
3,
in the redemption match.
2, 1.
El Tiburon
Activate.
from Bristol University, and we have Obsidied from Loughborough. Weapon is up to speed on Obsidied. Here comes the friendly fire. No, not yet. Nice attempt there. I love the... Oh, that's cruel. Come on.
There's finesse points there.
Oh, there it goes.
And there's the friendly fire we mentioned.
It's still going, to its credit. The ant weight's still in the arena. Oh, well, it was, and now it's not.
El Tiburon looks out, though. They're not really manoeuvring.
No, that wheel is completely sheared off, hasn't it, on the one-hand side. It's still kind of almost translating across the arena, so that's why this fight's still continuing. But the longer this fight goes on, the more you've got to fear for them.
So really, this is for Obsidied to pick and choose. How do they want to fight El Tiburon? How do they want to charge in with their spinning weapon? Get it up to speed and then charge in. Looks like they're trying to aim for the sole driving wheel of El Tiburon.
And they are starting to slowly split the kind of wheel guard on the free side on El Tiburon. Oh, there goes the link, though. That's gone, and that is the end of the fight, because the removal link has come out. It means the robot is now safe. You don't want a safe robot in the arena. And it is a win for Obsidied and Loughborough University. So they go through to the next round of the uni bracket, and that is the end of Bristol Uni's El Tiburon.
It'll be interesting to see whether the mini-bot makes a return.
It had good spirit, didn't it?
I mean, it was incredible. It got in there, got the weapon underneath, and then went to flip, and oh wait, it is so much lighter. It's flipping itself.
It was trying its best, but I have to say, great, lovely to see the team celebrating that way, because it is their first victory, obviously. Well done to Loughborough Uni. El Tiburon, the carcass being pulled away by Gareth, and the mini-bot. I mean, we'll have to think of a mini-bot name for later on, but it's seen better days. It did survive, and it was still running at the end, so that's credit to that. However, that flipper looks a little bit bent and buckled, doesn't it? Back to the drawing board for Loughborough Uni.
Absolutely, and we can see the team celebrating there, getting a video of themselves. Craig is looking definitely lonely, though, on his phone. We've got the Craig slacking over here. If we can just wake him up a second with some Roboteers.
Oh, El Tiburon. What happened?
So, after the first fight, there were some major repairs that needed to be done, and we got them all done, but I think we forgot about the wheel actually being pushed on. So it went in, it got hit once, and then flew off.
It was on, for the record.
It was on, it just decided not to be after a little while.
Yeah, I think it just didn't like us very much. It didn't want us to win. They thought that we were too powerful,
Exactly. Like, if it did win, the wheel was working, we would have won easily. And I think that just would have been unfair to the rest of the competition because it's just such a good robot. So I think it had to tap itself out, essentially.
So you're saying the wheel was against you?
Exactly, yes.
This wheel. It's over there now.
I think that's definitely a good decision. Screw that wheel, man.
Screw that wheel. Il Tiburon, everybody!
So in the arena, we have Bogmeister in the red zone, Exposure
square,
in
ready.
the blue. Bogmeister done a fantastic repair
Red
to get
square,
there, folks.
ready.
Well, I don't quite know what to
Pontoons.
say.
I'd say
Robot
pontoons.
is stand by.
Back on the robot. But
Three,
I think Exposure
2,
will, with the more
1.
damage capability. Let's see what they do.
Of course, they. Oh, well, there goes the lifter
Immediately.
immediately. Seconds into the fight, but over goes Exposure. Of course, they lost a wheel in the first fight. I'm hoping that doesn't happen again. Good response, though, by Bogmeister, holding it back, using those pontoons as kind of like a keep-away stick, if you like. And so far, doing a decent job of keeping it away until then. And that's entire front panel ripped away. Still okay, though, for now.
But we do have Bogmeister has to be careful because their circuitry is exposed.
That is the end of that.
Enable.
Bogmeister still running, still going.
They don't need it. They don't need it. We'll carry on.
The
It's
servo,
just a servo.
The Bog chants are going.
So, Exposure now looking to have their way with what remains
Oh
of
no,
Bogmeister.
I think that could be the end of Bog. Bogmeister have tapped out. That's the end of that. But what a performance, a spirited effort from Bogmeister. They're loving the fact that they got trashed. Exposure looking a lot more fearsome now. That was much more like it.
And undeterred, they had their face removed, their guts taken out, and they were still going on like a headless chicken. They carried on.
Absolutely, and quite right too. They kept in there. They didn't want to tap out, and they only tapped out when the robot stopped. The servo for the weapon ripped out as well. The pontoons pulled away once again. The front
one googly eye, the most important part, ripped
shattered.
off.
Oh. Some great photos being taken as well by our arena photographer Stuart. We'll get some of those up on the socials later on, I'm sure. But
It's
that
the
is-
action shots. The
it's
action
beautiful.
shots they're able to get is incredible.
Absolutely. Great fight there. Good spirited value from Bogmeister, who is going down to Craig.
There is a myth in the Beetleweight scene that great things come from robots with Bog in their name. And this is another.
I mean, that was a quality fight. Not for our end, but it was great fun.
That was so sick. Just the fact that it just kept going.
It keeps going. It doesn't stop until the link falls out. We might have to invest in a Switch next time, because then we'll be literally invincible.
Literally invincible.
Invincible. It was not going to stop ever.
We're all doomed, everyone. Bogmeister will reign supreme. Give it up for Bogmeister.
Very spirited effort from Bogmeister, and great. That's what we want to see. You want to see, teams coming, from all different engineering backgrounds and all levels of engineering skill, and that was a great effort. Okay, they got trashed, but they'll learn from that. They'll learn what things to screw down tighter next time.
Well, and exactly that. I mean, they'll learn what materials to use. They'll come here. They'll talk to the fellow competitors. No one really has secrets in the robot world. It's very much an open community, and they enjoy sharing. Oh, for those who can't see on the live stream, there is a fresh carpet, everyone. This is a brand new carpet in St. Michael's Centre, and we've just covered it with metallic and plastic shrapnel. We will clean it up after, but Gareth, you've given us a job to do there. Oh wait, was it Rob? Sorry,
No, it was Jack who did it. Yeah. Rob wasn't even here.
Jack, it was Jack.
In the arena, though, loading up currently, we have ingots, the checker plates sort of style armor robots. I love the look of it. It's very pleasing to the eye.
I find it surprising how unique it is, because that style is quite synonymous with robot fighting, but actually you're looking at the category of robots we got here today, it's quite unique.
Yeah, absolutely. Most robots, running, high density plastics and 3D printed materials, you don't normally get like aluminium checker plate, and it's quite a novelty, so it's nice to see.
For those who don't quite appreciate, the indentations in that plate actually makes it stronger, because it means that the material is less flimsy. It's got a bigger eye section.
Wow.
I know
Wow.
stuff.
Where did that come from?
I know stuff.
Okay.
So, yeah, corrugated metal is actually a bit more rigid and so a bit stronger. I'm getting nods from the Roboteer. That's always
Okay.
nice. I'm actually saying
When are you
stuff.
going to build one, Gav? That's my question.
When am I? Where? Ooh. I did see one that was built out of a ukulele once. That's kind of my level.
So November you're going to be competing then, yeah?
I didn't say.
Okay, all right.
I will not sign. I will not sign my life away just yet.
Okay. Joining Ingot in the arena, we have Everest, of course, did the thing in the first fight. With the thing being, for those that don't know, a vertical spinner getting stuck on its weapon and kind of front end attachments.
Are we allowed to say the thing? Are we not going to get in trouble with our Roboteering friends in America?
No, that is the thing. Is a worldwide term.
I didn't know if they trademarked it. You know what they're like, litigious.
Well, less said about that, the better.
So I'll move it on. I will move it on then. So Ingot moving to the red zone, Everest in the blue, and Everest did not give us
Blue
a
square,
true
ready.
showing in the first round. So let's really
Robot
see what
is,
they can show.
stand by.
One-on-one now, they are up against Ingot.
3,
And Ingot,
2,
were
1.
able to get themselves
Activate.
unstuck.
They
So
were.
they're not afraid of the thing. They know they've been there as well.
But they're showing their rear end to Everest. It's almost a bit like insulting to show the rear end off, but they're doing it. And they're peeling up the steel, the corrugated armor, and I think that could be the end of that already because the armor's been peeled up. They cannot run upside down. Everest stands off.
That almost as if there was a game plan. If you were a coach going into a game, that would be the game plan you'd write. Tilt up the metal, flip it over, count it out, move on to the round of 32.
Easy as you like. And through to the next round, we'll go Everest. We saw a little bit more of what they're capable of there. That's much more like it. I'm sure they'll be happy with that.
For those of us joining us in St. Michael's Centre, hello and welcome. We are slowly eliminating robots and slowly making our way to the round of 32, which is when we will start to see real fierce fighting between very powerful, very experienced Roboteers. And sad to see Ingot leave the competition, but they did make it this far.
Absolutely, they did a solid job in the first fight. That fight they didn't really get a chance to get going. They were kind of peeled up quite quickly. I'm hoping we'll see them later on for some whiteboard fights, but yeah, pretty brutal from Everest there. Craig, I think you've got some people heading your way.
Yes, let's get Ingot in here first. Have a look at the gourmet damage on this machine. My goodness, what happened?
I know he's just not as durable as I thought. That guy hits really hard.
Yeah, these things are devastating. What is it made out of?
It's like corrugated aluminium.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell it's got that kind of very distinctive aluminium peel. Is the kind of scoop the same stuff?
No, that's mild steel.
And it's again got that kind of... It's all a little bit bent. Do you reckon you can hammer it back into shape for some whiteboard matches later?
I doubt it. I don't know.
Is it time for this version of Ingot to retire to its happy place?
Yeah, you might have to go robot high then.
Well, we've loved seeing it. Everyone give a massive round of applause for Ingot. Gabriel, you nasty man.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I like that. Yeah, nice to see it going well. Needed a bit of a run-up to get it there, but hey, that's a big bit of damage. So.
Now, I was stood next to Jack Tweedy while watching that fight. He was watching with specific
Red
interest.
square, ready.
Because he's got you next. Have fun.
Yeah, that might not go so well, but I'll try.
Everest!
Loaded up into the arena for our next redemption match is Lilith in the blue square, the front hinge flipper taking on Inversion, rebuilt after being completely obliterated by Cult in the first round.
Blue
So
square,
you can only
ready.
imagine these are fresh parts, because I doubt any of that was
Red
salvageable.
square, ready.
I know, it was brutally
Robot
pulled
is,
apart, wasn't it, by
stand
the
by.
undercut of Cult, but they've got a chance here to
3,
take on Lilith.
2,
Now, no forks, so they can't get pinned
Activate.
under the arena walls.
But still a very low running ramp, so they're able to get underneath Inversion and doing a fantastic job. Although saying that, Inversion winning that fork battle.
Good little lift there from Inversion and using the kind of lifting arm to kind of pin them against the arena wall. Good lift on Lilith. Lilith self-rights with nice style as well. Over goes Lilith. Good drive away, turned over. Self-rights, turned over.
Gets stuck and then pinned up against the wall.
Great
It's
driving.
stuck!
Unbelievable work from Inversion. And Lilith is stuck against the arena wall.
Enabled.
Can they drive away from there? Can
There
they
is.
get themselves down? A shake of the head from David. And I think that could be that. Oh, it's a shame. Lilith stuck against the arena wall. Inversion the winner. Good fights from Inversion and Lilith. Pinned up. Good driving, I have to say, from Inversion to keep them under pressure and pinned up against the wall.
That's so unlucky.
It happens.
So unlucky. You mentioned there that they don't have the fork, so they won't get stuck on the wall.
But they got stuck on
Sam,
the wall. I know.
another
I
commentator's
know.
curse.
I'm
Chalk
so-
it up.
I know, it's terrible. But, you know, good driving from Inversion. That is the capability of this robot. I said it finished second at the Aston University event last year. Did very, very well. I was surprised to see it get pasted so badly in the first round, and that is much, much more like it from Inversion. Hopefully we get to hear from Will and David in a second.
I mean, when it's a lifter against lifter, Inversion has the opportunity to show what it can do, but looking at the robots left in the fight, there's a lot of spinners.
There's a
and
lot of heavy hitters.
I do worry for them, but let's go over to Craig and see what he can learn.
Very quick chat with Will. After that absolute mullering you got in round one, that was much more like it.
Yeah, it was only just about put together. I think we had about 10 minutes to spare all in all. But yeah, it seems to work. A little bit unhappy on the left-hand side, so still a bit of work to do, but it'll be okay.
Get it all polished out, ready for round two.
Looking forward to it.
Amazing Inversion. And Dave, let's bring you in. That was a rough way to go, my man.
Yeah, I'm not particularly happy about that, but I got outdriven and outperformed by a very good driver in Will, so what can you say, really?
Yeah, can I just say that in terms of a control bot match was such a gourmet match. You guys just absolutely going for it, getting yourself back over and keeping on top of each other. It was really amazing to see.
Yeah, that's half the game is keeping in control of the machines. It's very hard to keep a control on a machine like that because it's so well driven. But you know, better luck next time. Hopefully, I'll get him stuck in the same way next time.
Well, you're an amazing driver yourself, an amazing builder, an amazing person in the sport. Dave and Lilith, everyone.
Can we please get Don't Stop Me Now and Overclocked, Galahad and Curb Stomp and Waveshine and Got Any Grapes to the ready table as soon as possible, please? Thank you.
I do feel for David and Lilith there. David normally is the arena master, so it's a nice change for him to be in the fights, but to be out in that way, such a shame.
It is, you know, two gutting ways to go as well. You know, pinned against the wall and stuck in the wall. It's a bit of a shame to go out like that, but it happens. Photon now without the hammer
Red
saw.
square, ready.
So it's now a full
Blue
control
square,
bot.
ready.
Hopefully that will favour them.
Robot is
Obviously,
stand
was
by.
struggling in the first fight, if you remember back.
3,
They take on Jackhammer,
2,
whose battery
1.
got ejected in about
Activate.
10 seconds. So hopefully they won't have the same issue this time themselves.
So we've been robbed of the hammer saw,
Oh
big
my
hammer saw
word.
fight, and Jackhammer showing us their aggression, how fierce that weapon is, but Photon with a pin.
Goodness me, Jackhammer hammering the floor.
Hasn't actually got a hit
But
on
the
Photon
weapon
yet.
slowed down. Oh, I thought the weapon was going to stop for a second there. It slowed down momentarily, but so far Photon, despite having no hammer saw of their own and no weapon, are doing a very, very good job of keeping them kind of at harm's reach. That won't help them. That weapon, when it comes into contact, is going to be brutal, I'm sure, from Jackhammer like that. And we've seen damage, and that is, well, a bit of an issue there because I think they've lost a side of drive. Something's gone very wrong here for Photon. Jackhammer lining up another shot if they need to. I don't think they need to.
I can see on Photon one of the belts have gone loose,
Absolute-
and Jackhammer's winding up for a hit.
Are they going to do it? Are they going to do it?
Go on, do it. Do it.
No,
do
fair
it.
enough, fair enough. The fight was won. Didn't need to do it. No booing, please. Come on, there's no need for that. Jackhammer, imperious, and through to the next round, and looks a lot more like it now. The battery stayed intact.
We've been robbed. We've been robbed. Jackhammer was primed for a brilliant impact there. They could have ended it in a KO, but they went for the count out.
No,
which
that's fine.
It's a very humble, very kind way to, win the fight.
Ultimately, no one wants to cause unnecessary damage because these robots are very expensive. Hundreds of pounds, to put into them, and a lot of time and effort as well. So, completely get why you didn't do it.
See,
However,
this is the problem. If I was to build a robot,
baying for blood.
Bloodlust. Bloodlust would be my issue. Or oil lust, I guess, in roboteering.
Yeah, but I suppose that does mean though we'll have to see some more of those amazing choice shots from Jackhammer later.
Well, it was interesting. The start of the fight, they just couldn't get a shot on. All it took was one impact, and Photon was begging for the end. So, Craig, let's see you with Photon.
Down here with Photon, who bravely went into that match with no weapon. What was the strategy?
The strategy was find the bits that work, put them in the arena, and see what happens.
We love to see it.
And that happened.
That was great, though. You were bringing it.
Look what he did.
That's some pretty good damage. A good old gash in the hole in the top there. Very close to some speed controllers.
Yeah, if you actually look just in there, it's very close to that bit of the motor as well.
That's brutal.
There.
If it wants to be.
Oh my goodness. So it's pierced kind of through the lid and dented the motor.
For the motor that didn't need to be there because it didn't drive anything because it didn't survive the first round. Yes.
Well, at least one of Reese's 5-6 hits actually hit the opponent. You know.
Credit to him. That was an awesome fight, awesome weapon, deserved to win.
Well, let's give it up, everyone, for Photon. What a match. Hey, Reese. I've been critical of people like Jack Tweedy in the past. Yeah, I'm talking about you, brother. For not taking hits when you could take hits. You're like the opposite of that.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm testing the reliability of all of it by repeatedly throwing it into the floor, and it seems to have held up and not caught fire. So I'm quite happy with that.
It's a big old disc to be flinging around at people.
Yeah, it's quite thick, quite chunky. It's like 6 mil. Tweedy's is like 4. So when it gets purchased, it can hit really hard, but it's not as piercy.
Well, we will see it later on for some more
Red
destruction
square.
and chaos.
Green
Jackhammer.
square. Ready.
Our penultimate
Robot
redemption
here.
fight
Stand
is
by.
Abracadabra in the blue, taking on Forkhead
3,
in the red.
2,
Two
1.
very good control
Activate.
bots.
And I'm going to be intrigued to see how Abracadabra can really manage Forkhead's ability to kind of flip around its own body.
Yeah, it's a weird design to kind of get a hold of, and Abracadabra going in with a mini-bot this time as well. Hopefully he'll be there to distract and annoy Forkhead. Forkhead doing a decent job at the moment of annoying Abracadabra, pinning them against the wall. They get down, but they lock horns a little bit.
I think that was interesting there from Forkhead. Abracadabra for a moment looked a little stuck, pivoting on his back, but that's a great pin from Forkhead.
Spinning its pontoon around and around. Pit button is available. Now, I think the issue that Abracadabra could have here is they do lack the drive power that Forkhead does, because look at that, Forkhead just bullying Abracadabra around the arena. Good push again. Great control.
I'm looking at the shovel of Abracadabra. It's nowhere near the floor. It really is lifted up a lot more. So if Forkhead could get in at the side, then Abracadabra could do nothing to stop it.
Pit button activated by the mini-boss of Abracadabra. So the pit will be available momentarily. There it goes. Abracadabra on top of Forkhead. Good lift from Forkhead. The mini-bot in there as well. Locking horns together. Good control by Forkhead, but gets away Abracadabra.
So Forkhead not able to carry Abracadabra over to the pit. That was what they wanted to do there. Less than a minute in this fight, and Abracadabra, I think, on the back, so they need to start taking some control.
We've seen Becker take this robot to the top 8 before. At the moment, they will be trying to get their way through to the round of 32. Forkhead doing a decent job of kind of disrupting and annoying Abracadabra.
I mean, Forkhead is properly splaying out there, like floating on water, just spreading their mass, spreading their weight.
There goes the mini-bot wheel, much to the groans and despair of the crowd behind me. Abracadabra now getting a good push and a good lift on Forkhead. Can they carry Forkhead to the pit? Not quite. Good recovery from Forkhead.
And
Pin in
another
the corner.
Pin in the corner. The referee's been non-stop counting this whole
7,
fight.
Good lift again, but we're down to our last 5 seconds. We're going to go to time between these
3,
two, and our judges are going to have to take a decision
1.
between Forkhead and Abracadabra. Great fight between the two. Brilliant control match.
I wonder how sweaty the Roboteer's hands are after that type of battle.
I think they'll be clenched after that as well. That's a tough fight. You know, you don't want to make a mistake. Neither of them did. Brilliant driving from both of them. Forkhead clearly had the superior drive power, I thought, but towards the end, Abra did start to come back in the fight.
Well, I was watching Rebecca. They were crouching, lifting up. They were trying to get a viewing angle to give them an insight into how to drive their robot. They were doing everything to take some control.
Yeah.
Forkhead splaying their body out, you know, really using that advantage to maneuver themselves. I think they got better holds. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
But I do feel Abracadabra was on the back of that fight. They were really trying to catch up.
Absolutely. Be a shame to lose one of those two, but I'm sure we'll see either one of them that goes out in some whiteboards later on. We normally do. Can we please get Whirlpool and Fission to the ready table when possible, please? Thank you very much. And can we please get our Roboteers in that last fight down towards Craig and the interview booth?
That was a tense match.
That was a tight one, yeah. Forkhead is such a difficult robot to get hold of. That's so awkward, and the way it articulates, it's a great robot, but really awkward to face.
Do you reckon you've got it?
I don't think I've got it, to be honest. I think he got a lot of lifts and grapples. Yeah, it's going to be a tight one, but I think he's got it.
It was a difficult one to kind of judge, right? Like, because it kind of looked like two octopi just flailing around each other.
Yeah, something like that.
I think that's an interesting visual.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Octograbber. There we go.
Strang is nodding at me aggressively while holding the mini-bot, the legendary mini-bot of Abracadabra, usually driven by Cat. We have a decision, apparently. Steve, get on in here.
We have a decision, Joe. It's okay. We have time. So, if everyone can join me, it's a unanimous decision, but I think this deserves the honor of a drum roll, everyone. So, drum roll, please.
Blue
Roll
square.
your drums.
Red square. Ready.
And the winner was Forkhead.
Steve, very quickly, 5 words.
Surprising, it actually lifted. Wow. Great.
Great! There we go, everyone!
Robot ears. Stand
Don't
by.
stop me now in the red zone, overclocked in the blue. These fights
1.
coming thick and fast.
Our last position in the round of 32 is up for grabs, and immediately underneath goes Don't Stop Me Now, running a little bit of an asymmetrical fork setup. Of course, they lost a fork in their first fight, and they're running a one single purple wheel as well.
So kind of an axe configuration for overclocked. Now they're actually doing some damage, doing little dents to the top of Don't Stop Me Now, whilst Don't Stop Me Now getting the pin.
That axe is brutal on overclocks. You know, Thomas Yao is famed for his axes. He's got, a couple. This is one of them, the other one being percussive maintenance. And he always manages to get an inordinate amount of power from them. And he always likes to build robots with unusual drive systems.
Well, Don't Stop Me Now is going to look like a golf ball at the end of this fight because of those little indentations. But once again, how do you tally this? The pin from Don't Stop Me Now, but the hits from Overclock.
Every single hit is going to be worth points for the judges. Now, Overclocked as well, running this shuffle setup. So you have to remember, that's a 2 kilo robot fighting a 1.5 kilo robot. And so far, I have to say, Don't Stop Me Now has done a very good job, but that weapon on Overclocked could be crucial.
It could be, but there, Don't Stop Me Now did what it needed to do. It got underneath where it's protected from the hammer blows of Overclocked. So
hit button activated, that could be crucial as well, because they've clearly got the grip and drive advantage. It's just, can they get Overclocked down the pit? That's the key.
And that shuffler versus driving power, Don't Stop Me Now, is going to be interesting to see. Don't Stop Me Now, I think, is clearly the more powerful of the two robots when it comes to driving, and once again protected by getting underneath Overclock.
Yeah, all those shots going flailing maybe towards the back of the robot, nearly backs itself into the pit, gets away. In underneath Overclocked, can they nudge them towards the pit? Not quite. Look at the front armour though of Don't Stop Me Now. It's got loads of ankle bites on there.
9.
And now Overclocked is stuck on
7,
top. Or Don't
6,
Stop Me Now thought about driving up to the pit,
4,
but they know they can fall
3,
in just as easily.
2,
They do, and we're down to our
1.
last seconds. We are going to go to time between the two. Good fight between Don't Stop Me Now and Overclocked. A good control match. Our judges are now finally earning their keep. It's for our last spots in the round of 32, which we'll get on to shortly.
So a little bit of rule checking with the judges here, just making sure everyone's on the same page, because it's very important that they honour the rules of the competition.
Correct, yes. Make sure that they...
Stating the obvious, I know.
Yeah, but it's important to know, obviously, the criteria are what they are, weapon effectiveness, control and aggression. They're both very aggressive, good control as well, showed by both. Weapon effectiveness, well, the forks were getting underneath quite a lot. Craig?
Very intrigued. Craig, can we go and see the golf ball of Don't Stop Me Now?
Yes, I am down here with both Overclocked and Don't Stop Me Now. Don't Stop Me Now does have a good amount of decent holes in it. Let's try and get that on the camera there. There are some, a lot of, that's some good damage for a Beetleweight hammer. Those of you that might not have seen this weight class a lot before, it is not a weapon that's particularly easy to make damaging or effective. So to see even that is pretty impressive. How do you guys feel that went?
I feel very lucky that he didn't go through because I know he's like a sniper. He can pinpoint this thing on a millimeter. So,
and it's so fast. Don't Stop Me Now has been taken by the judges to go and inspect the damage to see if that kind of comes into what their call is. Thomas, how was that for you?
It was a very difficult fight. The robots I build tend not to do very well against control bots because I sacrifice a lot of it to do other things. And yeah, it did other things.
Blue square, ready.
It's a tough one all around. I think, do we have a decision? We do not have a decision yet. It's a tough one. Our judging criteria has lots of different aspects to it. Weapon effectiveness, pins don't necessarily count for as much, so we'll see how it goes. I'm very interested to see how it goes, but it sounds like we're ready for another
We're
fight.
going to cut you off, Craig, because we're going to the next fight. I do apologise. In the red corner, we have Curbstorm going up against Galahad in the blue. We will get the judge's decision after this.
Yeah, this is our first fight of the round of 32. Our two student robots in the arena. We have Galahad representing the University of Chichester. We have Curbstomp representing Surrey University. And over goes Galahad. And good control once again here from Curbstomp. We've seen it throughout the day. That first fight, they were very good. Can they maintain the form? Oh, it's going to be tricky when they get shredded like that. Something's gone flying off. Surrey University in all kinds of trouble. Can they right themselves? We saw it earlier today. A little bit of momentum rocking them backward and forward. Can they do it?
There we go. Big chair. No
Not
chair.
quite. No, they can't quite manage it. They're trying to get a bit of an angle. That's the end of the fight. They couldn't get back down. Galahad go through. That's a shame for Curbstomp, but credit to Curbstomp for a first build. That is an excellent, excellent robot. And before we move on, we have a decision for the previous fight. Gav, what do you know?
Hello. Oh, what do I know? I was just asking, do you want to announce it, Rory, or shall I? Let's hear from our judges. Let's hear. So talk us through the decision.
So for that previous fight with Don't Stop Me Now and Overclocked, there was a lot of pinning going on, and that doesn't necessarily count towards points. There was also an awful lot of control in that fight from Don't Stop Me Now, so it was very close. Overclocked, had a lot more weapon effectiveness, but in the end, we gave it to Don't Stop Me Now for its exceptional control of that fight.
There you go, that surprised me. But through to the next round and back in the main competition is Don't Stop Me Now. Craig, you're with our winner from our previous fight.
Yes, we're going to do some real quick interviews because I know they're loading up on the next one. Galahad, 5 words to that fight.
I span very fast. One more. Effectively.
Cool! He span very fast, effectively. Galahad, we will see you in the next round.
I think we're moving on back into the arena. Oh, no, doorstop are coming. No, Curbstomp, sorry. Very quickly,
we do have a Curbstomp.
Very, very quickly, Curbstomp, if you could.
Very, very quickly, Curbstomp. It didn't do it. It didn't get over.
Didn't do it, no. It got backed up against the wall. If it weren't for the wall, maybe, yeah.
It was a valiant effort, though. What a great machine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still proud.
You guys should be so proud. It's such a great robot for your first robot. Are we going to see you back?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Amazing. Curbstomp, everybody.
Okay, in the arena for our second fight of the round of 32, we have Waveshine and Got Any Grapes, and the duck that waddled away. Waddle, waddle.
And I've just had the realization we are into the round of 32.
We are indeed. All of our play-ins have been done. All of our redemptions have been done. It's now win and you're in, lose and you are out.
Or shall I say round of 31 now, because Curb
Blue
stomp and
square,
left.
ready.
Absolutely beaten there by Galahad through
Red
to the next
square,
round of the
ready.
uni bracket. Here we go.
Robot ears.
Between
stand
Waveshine
by.
and Got Any Grapes.
3.
The shuffler against the drum. And
Activate.
away we go. Weapon of... Goodness me, Got Any Grapes is absolutely enormous and could be potentially devastating if they can bring it into display like that. Wow.
Cover your ears if you're close to the arena because that is terrifying. Knocking the GoPro off the
Oh,
outside of the
enormous
arena.
impact there on Waveshine. Like I said, if that weapon comes into contact, go on, not the duck, not the duck.
It's just
Oh,
grazing.
into the roof. Enormous impact, but it turned itself
Enabled.
over. It was that impactful.
So I thought Waveshine was out of it there, but they were just waiting for the impact to come.
They were indeed. Weapon to weapon at the moment. I'd say Got Any Graves have been better, but that was... Oh,
That's
okay.
what Waveshine
Yes, it
needed
is.
to
No,
do.
good.
That was what Waveshine needed to do.
Oh!
Didn't touch the
I didn't see
Uta
it. No, it carry on. Fight carries on. And Waveshine has stopped. Is that the end of the fight for Waveshine? What an impact that was. Unbelievable. At the moment, I think Got Any Grapes is going to be the winner because...
They're just waiting to see, but the Roboteers are frantically manoeuvring
Nothing
the
from
joysticks and nothing's happening.
No, so Got Any Grapes is still moving. That is the end of the fight. However, I have been told by Joe he's having a quick look at the replay to see if Got Any Grapes did touch the floor.
This is going to be tense. So if it touched the floor, Got Any Grapes would have been out. We are doing a bit of conferring with the referees and looking at the live stream. I don't know, let's ask the audience. Audience, do you think it touched the floor? That's a lot of no's, that's a lot of no's, but let's check the live stream.
So we've just checked and made sure. What happened was Got Any Grapes hit the rail on the outside but not the floor. So Got Any Grapes does go through to the next round. They did not hit the floor. Congratulations to Got Any Grapes. What a thrilling fight. Two Unibots giving it all, and that is a brutal weapon on Got Any Grapes, isn't it? Some real damage sustained. I think damage to the arena as well. Gareth having a quick look at the polycarb, making sure that we're all safe. I think we are. Craig, let's see if Ellie's heart rate's gone down a little bit.
That was a bit close, wasn't it?
I mean, it bounced a lot, and the weapon I thought was dying about 3 times, but it's working.
Did you think it had hit the floor?
Yes. I thought it was out. I thought that's why I stopped. I was like, is that me out? But apparently not.
No, it didn't hit the floor. And yeah, a lucky duck.
Yeah, and I'm just really happy about how it bounced. It was really quite funny.
Well, I'm so happy to say it. Got Any Grapes makes it through to the next round.
Yay!
We'll love to see it later on. Let's get Waveshine in here real quick. It span, it got graped.
Yeah, some kind of generosity gave me their ESC, and it finally works for once.
It worked, however, Bath Uni have taken us out.
Unfortunate.
We'll find our revenge. Bristol Uni will have their revenge. Waveshine, everybody.
Well, there goes Waveshine. That was a spirited effort and a great fight
Red
between those two.
square,
In the
ready.
arena, we have our next 2 robots lined up. We have Fission, of course, who won their first fight, taking on
Robot
Whirlpool, who
ears,
came
stand
through
by.
the redemptions to get to this stage. Should be a good match.
2.
So,
1.
based on that, Fission is the favourite, but let's see what happens, because Whirlpool, look how scary that is.
Oh, good impact there. And I think the wheel guard of Whirlpool is coming off immediately. And there goes the link and the battery, and all the electronics have come out.
Fight.
That's the end of the fight. Fission have won the match. That is the end of that.
But what actually happened? I haven't got a clue.
So Fission, I think what's happened there has basically ripped the base plate off of Whirlpool, and all of the electronics from Whirlpool just kind of fell out the bottom.
And you can see there Felix there precariously trying to get Fission safe. It looks like it's properly wedged. Looks like it's almost attached at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a brutal way to, disemboweled thoroughly there, isn't it? And Fission has...
we did have a lipo exposed as well, so truly the heart of the robot. Wow, that is carnage untangled, and Fission is sat there, well, with the carcass of the robot it destroyed almost wedged in it. Craig, desperately wanting to get over to you to see these robots and how they've untangled.
Yeah, I'm keen to get Whirlpool over to this booth as soon as they've collected all the parts of Whirlpool that were once part of Whirlpool. I think Fission was hungry for base plate.
Yeah, I've had better days. I suppose it's going home 5 million pieces, which, you know, is what it is, but there you go.
So what did actually hit? Show us on the camera.
Well, the base plates come off, and everything's come with it. It's as simple as. Yes, all the threaded inserts have been stripped out. So.
All the threaded inserts have been ripped out of that base plate and just chewed up by that disc on Fission.
Yeah, that'll do it, won't it?
It was a valiant effort. It was spinning fast. It looked like it was going to be a massive blow, and it was.
Well, one was all right, wasn't it?
Just not quite the desired outcome. Reckon you can get it back together for a potential whiteboard later on?
We'll see.
We will see. Give it up for Whirlpool, everybody. And Fission. Goodness me, that disc continues to be quite the threat.
Yeah, it's a bit more scary than last year's. It's just not stopping at the moment, so let's hope it stays that way.
Absolutely, that was a dominant performance. It just pulled out the base plate.
I wasn't expecting it. I mean, I thought I was lower than him, and I was, so I just got under and just ripped everything off, so that happened.
That will do it.
Thank you.
I don't know what else to say. Fission by name, Fission by nature. Fission, everybody!
Now, I just want to say, before we continue to our next fights, Gav, there are some excellent fancy dress and robot costumes upstairs. They are super well done, guys. Thank you very much for getting the spirit of things. It's fantastic. There's a guy right in the far corner over there, and over there.
Oh, lovely to have a wave.
Excellent. Oh, and a hat as well. Oh, my goodness. Look at that.
That's not a hat, that's their head.
Ah, well, that is exceptional. Superb. Absolutely superb.
I think we need a new bracket, Joe. I think we need a new category. Best fancy dressed audience member. I think so. We'll see what happens. We've got a couple of people waving and cheering. So, absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for coming here today. Your ticket entry has funded this event. You are the reason we are able to do this. Thank you so much. And, well, you're on the camera. Let's see if we can do a Mexican wave starting that side. So, Mexican wave in 3, 2, 1.
There was an attempt. That was good.
Yeah. The first one is always rubbish. Yeah. Everyone, you're awake now. On 3, 3, 2, 1.
Pretty good.
Woo!
That's pretty good. Okay.
Thank you so much for joining in. I know audience participation is always a pain. Thank you, though.
In the arena currently, loading up, we have Obsidied, the horizontal, with the minibot now restored. And we also have Killjoy, the drum spinner as well.
So we need a little bit of arena repair at the moment. Offer Gareth a hammer and he'll never decline it. So the door is just needing a little bit of gentle persuasion. Yeah. A little bit of adjustment.
Yeah. It happens sometimes. Tightening up something. Oh, is it? Like a sleeve has come out.
Yeah, we've got front row seats here on what's actually going on. Sam, do you want to talk it through?
I have no idea.
Oh, beautifully done. So the brass sleeving, which is basically the hinge, came out. That meant that it was rocking all over the place, and Gareth just gently pushed it back in. The bottom one, just inspecting the bottom hinge as well.
Dr. Brushless himself at work.
See, it's not just the Roboteers who are constantly fettling and doing that mechanical repair. The arena does get such a battering throughout the day, and I think it was actually a little bit of shrapnel that was stopping the door from closing. There we go. Round of applause for Gareth, everybody. Yeah. And Felix, I apologise, Felix.
Ringmaster Barnaby and his circus at play.
So, repairs are done, robots are in. I think it's time to have some fights.
I think so. Next place in the uni bracket. This is our last fight for the uni bracket for now. Oh, and I think Obsidied has lost the side of drive here. That's a shame. But they're going to carry on anyway. Obsidied swinging its way to the red circle.
But as you said, it's struggling to get outside of its perimeter.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it'll be able to start the fight in this capacity.
Yeah, it's not looking too healthy. The mini-bot trying to nudge it over there.
I mean, yeah, persuasion. Absolute
Yeah,
persuasion.
so that's fine.
We've got hecklers behind us, which is the organisers, just shouting, send it. So thank you for your help as
so
always,
let's send
Joe.
it. Let's see.
And we are going to go.
We are indeed.
Red
Killjoy
square,
in the red
ready.
circle.
Blue square,
No, Obsidian,
ready.
no. Obsidian in the red, Killjoy in the blue. My
Very,
apologies.
very rare that I correct you,
Stand
sir.
by.
That was a very rare mistake.
Nobody's perfect.
Nobody, but you're
one.
close. Oh,
Activate.
so close.
Away we go.
So Killjoy getting up to speed with their drum beat. And they're
Not
going
the
after
not
the mini-bot.
Come
Not
on.
the mini-bot.
Oh, that's brutal. There's no need for that. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Brutal damage.
So the main carcass, the actual Obsidian robot, is not really engaging much. They're on the move.
Oh, there's no need for that. There's no need.
And is that a lipo exposed?
It is. Obsidian.
Fight call.
Oh, look what you've done, Killjoy. Are you proud of yourself? You've paused the fight.
You
Yes,
killed
he
a
is proud of
baby.
himself. Unbelievable.
So that's kind of given Obsidian a little opportunity to maybe work out what's gone wrong with their robot. They're unable to do any repairs because this is just a pause. This isn't
Yeah.
a stop.
That's true.
But, you know, they might have the opportunity. They might tap out, actually, if they don't think they can continue. Maybe something stuck underneath it.
Absolutely. Well, there's the mini-bot. I hope you're happy, Killjoy.
I mean, by name.
Yeah.
By name, Killjoy, ruining the fun of Obsidian there.
There's a great comment on the YouTube live stream. Take your child to work day goes horribly wrong. That is brutal.
Henry, are you happy?
Shout out to Clemming UK. That's brilliant.
I mean, another category there, best YouTube comment, Joe. We're racking them up.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that throughout the day.
I mean, that one does trump when Fang was in the arena and
Been
lost his
defanged,
wall,
yeah.
been defanged. That unfortunately has been trumped now by that comment.
Well, we've still got Obsidian kind
Fight
of
resumed.
half circling in the arena.
3, 2,
Killjoy back in its starting square.
1 minute
Activate.
32 left of the fight. Killjoy coming back out and
Weapon to weapon hits. The weapon of Obsidian has stopped. Killjoy comes back on the attack.
And I think Killjoy is just really going to
Oh,
punish.
and there goes the side, the wheel protection, and it's in high centre as
Red
well.
square
Tap
tap.
out from Obsidian,
6.
and Obsidian has obsidied, and that's the end of that.
So that fight took a little while to get started and even involved a pause, but I mean, you got to feel for the mini-bot.
I mean, that's been brutalised, hasn't it? There's no need for that, but you know what? I kind of love the gratuitous violence from Killjoy. They get a nice win under their belts. They'll progress through into the next round of the uni bracket. They'll be in the top 4 students at this competition. Craig, let's see what they've got to say.
Yes, I'm down here with Henry and Killjoy. What was that? There was no need for that.
Well, if he managed to start working, the mini-bot is more dangerous to me than a robot with one wheel. So he could get a big hit on me if he gets me stuck. So I thought, take out the mini-bot if he can't get to me, and then I attack the big one.
Crowd, how do you feel about that? It's a mixed response, but we love to see it. Killjoy, bring in the heat. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. I'm up against my teammate next round, so that'll be a good one.
Oh no! Best of luck, Killjoy!
You know how in the pantomime you have your heroes and you have your villains? I don't want to start booing, but I'm just saying, if the audience wants to take a pantomime theme to this, Killjoy have set themselves up brilliantly.
He's behind you.
Oh no, he isn't.
Oh, yes, he is.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Obsidian, I'm down here with Obsidian now, and this is not a happy machine.
And,
Yeah, we thought the drive was working in the pits. It
I've
was
got to
fine,
say-
but then this wheel, nothing was going for it, and then that drum just ripped us apart, and tapping out was the only option there.
It was a valiant option. It was.
Oh,
Henry Strang wants to show us his pack. Sorry, this is a very important side hustle for it. Yeah. And he got a trash pack, so serves you right. Serves you right, bud.
I don't think I've got anything much to say. We're going to have a real good time fixing this.
We love you guys bringing these awesome robots. Thank you so much for coming. Obsidied, everybody.
Go on, Sam. I know you want to introduce these robots.
In the red circle, we have Ray. In the blue, we have...
Robot is stand by.
Audience,
3,
feel free to join
2,
in. So Wahoo is a dangerous,
Activate.
deathly robot. Ray is incredibly quick and has a shield that might actually be...
Oh, enormous impact from Wahoo! But a good response from Ray. It survived, but the front is all bent and buckled. We've lost the arena camera, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, what I was trying to say is Ray has the perfect shield to go up against Wahoo, but the arena camera has gone, and the shield is gone. The shield is gone from Ray.
Goodness me! Ray is out of the arena! Wahoo! That was unbelievable. The face of Ray ripped away, and
was it even on camera?
I hope it was, but whatever happened there was brutal. We've had to stop. Hang on. Something's happened to the arena. That was a brutal shot from Wayo, launching the face straight at, I think, Joe's GoPro, but...
So, actually, what I can see, the arena wall has actually come away from the frame.
Wow. That is brutal damage from Wayo. Ray out of the arena.
So our technicians will review, and they actually will just tighten up the bolts a little bit more, just make sure that's all fine. This is bullet. Wait, what's the material?
Yeah, it's polycarbonate, so it's pretty substantial stuff. It's 10 mil, so
10 mil polycarbonate, and Sam has just been eliminated as he's been shot by a Nerf dart.
I have, yeah, I've been killed. But can we just talk about that fight for a second? That was unbelievable power.
So I was going to say, you know, yes, there's Wahoo, but Ray has that fantastic shield, and it looked like it was the perfect fight. You know, the defensive shield of Ray going against the pure aggression of Wahoo. And we're just showing
We still
the
have no arena
now.
camera. So the arena camera is currently down because of what just happened. I'm going to go and talk to Ray and see what happened.
Yeah,
So
you jump on the microphone. I'll manage things from here. Moving into Sam's seat as we now head over to Sam.
Well, we have Wayo over here already. Pip. Goodness me. What on earth happened there?
Natural selection happened.
I mean, that is brutal. I mean, you can see here just the devastation. Hang on, should we bring it up to the camera? I mean, oh my God, I've dropped bits all over the floor. It is absolutely trashed. Ray has been absolutely disemboweled. That is, you fought Wayo before, I'm sure you have, right? But that is a very different outcome to what happened last time.
Yeah, no, I told Tim before the fight, you know how you totally ruined me last time? I kind of want to build a new Ray, so go on, have fun.
I mean, he's done you a big favor, hasn't he? He's given you an excuse now to build a new one.
Yeah, for sure. There's a point where it just sort of died in the middle, like the servo fell out, and then he came back to life. It's like, whoa, I guess I'm gonna just ram the servo into Y and see what happens. And he's still working as well. Like in the little Luta zone, the wheels are still going round.
Well, Ray still lives. Hopefully we'll see you later on for some whiteboards. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ray. Tim, come on. Come on. There are so many bits and pieces of Ray being collected here. There's so many. Tim, you bad man.
Yeah.
Wayo is looking absolutely devastated. You've affected the arena. How do you feel about that?
It survived. The GoPros didn't, but the arena did.
It did. Wayo's looking fearsome. Are you feeling or quietly confident, or just flat out confident at this point?
Just confident.
Feeling good? Ladies and gentlemen, I think a massive round of applause for Wayo!
As much as we appreciate the carnage and destruction, this has given us a bit of a headache because the camera's not dead, it's not gone completely, but it's not working how it needs to. So we do have a little bit of work going on to repair the arena. We've got our team. Oh, look at the BBB crew all there. The Wombles have come out and they're fixing the arena. I'll move back over, Sam. You can take control.
Yeah, I mean, that was spectacular damage, wasn't it, from Wayo? You know, launching the head of Ray at the arena wall, sort of compromising it a little bit, but it seems to be okay now.
Let's not downplay that. That is a substantial part and a substantial weight being flung across the arena.
Most of the weight in Ray, I think, is the head, because it's solid Hardock steel. It's pretty, you know, not many Beetleweights use that material. And, you know, as such, you know, it's quite a hefty piece of steel that's been chucked at the arena wall at incredibly high speed. I think Wayo's, I don't think it's quite at the tip speed limit, but it's quite close. So around 200-ish plus miles an hour. A bit around that, yeah. So it's shifting, and it's a big lump of metal shifting at that speed. It is a serious bit of kit, and that's the reason why we have a big polycard box to keep them all in, because you put that out in the open, someone's probably going to get very hurt.
That is quite scary.
Yeah.
So we do have a bit of downtime at the moment.
Yeah.
Let's just check in with
Shall we assess where we're at?
Let's check in with our crowd at St. Michael's Centre. Are you having a good time today?
Excellent.
Wonderful. Thank you again for being here. Your funding has made this possible. We are purely funded by our spectators today. That's so fun to say.
Absolutely.
That is amazing. So thank you for coming back. By show of hands, who has been to one of these events before?
There's quite a few. Okay.
Quite a few.
But quite a few new faces.
That's
good. Yeah, I like that.
So you've got a lovely mix here today. Thank you and welcome. If you have any questions at all, do just come and find any one of us and ask. We're all friendly.
Yeah, not immediately whilst they're repairing the arena, but in a second that'll be okay, I think.
Absolutely. And we do have a bit of downtime now, so here might be a good opportunity to grab some refreshments from St. Michael's Centre.
Absolutely. There's a kind of tuck shop in the lobby. But in the meantime,
where are we?
Well, I was going to ask you. We've now seen every single robot compete today. Has your thoughts on who might win changed?
Well, can I just share a stat, which I've been double checking and I think is correct.
Go on.
Currently, every robot that has gone into a redemption round has been knocked out.
Yes, correct.
So.
Oh, really? So the ones that made it back in have also been knocked out since?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
So no one has been redeemed and won their round of 32.
Okay,
So
interesting.
that kind of sets up the tone there that if they lost their first round,
it's
it's
a hard way to get back
suggesting
in.
they're out.
Yeah.
So for me, that kind of makes me wonder. I love Got Any Grapes.
Yes.
Powerful, damage, doesn't have the maneuverability for me.
Okay.
I don't think they've got it. They'll be a shock win.
Okay.
So I'm going to put them in there as if they win, it'll be a surprise.
Okay.
And it will be a one-punch knockout.
Yes, absolutely.
I can't wait for that to come true.
Yes.
if they're not the ones who do make it through, I'm surprised by Wayu.
Really?
I'm surprised.
How good it is?
Today, how effective it's been, yes. I don't know if it's just because it's a new arena with the new floor, you know, that's giving it the
It's
opportunity
nice
to
and
stay
flat.
low.
I think that's the thing. You know, the old arena which we used previously, David's arena from Lilith, it's a little bit older. It's a little bit more bumpy, and as a result, you know, it's not perfectly flat. It is now. It's been rebuilt over the course of last year, and Wayo likes a nice, smooth surface, and that has shown today how good it's been. You know, and also I think for the first time for a Bristol Bot Builders event, we are not just using removable links today. We're using switches, which is used mostly in the US. Wayo has changed over to a switch system, and previously robots like Stratus have beaten Wayo by sniping the link. We saw earlier today the yellow removable links come out, which are a safety device. Switches are a lot harder to kind of remove and disengage in the arena, and because Wayo has a switch now, it's going to be very hard to beat, I think. So as you saw there, potentially very devastating robot.
So just to finish, though.
Okay.
I'm gonna put my money on Stratus.
Okay.
I am, just because it's been a while since they've been in one of these competitions.
Yes.
The robot has proven to win in the past.
Yes.
Granted, if it's Stratus against Waiu, that is
They
going to
have
be
fought before.
shocking. Have they?
And Wayo bent Stratus's weapon. And it was winning until it wasn't, and the link came out.
Well, whilst they're doing some repairs, I might go for a wander with the microphone. I'm
Yeah.
going to leave you and maybe see you at the top.
Okay, good luck.
Joe? Joe? Same one. Yeah! Ball repair! Ball repair! Joe repair. Look at that boy on there. Is there any HD Gareth? HD.
So if you're wondering why that GoPro in particular was not working, that is why. It was completely, the pin was all bent. From the impact of Ray's head firing at the wall, it kind of bent the pin on the camera. So that is why. And that's why you can now see Gareth's face in the arena. Look at that, beautiful.
Hello,
That is
Sam.
Dr. Brushes himself. Hello, Gav. You're upstairs with the fancy dress.
I've got
robot
the
man.
wandering microphone and the power to come and be with our audience, and I found our fancy dress. I'm not going to call them the winner. People are local, they can run home, they can dress up. Go on, grab your tinfoil. But what made you come here dressed like this?
Well, it wasn't my choice. I got off the train and my friend Marcus had built this for me. And it's my birthday, so...
Oh, it's a birthday! So, many happy returns, many happy returns. You've chosen to celebrate your birthday here?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, why not?
And how has it lived up to your expectations? Did you know what to expect?
Never been to this before. Honestly, I'm really enjoying it. It's really good.
Fantastic. And, well, okay, I think we would actually break quite a few laws if we put a human into the arena, but how do you think you'd fare against some of the robots?
Oh, I don't know, that last one, not that last green one, but some of the other ones, sure. Put me in with the little ones.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see the pool of oil on the floor now as we speak. I'm gonna leave you be, but we need to get you on the live stream at some point. Come on down and say hello. Big applause.
Shall we sing Happy Birthday? That's a good idea.
I heard a yes, so there are people in here willing to do it. I'm going to hand them the microphone because they said yes. But Sam, if you're willing to lead us through it.
All right. Are we ready?
We don't know the name. Bear with me. What's your name?
Will.
Will, everybody.
All right.
We're going to sing Happy Birthday to Will.
3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Will. Happy birthday to you.
Feels like a bit of a...
And I believe, on that note, our arena is repaired and ready to go. So,
can I just say, that was beautiful,
yeah,
everybody.
well done, everyone.
That was
Shout out to the
wonderful.
crowd. That was amazing.
I
Right.
thought it sounded like a funeral march.
Arena time. We have another deadly spinner in the arena, folks. We have got Colt back in. We saw them shredding their way through the competition earlier. And we also have Speedhole Express, the drill, once again reattached.
Red square.
This could be
ready.
a particularly brutal fight. A bit of a kick clash, both in purple.
Robot ears.
But we'll see
stand
how they
by.
get on
3.
in our next
2,
round of 32
1.
match. And away we go. Good box rush there from Speedhole Express. You can hear the Colt weapon grinding away and shredding the wheels and all kinds of things coming off the bottom of Speedhole Express. But the weapon of Colt stops back up to speed. You can hear it humming, grinding away at the 3D printed plastic of Speedhole Express. I think the drill has been snapped. They brought the weapon into play and hit the weapon of Colt, and that is the end of that. Pit button available.
Enable.
To Speedhold's credit, they're still in the fight and doing a decent job of staying in the match, but slowly but surely that damage is accruing from Colt. Oh, and there goes the wheel gun, and there goes some more wiring, and that's the end of that, I think. Colt has disemboweled poor old Speedhole Express. Colt, brutally efficient, and they will progress through to the round of 16. Henry, you're a ref today. What do you think of that?
Oh, I mean, that was decisive.
It was.
It was rapid. It was scary. I'm not usually a commentator. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Well, Colt there looking absolutely brutal, and the fights that it's had today so far, the two matches, it's been dominant in both of them, I have to say. Where's Gav gone? Gav, where have you gone? Oh, well, we'll fill the air. Colt is looking pretty gnarly.
Oh, Colt is one of the scariest robots out there, Sam. I mean, I'd really hate to be in that box against it.
Yeah.
Because I'm made of flesh and blood.
So Will's got no chance there.
Yeah.
Look at all the bits and pieces all in the arena. Let's get a quick look at Felix sweeping away. That is some premium debris.
Beautiful room work there. Really getting into all the corners, all the nooks and the crannies.
Absolutely. I'm hoping Craig's on the interview booth.
Do you think they need that piece of wire?
I'll head down there.
Okay.
Hello, Joe. And Colt. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good after that one. It worked surprisingly well still. I thought it was going to be really sad going into the weekend, but it was good. I do have some good news, actually. Me winning this fight means that I'm going to be fighting Wayo.
Wow. I mean, Wayo is, as we've seen today, is particularly brutal. You've been particularly brutal. Two enormously powerful horizontal spinners. That's going to be a great fight for everyone upstairs. But how do you feel about that? Because it's... You both kind of contrast each other quite a lot, but you've got a nice wide stance. You can control him if you can.
Yeah, I'm absolutely terrified. But if I'm going to lose, it's going to be a great way to lose.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got something very exciting for later on. But in the meantime, Colts through to the round of 16. Speedhole Express. Lou, come on over. This robot has been taken apart and put back together so many times today. Credit to you.
The surprise reveal. Wow. Massive hole in the bottom. The thing is, the thing that killed it was the link came out. He didn't hit the link itself. He destroyed the bottom, which ripped out the connector for the link.
So he just got fully pulled. It pulled the link through the robot, and that's how it died.
And he was millimeters away from the battery. Like, real close. It actually skiffed away some of the plastic from the LiPo. So if it was any closer, there would have been a LiPo breach.
A serious LiPo breach. But listen, you've put that robot together so many times today. It's been a worthy competitor. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Speedhole Express.
Oh, hello. You're back on the Strang Cam. It looks like the next round we've got loading in is Boom Zoom versus Burnout, so the Battle of the Bees. And another bee next to me, Mr. Brown.
Hello, Gav.
Hello.
I'm Sam Elliott, and welcome to the next fight.
And I'm Mr. Woodruff.
I used to do a podcast. Did you?
I'm very tall.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
In the arena now, we've got Burnout in the red, and Boom Zoom in the green and yellow. One robot themed to robot things, one robot themed to tractor things.
Is Burnout a robot theme or is it a car theme, Joe?
The name is a car
Do robots
thing.
do burnouts or do cars do burnouts?
Both. Robots
Okay.
can burn out like cars. So this is why we are not the commentators normally.
No.
But anyway, it's fine. We're going to do this. We got this. We're
Joe's got
professionals.
media training, I don't. I could say anything.
Red square, ready.
So,
Blue square,
red
ready.
square burnout. Blue square. We've got
Robot
Boom Zoom.
is
Here they
stand
go.
by.
Win,
3,
and you're into the
2,
top 16.
1.
Lose, and you are out of the
Activate.
competition. And a lovely flip to start from Boom Zoom. Bit of a self-right from Burnout, but he is trapped against the wall and giving us a little flappy wave right now.
And this is textbook Boom Zoom.
I mean, the judges are going to love that flappy wave, but... Oh! Is that some assistance? That is. That's some very honourable sportsmanship there from Boom Zoom.
I must say, Boom Zoom, the bigger of the two robots, and yet has to wait for a minibot. Burnout is so small.
Yeah,
It's
Burnout is dainty, but it's
Finish
dense.
enabled.
It's full of metal.
Full of metal and hopes and dreams of Jevon.
But it is back in the fight, most importantly. This fight is continuing. We want to see Burnout do some flips too. Lovely self-writing. It's good. Burnout used to not be able to do that so well. It's definitely improved for this contest. But Boom Zoom so far kind of dominating this fight with the old forks and flaps. Lovely flappy motion, almost out, and out it goes.
Descending.
There we go. A lovely out of the arena there.
I'm gonna
A
say
good
it.
handshake. They're very happy with that one.
Oh, they're very happy farmer boys. He's not really a farmer.
Is he not really a farmer?
No. Does
He
something
says
with-
he loves farming. It's
does
what his
something-
shirt says. He loves farmers, just a boy who loves tractors.
Andy works with frozen pizza, and Rob does something with computers.
Oh my God, the shade. They can love agriculture too. It's okay. His dad's a farmer.
His dad's a farmer.
Oh, that's good.
Apparently.
What kind of stuff
I've
does
never
he
seen
farm? I'm interviewing you from here. It's fine.
He only gets dubs. He only farms
He
dubs.
farms wins.
And February is the season
That's
for
great.
dubs.
We'll see you over at the interview booth as I run over there now.
Bye, Joe.
It's fine. We've got Sam on the interview booth. If we can have the interview, please. Proceed. Interview yourself, Sam, please. Thank you. All
Let's
day.
wait for Rob, shall we? Here he comes. Rob, 2 wins on the bounce. This can't go on, can it?
It can.
Excellent. Boom Zoom looking, as ever, pretty effective, pretty efficient. You know, you're looking pretty good in there.
Thanks. I've been running it for, it's my 3rd year anniversary of doing robots today. Started off here 3 years ago and been running it ever since. It's my first robot, so gotten it pretty dialed in at this point.
I'd say so. And Andy, obviously, you know, you normally run a big, nasty horizontal. You're helping out as mini-bots expertise today. How are you finding things with a smaller robot than usual?
Having a great time. Yeah, just to get to be a nuisance is a role I was born to play. And yeah, I love it. It's great to help out Rob and hopefully help him get some more wins further up the bracket.
I think so. I mean, yeah, I said you're going to win today, so no pressure. But ladies and gentlemen, please, Boom Zoom. Jevon's got a Nerf gun. He's going to shoot me. We've got to be quick. 3 words. Go.
That went well.
Burnout, ladies and gentlemen.
I expect nothing but brilliant, concise communication from Jevon. He's an expert on the microphone. Right, in the red zone, Monterey Jack. In the
Blue
blue
square,
is
ready.
Icebreaker.
Red square, ready.
And, well, back to normality with your
Robot
commentators,
is.
Sam and Gab.
Stand by.
I'm sure you're all delighted. Yeah,
3,
Icebreaker, I think, going into
2,
this as the favourite
1.
because they won their match to get to this
Activate.
stage. Monterey Jack through the play-ins and immediately Icebreaker coming weapon to weapon and shredding Monterey Jack, and another impact, and again Monterey Jack, the connection at the back to the lifter arms has been severed.
And the wheels are too high up. They
Yeah, they're
cannot
high
get any
centred.
traction.
Icebreaker has the fight won, and they
Seats.
absolutely leave their opponent there as they should. Clinical from Icebreaker, and that's why they're so good. That's why they win so many competitions.
So immediately we saw Monterey Jack go up into the air, and I was going to say they're used to this. That's how they've done their other fights. They've been flung up, and unfortunately that was not how they wanted to go.
Yeah, they've been grated, haven't they, really? That's a shame for Monterey Jack. The unique chainsaw weapon at this weight class. It's a very cool robot, but sadly, Icebreaker too strong and progressing to the round of 16. Yeah, fair. Do you want to run down there?
I think I told him off. He was sat in the arena.
We're going to throw down to builder of Burnout and, well, also massively impressive content creator on YouTube, Jevon Woodrow. Jevon, You're in the interview booth. How are you doing?
I'm back doing what I know.
Yeah.
Instead of robots. I'm a fraud, really. I'm not a real robot here.
Can we please get someone? Is anyone going to go down to go see Jevon? Apparently not.
They left.
I think
They
Jevon
saw me
should,
coming.
All right, well, should we do a proper interview of you now? How things went with Burnout? I mean, you know, Boom Zoom is tough.
Boom Zoom is tough, and a lot of Burnout is kind of based on Boom Zoom.
Yes.
The weapon system is basically lifted. The servo is the same one that Rob runs, so
Yeah.
what I have realised is that Rob is going to be fighting Icebreaker.
Ooh.
Wait, so who really
So who's
won?
the real winner here?
Who lost?
You don't have to. You
It's
don't
not
have to
me.
fight him.
My robot's on a pit table, safe.
You did lose.
Did I though? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm being told yes. Yes, I did. Well, that's fine.
Well, we can go over to the arena in a second. Being loaded up at the moment, we have Saw Loser 2, which, by the way, is not Saw Loser, I believe. It's not the same thing. They are different names. And we also have Murat, all the way from Spain. So we've got Spain versus Scotland in the arena. I don't know, you know, if the Spanish and the Scots have any beef, but we might find out in a minute if they do.
And they might at the end of this.
Well, the international relations are on the line here. Who's your money on, Gav?
Red
Saw Loser
Blue
2.
square.
Okay.
Ready.
Decisive.
Was I?
That was quite quick, actually.
I hummed and asked for quite a bit. Okay,
Three,
let's get this battle
2,
underway.
1. Activate.
Away we go. Saw Loser through the air. Mura's weapon up to speed. Saw Loser will try and pin Mura against the arena wall like that and bring the weapon into play. Doesn't get it. And it's flung through the air once and twice by Mura. Saw Loser rights itself, gets back down on its wheels.
So Saw Loser struggling to really control that weapon at the moment. It's kind of fighting themselves.
Yeah.
And Mura's just running around them, taking advantage.
Oh,
and that's a massive hit.
Yeah, there goes one of the wedgelets on the front of Mura. It happened in the first fight, of course, against Schism, a similar-ish robot to Saw Loser.
Enabled.
Down comes the weapon of Saw Loser on top. That's what they want to do.
So finally, I think that's finally getting the first hit with
and
their
Mura
swinging
now
blade.
upside down. That's also going to affect him. And that weapon is slowing down as well on Mura. That's not good. They're going to try and get it back up to speed. But Saw Loser will try and bring their own weapon into play.
But I think Saw Loser is actually struggling with one half of their robot.
Yeah,
their wheels are not turning. They are pivoting on the spot, and now they're using the saw blade and those wheels to kind of maneuver themselves around. They've got themselves in the centre of the arena.
Using the gyro procession to try and move forward and backward properly. Mura trying to rise himself using the arena walls, not managing to do so currently. I'm sure that'll go down well with the BBB boys hitting their arena walls.
Well, and it's quite a desperate move as well, because that actually could do a lot of damage to themselves, as we're seeing little bits of orange plastic fly off.
All the force that weapon has to input into the wall is all going back into it as well. Hits Saw Loser, doesn't get back on its wheels properly. They're going to try and do it again, and now does. So now Mura is in the prime position to do that. Hit Saw Loser and try and cause more damage. Over goes Saw Loser, back on its wheels. No, it's not. Yes, it is.
So not long left of this fight now. Saw Loser, I feel like needing to get a little bit more damage here. And now again, Mura once again running themselves over.
Yep.
But can they get
9,
that gyro effect? They're
8,
not quite teetering
7,
on the edge. They can
6,
do it. The 5-second countdown.
Saw Loser
there.
needs to do something and
3,
quick, I think, to win the
2,
fight, but they didn't really
1.
manage it there. We are going to get a
6,
time between the two, both limping towards the end. And it'll go to the judges between Mura and Saw Loser 2.
I don't know what you think, Sam, but I don't feel either roboteer felt in control there.
I think the issue was, obviously, Mura were stuck on their back and they couldn't turn themselves back over, so they had to drive at Saw Loser. Saw Loser couldn't translate because one side of their drive was down. They were able to kind of translate towards Mura, but not to any great effect. Yeah, and I think, as you said, both will be kind of a bit
Struggling.
Yeah,
Struggling.
yeah, I think so.
That's my view there. Both roboteers struggling to control their robot.
Neither will be
Saw
happy
Loser-
with the outcome, I think.
Yeah, and I think Saw Loser, they tried getting their weapon engaged and they swung it maybe a bit too early.
Yeah.
And then ever since then, it was just unstable.
Yeah. It is, most of the weight, again, of the robot is in the weapon. They want to use, all the weight they can to kind of get the most damaging weapon they possibly can. They swung it down. They obviously, it's a lot of momentum, especially when it's spinning, to bring down. And obviously, what that does is then it sets it all off balance. If it hit the floor, like Saw Loser was doing, then all the energy goes back into the robot. It wibbles all over the place, and it is a nightmare. So Alex is at the moment, we can see if we can change the camera over. He's explaining a little bit to Sergio at the moment what is going on with the robots. Alex is going over to Jevon, who's waiting for them at the interview booth.
Hello. I'm here with Mr. Alex Morgie. How did that go for you?
Not great. My driving still hasn't improved. I'm still bad. But the robot held up really well considering the poor driver. But yeah, some great hits. Miura.
Yeah, absolutely. But you managed to get the weapon in as well, changing tactics towards the end, moving in more vert mode than hammer saw mode. It was notable.
Yeah. I mean, without being able to kind of control using it in hammer saw mode, there's not really any point. Because, if I'm bringing the hammer down every time I'm hitting the floor, that is, potentially damaging the weapon. So, yeah, it was, go vert mode and try and make my way towards him.
Well, good luck on the judge's decision. We still await it. Let's bring in Miura. Hello. This is a bit of a beast of a robot, isn't it?
It's my first robot. I will do my first robot competition today. I have a good hits exchange, so I'm happy.
I mean, it was going very, very well in that fight, really dealing out the damage, so it's impressive.
It's so tough to fight with these people. It's so tough.
Excellent. So, judge's decision, how do you think you're going to do?
Both a win.
We have a decision.
We have a decision. Here we go.
It is unanimous in favor of, drum roll please, Miura.
Way, well done. Excellent. So you move through to the round of 16. Congratulations. Back over to Sam and Gav at the desk.
Thank you very much. We progress to, what's this? Oh, it's our uni bracket trophy. There you go, look at that. Lovely stuff.
Wait, where's
Printed
the
by Colt, builder and driver Joe Mitchell, designed by Salanta Frog, driver and builder Nick Cole. Some lovely trophies for our bracket winners later on today. Gav, be that delicate, careful. In the arena though, currently, we have Wheelie Big Lad and Prototype. Of course, Prototype was brutally effective in their first fight in the uni bracket. Wheelie Big Lad had to come through the redemptions, but did very well, I believe, to beat, it was Antimatter.
Well,
Blue square,
based on
ready.
what we've seen so far, Wheelie Big Lag
Red
is
square,
not the
ready.
favourite. They're the ones coming from the redemptions, and they've not
Robot
been making it
is,
through. So
stand by.
let's see how Prototype fares.
I will say though,
3,
that may be the case. Prototype, what can they really do to Wheelie Big Lad? Obviously, it's a big and awkward design, and they can bring that weapon into play whenever they want to cause damage. Prototype, you see, look, they're a bit nervous to go through the middle like that, because how do you really hit it?
I think for Prototype, this is a dodging game. We've got the clock off the pit counting down for 30 seconds. They can do a little bit of annoyance with Wheelie Big Lag, just unsettle the robot, get them flailing a little bit. If they can get them over to the Outer Zone, Wheelie Big Lag does have a tendency to dip a wheel into the Outer Zone.
And as soon as you touch the floor of Outer Zone, you are out.
Enabled.
It is basically the floor is lava.
And let's not forget, Wheelie Big Lad was out in the pits in one of the earlier rounds,
It
so
was.
they've already been down in the pit.
That was a good attack though by Wheelie Big Lad, came into contact on top of Prototype. And another good hit, there's a bit of top arm has been removed.
Descended.
Alex Shakespeare controlling Wheelie Big Lad, wheel Owen.
Prototype looks like he's got two limp arms on the sides of it at the moment. And Wheelie Big Lad getting close. We mentioned it. They've been in the pits before. They're not precarious enough.
Prototype is a very good control, but as I said, they finished second in the Battle of the Bird competition in Scotland in December last year. They're doing a very good job here of dealing with an awkward beast in Wheelie Big Lad. Wheelie Big Lad almost down the pit, but holds on for dear life. Good attack again. Almost down the pit. Prototype. This is a really good driving match from the two of them.
So Prototype, definitely the nippier, the quickier, but wow, that was close. It did not care.
Great impact there. There goes the side armour of Prototype. Wheelie Big Lad, as the fight goes on, is starting to accrue the damage.
But importantly, Prototype's drive is still unimpacted.
For
They've
now.
got full control of their robot, and they're pushing Wheelie Big Lag over to the pits. That's their game plan right now.
One more shot on that side though, and it could be Curtis because they are now got that wheel exposed. They've lost the top armour as well. Big impact, and Wheelie Big Lads! Wow! What a great fight. Elements of fortune maybe, but down the pit, Wheelie Big Lad. Prototype survives just about.
I mean, a little bit of fortune, you say, but actually look at the positioning. Prototype was constantly making sure that they had Wheelie Big Lad in between them and the pit, and that is what they needed. That's what they needed to do.
Superb driving from Willow at the controls of Prototype. They did a really good job keeping it kind of at arm's reach. Took a few shots, yes, lost that side armor, which could have been curtains if Wheelie Big Lad got another shot off. But Wheelie Big Lad, sadly down the pit for them. Hopefully we'll see it later on in some whiteboards. Hopefully we'll get some chat from Jevon and our competitors in just a second.
I mean, I definitely don't want to sell Wheelie Big Lad short. They did some fantastic damage in that fight.
As I said, it's an awkward beast to deal with, and they did so well. You know, it's so hard to control a fight when it's a robot like that. But Jevon, what can you uncover from the pair of them?
I'm here with Shaky and Wheelie Big Lad. It was going well for you to start with, and then the pit, it loomed.
It happens. That was a very intense driving match, really well driven by Prototype as well. And just that hit that wasn't quite lined up right is all you need sometimes, but that was really intense and really fun.
I think the audience very much enjoyed that one. It was a real back and forth, and I think you've lost to a very, very good robot, but you did incredibly well in that fight, so you should be very proud of what this bot has achieved today.
Thank you very much, and might see if I can get a whiteboard or two in.
Absolutely, we will see you in it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Wheelie Big Lad. Hello, we have this wonderful looking robot, Prototype. Will, this is a very nice looking robot and very well driven as well.
Yeah, drives really nicely, takes the hits very tanky. The little wheels that are strapped on the top did the job. They took the first hit. Yeah, they came off. The wheel guards come off, but we'll just stick some longer screws in that. Don't really matter. He's taken a nice chunk out the top plate, though. There's a bit of corner of top plate missing. Where is it? There.
Some gratuitous violence, but very well driven. Managed to get him down the pit eventually. Very well done. Round of 16 next. How are you feeling? Chances?
Good. I think I've got the Beta, Moira. Next, I think that's more my style. It's a bit more of a constant rather than whatever that was. I didn't know how a small thing was going to fight that. So, yeah, it's a bit more of a constant in my head for that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, going through to the round of 16, Prototype.
Blue square. Red square.
We have in
ready.
the arena for our next round of 32 fights, Jackhammer in
Robot
the blue
is
circle and
standby.
Data Breach in the red.
3, 2, 1.
And Gav with a mouthful of
Activate.
apples. Away we go. Jackhammer, that big weapon, we saw it earlier on. We didn't really get to see it bring into full blows, but hopefully we will in this fight. Data Breach, good start though.
You didn't have to out me like that, but yes, Data Breach doing what it needs to do, keeping that weapon at arm's length, and once again trying to put the weapon up against the wall. Jackhammer with a miss.
Woo. Knocking on the door of the arena. No, thank you. You're not welcome here.
Yep, stay inside the arena, please. And once again, Data Breach taking Jackhammer over to the Uta zone. I think that's that early game plan.
Absolutely good lift
Enabled.
and tactics early on here from Data Breach, and another good lift. Over goes Jackhammer. Jackhammer has also lost a fork from the front. That will hamper their ability to get in underneath, and something's come fraying out the back of
It almost looks
Jackhammer.
like
Good attack though there. Something's it's been shredded the top.
it almost looks like Jackhammer's doing damage to itself somehow. The way it's seeming to be falling apart at the moment. Those impacts are too heavy.
But look at that, they've ripped away one of the drive belts there of Data Breach. It's not able to use all 6 wheels drive anymore, and they've been lifted on their side. Oh! Early celebration from Jackhammer. Don't get too excited.
They're going to get punished for that as we enter the second half of this fight.
Oh.
And Jackhammer, swing and a miss, absolutely nowhere close to Data Breach.
Is it controlled movement? I don't think so. It is movement, I guess. Data Breach still trying to translate, but not able to. Now they're high
Data
centered.
Breach is stuck.
Oh,
Data Breach got stuck for a moment there. I was watching the wheel spinning and not moving anywhere, so it is struggling. These two robots are heavily immobilized, and they're just slowly trying to make their way closer to each other.
They're both kind of drifting slowly towards one another. Down comes the weapon any moment from Jackhammer. No.
No, didn't fancy it, didn't want to take the hit. As we go into the final seconds of this fight, there's not much left. that they can do, and I don't think they're too far apart
10,
now. I think they're going to struggle
9,
to get closer now.
Yeah, I think they're going to go the time
7,
between the two.
6,
Jackhammer,
5,
obviously
4,
erratic and damaging
3,
and chaotic,
2,
and has that weapon.
1.
A final lasting impact, made a good
Seize.
impact at the end. Data breach, maybe the more controlled.
And that last impact from Jackhammer, that was a Hail Mary if I've ever seen one. A swing just to see what happened. It was quite risky, actually. They could have ended up in the Uta zone.
It could have done, but at the same time, I think on the way the fight was going, I think they had to do something. I didn't think they were as controlled, maybe, as Data Breach were. So, I don't know, but I'm not a judge. The judges will make up their minds in a second.
And I can see they're meticulously counting their scores. They're doing it the proper way. And then they will individually come up with their scores. They will then confer between them. So far, it has been unanimous every time it's gone to the judges. So, you know, clearly they're like-minded folk.
Absolutely. Jevon, are you summoning over some Roboteers for us? I think he is. And over to Jevon will go Jackhammer.
This weapon has a lot of beams.
It does, doesn't it? Like, yeah, it works. So, yeah.
You spent a lot of the fight hitting the floor, your greatest enemy, I think, and but it always came back, and towards the end you were struggling a little bit. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, I lost one side drive. I don't really know why, so I'll have a look at that. But hitting the floor was my best mode of mobility at that time.
Yes, I did notice you utilised that strategy towards the end to get closer to Data Breach. Very well done. We await the judge's decision. Let's get Data Breach in here. I would say that the first half of that match, you were in fine control.
Yeah, Data Breach is really becoming more aggressive with every fight. Just unfortunate that he just missed. He missed all the pulleys on the wheels. They're fine. He just perfectly sniped both belts.
Well, we have a judge's decision. Gav is nodding at me ready, so over to you.
I'm desperately ready to tell the audience who won that fight. So once again, it's unanimous from the judges, and it went in favor of Data Breach. So very dramatic there, Jevon, as you were kind of just stood watching.
He went to the floor.
Went to the floor in disbelief. Disbelief there. So Data Breach are making their way through to the round of 16. Jevon, what do you think? Do you reckon that's the right call?
I think so. The early control from Data Breach and the aggression, getting that lifter in, it was a very well fought battle. Jackhammer, they tried hard with that weapon, but just couldn't get it into play enough.
Expert analysis there. Thank you, Jevon.
Very welcome.
In the arena, we have a grey area and Exposure. Taking a guess, Exposure will be making their way over to the blue corner, and grey area will be in the red. And it's always interesting looking over the corner of Rory and just looking at the score sheet, just seeing how they think.
Yeah, a bit of process happening, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got the robots in the arena. We are heading very close to the end of our round of 32s. There's 5 more left to go, including this one.
Absolutely. In this fight, we have Exposure in the blue circle and grey area in the red.
Blue square, red.
Grey area, of course, was the winner of its rumble. Did very well.
Equally makes it the favourites because
ready.
the statistic has contained
every single fight. That's
Robot
quite rare.
here.
Normally you get
Stand
the odd
by.
redemption robot go through, but not today.
3,
Every
2,
single fight has been won
1.
by the melee winner. Will that
Activate.
trend continue as grey area fights Exposure? Good start from grey area. The 4-bar vertical spinner. Up and over goes grey area. The good attack by Exposure. Can they right itself? Yes, it can.
I think grey area is
but
quite
Exposure
deceptive.
is stuck under the pit button.
That's a rarity. We haven't seen that one before.
Exposure trying to get away from the pit, but they can't. Exposure and grey area having a little conversation, the two drivers, and good sportsmanship there from grey area continuing the fight. They did ask if they wanted to.
But they did let the clock count down a little bit, so that will go heavily in their favour if it goes to the judges. But now they're pinned up against the wall by Exposure.
Important thing to note as well, because they were the aggressor there, they were the ones who released them to get more attacks off, and that's a good impact. And again,
So that is Sawblade into Sawblade right there.
And
Grey
over
area
goes
tactical.
Exposure. Grey Area's weapon has stopped, as has Exposure's. Is that a tactical thing, I wonder?
And there's another right there by Grey Area. So they just really want this fight to continue because I think Exposure would have struggled to continue.
I think both robots have now lost their weapons. That's a little bit of an issue.
But Grey Area still has the
crowd
ability to
are,
nudge forward.
The crowd are baying for the pits. They're going to get their wish. No, not just yet.
Darting around it as not long is left. We're in the second half of this fight already. And Grey Area now, once again, just pecking. Just pecking away at Exposure.
Nibbling away. It's aggressive petting, if nothing else.
Managing to get underneath, though, and lifting up Exposure. So, you know, they're getting some weapon effectiveness there, I imagine.
It's just very novel, isn't it? The little four-ball is kind of rolling along the top. Exposure still in contention at the moment. Grey Area, I think, the superior ground game and a good push again there on Exposure into the corner.
It's like when your sibling's poking you in the arm, isn't it? It's just a non-stop annoyance. Not really doing any damage.
That's a good pin as well. Exposure stuck in the corner. Grey Area have got them stuck. We're counting down to to time.
3, 2,
Is that also the end of the
1.
fight, I wonder?
Cease.
Well, we go to time. Does that mean that the fight was a knockout or a JD? Okay, it does go to time, as confirmed by the ref. So, Grey Area and Exposure.
There's a judge's decision.
Is there? That was quick.
It's unanimous.
Is it?
I can't believe it.
Go on.
It went to Grey Area.
Did it? Okay. Grey Area through to the round of 16, and yet another winner from the melees goes through. Still no redemption robots have made it through. That is an absolute rarity. Doesn't happen very often. Felix.
This is quite interesting. Normally we struggle tracking this type of data, but we've been on it today. And yeah, being able to kind of identify that the winner of the original triple threats, they're the ones dominating the competition so far.
Absolutely. Craig, what can you decipher from Grey Area and Exposure?
Yes, I am down here with Grey Area, and Scott just informed me that he indeed cut his own weapon wire. But some real devastating blows before that happened, and can we all give a massive round of applause for the sportsmanship we saw in that fight, keeping that fight going. How was that for you, Scott?
That was really, really fun. Exposure's a brilliant robot. I saw a battle in the bar and we were very nervous going in. Great fight, really, really fun. Just a slugfest. Yeah, like, you never want to lose by getting stuck under the wall, so I, want to keep it going. So there you go.
Very fair play. And a punching vert beating a regular vert? Are we seeing a shift of the meta?
Well, this is a meta four-wheel drive vert, isn't it?
Just with a bit of wiggle in it. It's fine.
And I did like the little wiggles at the end.
Yeah, someone was saying it's devil fingers.
It's like reaching out. Come here, come here.
We love to see it. We will see Grey Area later on. Grey Area, everyone. Exposure, bring it on in. What was the damage?
Hit the bulkhead like directly.
Wow, that's some shot.
Yeah. Cut the belt as well.
Cut the belt, hit that bulkhead. It's all a bit spicy up in there.
Yeah.
But it's been a fairly good run up till now.
Yeah, it's gone pretty well. That was really fun. Yeah, I'm not really disappointed. It was great.
That's very fair. It's a devastating robot, and I'm sure we'll see it back yet again, destroying some more things. It's Exposure, everybody.
Okay, so we have 4 more fights left of the round of 32. We have Everest and Schism being loaded in as we speak. Can we please make sure we have Inversion, Stronghold, Forkhead, Stratus, Don't Stop Me Now, and Contradiction up to the ready table. And of course, our last fight on the fight list currently is a whiteboard. So can we please get Sir Lancerfrog, Fang, El Turberon, and Bogmeister up to the ready tables as well, when you can, please.
And I'm predicting Fang will get defanged for a 3rd time today.
If Fang has any fangs left.
A fangless Fang.
A fangless Fang. In the arena, though, we have Everest, who fought their way through the play-ins, taking on
Blue
Schism,
square, ready.
who won their melee,
Red
of course,
square,
with
ready.
Shucky and Mura.
I reckon this is the upset.
Robot here.
I reckon this is the one
Stand
where
by.
Everest makes it through.
I've just thought
3,
Mura has already made it through and they have to do a
one.
play-in. So they did make
Activate.
it. Away we go. Good attack there from Schism from the start. Everest has that enormous weapon at the front. And it's stopped. And it's stopped. And down comes the
immobilised.
weapon. And it's immobilised.
Immobilised. The Roboteers dropped their controller.
And Schism has put the weapon into Everest. Can it let go? I think the fight is over because we're going to get a tap out now from Everest. So Schism progresses through. That was a very quick fight. It's a shame. Schism progresses to the round of 16. But as I was saying, Mura were in the play-ins and made it through. They beat sore loser. So we do have one through to the next round.
I'm checking my sheet. I can't find Mura. You're absolutely right.
There you go.
Breaking the trend.
There you go. Mura's the only one. But, as I was saying in the meantime, I wonder what happened to Everest. Well, it's a shame to see it go out like that. We saw the power of the weapon earlier on when it fought... who did it fight? It fought against Ingot, didn't it? And it kind of pulled it apart. Schism, a very different style of robot to fight. It's very unusual, kind of difficult to deal with. Hopefully Tweedy's going to go and have a little chat with Craig over at the interview booth in a second while we set up for our next match.
And this is kind of the glass cannon situation of these robots. They are such high-powered damage dealers, but they need to be built to withstand the hits as well. And Craig, I can see Schism's making their way over. Be kind this time. It's called Schism.
Shim.
I tried my best.
What?
Yeah. Yes.
Cool, thanks, Jack Tweedy. Schism will... I said it. Schism will be in the next round. Everest, let's have a chat with you very quickly. What happened?
That was a bit disappointing. The link came out. You might remember earlier it was destroyed by Wayu, and this replacement one doesn't seem to want to stay in. I bent out the pins before the fight to try and get it to stay in, and it just reset and is now falling out left, right, and center. So, I don't know.
It's a real shame. It's the sort of risk that we take in this sport sometimes. It's such a massive vert, and it hit the wall pretty hard, but...
That it did.
Sadly not the opponent. At least it's still in working form.
Yep, perfect working order. Just need to fix the link. Everything else, it'll be back and running again in a few minutes, probably, so...
Back and running again in a few minutes. Everest, everyone.
So looking forward to see Everest in a whiteboard, because we know that weapon is powerful. It can do damage, but we just haven't seen it in its best. A whiteboard isn't necessarily that opportunity to show it at its best, but you don't really care at that point.
It's extra data, it's extra information you get in the arena, more time, more stick time. It's what you want. Loading in currently, we have our third to last round of 32 fights between Inversion and Stronger Hold. Inversion making their way through the play-ins, the redemption fights. Stronger Hold, of course, won their opening melee with Lancer Frog and someone else whose name escapes me.
Quite a nail-biting finish as well.
It was.
They're used to hopefully their nerves have calmed since that fight, and, well, they're going to be fully focused and ready. Both Roboteers hitting the ready buttons now.
And we are ready to go.
Robot here.
Inversion looked pretty good in its last fight against Lilith.
3,
They take on Stronger Hold
2,
in
1.
the next fight.
Activate.
Away we go.
So Stronger Hold, the nippier of the two, flying out of their corner.
Good lift though by Inversion.
Put on the side.
Can they get him out of the arena? Not on this occasion. Good lift again though by Inversion.
So Inversion kind of controlling Stronger Hold at that point there. They were stopping them from really getting back on their feet, but now we can see Stronger Hold darting around.
So far so good for Inversion. They have been, I say, a little bit unlucky in that first fight to be drawn up against a devastating destroyer of worlds in Cult, but since then have been a very effective robot in the arena. It's not too... Oh, that's a great
So
suplex.
close to the Uta zone
and a great
as well.
suplex as well. It's been a very well controlled. Will Thomas has driven robots at every single weight class in the country. He's been winning fights at Extreme Robots, won fights at Robot Wars as a top 4 finisher at Robot Wars. He knows his stuff. An inversion, you know, it looks deceptively simple, but it is very, very effective in the arena when it can get a good grapple hold in the fight like it is doing here.
And right now, yeah,
Great
very
lift
much.
and a great suplex.
Brilliant suplex. And
Good
into the
lift.
pit.
Oh, brilliant. Unbelievable driving. Will Thomas putting on an absolute clinic. Inversion back to its best. That was supreme driving down the pits. Goes stronger hold. And another winner from our redemption fights.
So only 2. That is the end of our... No, not quite.
No, got 2 more.
Not quite, 2 more. I was getting ahead of myself. So 2 robots redeeming themselves, making it back into the round of 16. That is where we're going to head. 2 robots that need to be up on the ready tables behind us. Don't Stop Me Now versus Contradiction. And then the whiteboards. We got Sir Lancerfrog, Fang, El Turberon, and Bogmeister. And then our second whiteboard of the day, Camellia, Spins and Needles, Overclocked, and Lilith. Please make your way up to the ready tables. Over to Craig.
So, Will, I was going to say it's been quite the fairy tale run after you got demolished this morning, but given your credentials, the Robot Wars and the Extreme Robots Captain and all of those things, should I be surprised that you've been this dominant?
I think I'm just good at putting it back together. No, it was the best it's run, actually. Nice suplex move the first time it's done that, so I'm really happy with how that's working. Long may it continue.
Long may it continue, indeed. Inversion's got that really powerful lifter. What's in there powering it?
It's a brushed gear motor, 37mm gear motor. It's like the cheapest one here. Like even the drive motor's like £3 off eBay. They're the Rotorlink ones, completely unmodified. It's cheap and nasty, but it works.
Cheap and nasty, but it works. Doesn't have to be fancy to get into this sport, ladies and gents. Please come and get involved in what we do. Will and Inversion, everyone. And Josh, stronger hold. Such a cool robot, but you drew kind of the nemesis of control bots there.
Yeah, he's one of the best drivers here for sure. Like, he was in full control the entire time. So
it was a dominant performance, right? So you can't be too sad going out to that. But how has your run been today? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, really good actually. I feel like it's getting there. It's improvement from last time for sure. So yeah,
it's good to have you back in Beetleweights, Josh, and hopefully we will see Stronger Hold again very soon. Stronger Hold.
Hopefully we'll see Stronger Hold in the arena later on for some whiteboards. In the meantime, we have our penultimate fight in the round of 32. Stratus returning to the arena, and Forkhead with some new attachments to try and maybe grapple hold. I do actually think Forkhead could be quite good for this fight.
I don't know how much
Blue
precision
square,
went into
ready.
these attachments. They look like just screws thrown into the
They are
floor.
absolutely
Robot
just,
is.
but
Stand by.
I think because of the range of motion
3,
Forkhead has,
2,
it could be quite good in this
1.
fight. We'll see.
It can
Activate.
entangle itself almost in Stratus's long wheels. But Forkhead going straight into the side of Stratus. And now we're
Forkhead.
starting to see some damage be done. Stratus's weapon is up to speed.
Oh! There goes a drive belt, and I think a wheel has
Yep, you can see the wheel up against the
It's
arena
gone.
floor there.
There goes the
Stratus just going to town now. Forkhead desperately trying to get to the side, to the Uta zone, but not quite.
Great push there by Forkhead. Of course, don't forget, if any part of Stratus touches the Uta zone, they are out of it, but they are shredding the
Fit
Forkhead
enabled.
weapon as we speak. All that damage will just accrue over the course of the fight. It's going to be a tough ask, I think, from here for Forkhead. It has touched the floor, though.
Disassemble.
Did it touch the floor?
Well, I'm not too
Disassemble.
sure because the wheels, the notches, I
So
don't
the
think
fight's
they're
been
deep enough.
stopped. Hang on, we are pausing the fight just to, we're going to get it to VAR. I know it's a dangerous option, I know, but we are going to do it.
Was that a VAR?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Bear with us.
So I'm just gonna talk over this. I've asked the audience last time. Audience, do you think it's out? Okay, it's a lot of no's. I'm not sure because I'm looking at the wheels. The notches of the wheels don't look deep enough.
After reviewing the footage, the wheel did not touch the floor. So we will continue from here with 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Stratus, a nervy scare. Sweaty palms for Tom Brewster.
Roboteers, grab your robots. Grab your robots. Grab your
Don't
controllers.
grab your robots, whatever you do, not right now.
Resuming. In
Here we go
3,
then. Stratus,
2,
maybe in the
1.
ascendancy. Forkhead doing very
Activate.
well though to stay competitive in the fight.
So competitive in the fight, yes, but look here, poor Forkhead. They are strewn all over the place. That robot is falling apart, and Stratus.
Great
is now
driving though by Forkhead. Can they maybe dump Stratus down a bit? They're locked in to that kind of, they split the pontoon now. It's all looking a little bit ropey. The weapon's completely gone. Forkhead have been discombobulated. I've been shredded. Poor old
But they're
Forkhead,
still
they're still going.
going. Forkhead are still
Oh my
going.
goodness.
They're taking the punishment. They can take it. And Stratus cannot
Forkhead,
get
I
a
think
killing
that could be
blow.
that. It's still going. It's still going, Forkhead. It's still going.
The audience are cheering Forkhead
it's
on.
still moving.
The audience
Can
are
it
cheering
survive? They're
on.
trying to push Stratus out. Can they do it? They're lifting, not quite. 25 seconds remaining, and Forkhead is in absolute pieces. And I think that could be that. Forkhead, the wheel is off the floor. It is completely destroyed. What a performance.
A round of applause
by Forkhead.
Seize.
That's what we love to see. Stratus, I mean, wow. Just bits and pieces of poor old Forkhead.
And I thought Bogmeister could take a beating. Did you see that?
Wow.
You should see the other guy. Honestly, Forkhead, you poor soul, fighting on, and the audience absolutely loving every moment of it. Stratus just couldn't get the killing blow. I mean,
Wow.
obviously they did, but they struggled.
It's like the Black Knight from Monty Python, doesn't it? Just kept going.
It was a flesh wound.
I think there's more than a flesh wound there. Wow. Forkhead, bits, I mean, look at all the electronics just hanging out the front. The lipo, thankfully, nicely tucked
I
away
was
so we can
gonna say,
continue the fight.
Quite precarious there, but obviously safe enough to continue, and well, it ended in a fantastic fashion. Craig, you're going to be a while waiting for all of these bits. We'll probably send them in the post.
Goodness me. Forkhead in pieces. Craig, Tom Brewster is heading your way. Have a word with him.
Tom Brewster, you naughty, naughty man.
Ooh, that was good fun. Yeah, that was quite a nerve-wracking one, to be honest. Every time that he pushed me over to the corner, I was spinning down because I knew that if I got a hit on him, I would shoot backwards. So yeah, that was a pretty nervous one towards the end there. Yeah.
Like, there were so many moments where your wheels were so close to touching the floor, and if you don't know, you touch the floor over that wall, you are out. Any part of your robot, which is the floor with running a robot like this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I used my notch wheels to avoid him being able to grab me, and I think that's just about what saved me, because this just managed to claw on the edge of the wall and get me back in. It was very close. Fair play, though, to Forkhead. He kept in there. That's an astonishing machine to keep running after all that. Fair play.
With so many moving parts to keep it going that amount of time against something as destructive as Stratus is quite an achievement.
Yeah, honestly, just amazing job to the driver of Forkhead. That was incredible. So honestly, well done.
Well, Stratus, we will see you again. I'm sure you will continue your dominant run. Tom Brewster and Stratus, everybody. Now let's get some of Forkhead in here. My goodness, Steve, that was a time.
It's had an absolutely brutal day, and that pattern's continued, as we can see.
Yeah, let's just hold some of this up for the camera. There was parts of robot here that currently are not, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely looking less robot. Fortunately, the battery's tucked away at the back. Just kind of hoping that I could nudge him into the outer zone, to be honest. And it was to the point where I wasn't having another fight, so why not try?
You were so close. I haven't seen anyone take it that close to him for quite a while. Was that kind of the strategy going in, just to, like, hope that you could get him over the wall?
I had a sort of vague idea to try and hook the self-rights on the wheels, but couldn't make that happen, so sort of got a couple of good pushes on the wheels, but yeah, couldn't quite convert it into a victory, obviously.
Well, you absolutely bought it to Stratus. Can we have the biggest cheer of the day for Forkhead and Steve? Have we got it all?
Look at all the bits they're having to pick up for Forkhead. I mean, I do like Tony's roll of tape that he's got with it there. That might be needed, I think, for Forkhead. In the meantime, we're loading into the arena our final round of 32 fights, which is Don't Stop Me Now and Contradiction.
Predictions?
Ooh, good question. I do like the fact that Don't Stop Me Now is just going with the long central fork, or kind of pontoon it through the middle.
A ramp.
Well, so they've done that in order to jam into the egg beater. Nod of the head there from Bart. Basically, just drive at them, try and get the weapon to hit the fork on the way round, so it bounces up and over. That way they don't have as much control because only 2 of the wheels are touching the floor, not all 4. Craig's strategy with Contradiction will be chew it to bits, really, and see what happens.
So ideally either at the back or at the sides, and then get into Don't Stop Me Now's, well, circuitry if they can.
Yeah.
Red square,
Disable it as
ready.
quickly and as effectively as possible.
Yeah. So Don't Stop
Blue
Me Now
square,
in the red
ready.
zone, in the blue, Contradiction.
Robot here.
For our final
Stand
place
by.
in our round of 16 today.
3, 2, 1. Activate.
Away we go.
And Don't Stop Me Now, they're being very cautious. I think they were more focused on ensuring that platoon went into the beater.
Feed the weapon, feed the wedge into the weapon. That's a good attack there, and a nice attempt. They are doing very good at trying to get it fed into the weapon, but Contradiction, not having any of it. There you go. That's what they want to do, try and get in underneath like that. But at the moment, the issue they're having is it's a little bit too flimsy. Oh, and something's come flying off.
So I think
that's the link.
Oh, the link! The link
And
is
that is
out.
the end of the fight.
Enabled.
The removal link has made the robot safe. Safe robot's no good in there. Immobilized. Don't Stop Me Now has been stopped. Contradiction goes through.
I was having such a good time.
They were doing all right, weren't they? They were feeding the wedge into the...
I'm glad Joe got the joke. Sam, come on, man.
I suppose you could say another one has bitten the dust.
And another one's gone. Anyway, spare us from this pit of despair. Craig, over to you. What's in your mind right now?
What's in my mind right now?
Yeah.
I think it's just worth outlining that this is the first event for us where we're allowing switches. We've seen quite a few matches lost due to links coming out, the safety device that you can put in to turn it on. We're now allowing switches, a little turny switch. I haven't seen any of those fail today. Just saying, friends. Yeah, come over. Let's have a chat with some people. We've got Don't Stop Me Now coming in now. Was it just the link that ended it?
No, he ripped off the magnet, and then I got beached.
Oh.
He kicked off the link, so...
So it was kind of over before the link happened?
Yeah.
Well, it's been a pretty good run for you so far, right? Like, it's been a really fun robot to watch, zooming around the arena.
I had fun, so...
Then objective, won. We win. It's been an amazing robot to watch. Thank you so much for bringing it. Don't Stop Me Now. Hey, Craig. Contradiction. It's doing the business. It's doing all right, isn't it?
It's working now. Yeah, it's good. It's a good feeling.
So Contra earlier was having a little bit of a wobbly. There was a potential battery problem. Was that it?
Yeah, I managed to drain the battery completely flat. So it just ground to a halt.
Thank goodness for spares.
Yes, thank goodness for spares. This time round, it hadn't gone to the 2 minutes, so yeah.
Well, congrats. We will see you in the round of 16. Contradiction.
So we're about to witness the first of our whiteboard rounds. Whiteboards are called whiteboards because basically roboteers who have come, who have brought their robot, who want to have a go, they just say, can I have a go? And Joe puts them on a whiteboard and then they get thrown into the arena together and chaos is normally the result. So Fang, unfortunately, does not have any fangs. They are very much just a shielded robot. But we do have 4 robots in this fight. Sir Lancerfrog, Fang, El Tiburon, and Bogmeister. The return of Bogmeister has been repaired somehow. Oh, never mind. No, not repaired. I spoke way too soon. So they had ambition, but unfortunately reality came in. They were way too destroyed. Joe, do you want to pop on over? Join me on the mic.
Hi, Gav.
You know you don't have to eat the microphone.
Delicious.
You're right on camera doing that. Just be careful, my friend.
Sorry, children's show. We have 4 very fun non-spinners in this one. 3. What happened to the 4th?
So Bob Meister wanted to join, but unfortunately couldn't make it.
That's a shame. Bogmeister is one of my personal favorites. It was very. It was currently winning the award for the best attrition survival-y thing until that recent fight where Stratus. His big one's called Straddle. Stratus.
Blue square.
Truly ate up.
And well, Joe, you've seen a lot of these fights.
Ready.
I just want to talk about Fang and the fact it's
Robot
really
here.
embodied. The whole
Stand by.
robot is shaped after a bat.
Oh, it's
how,
beautiful.
How often is that the Roboteers actually go that far?
Activate.
Not often. It's a lot of extra. There's a lot of downsides to doing that. But that's what I love about John Luke and his robots. He committed so much to the shape of a bat that that's why his weapon was flying off all morning, and now he is weaponless. So.
Well, we say that, but he's just turned
Sorry.
the robot into a spinner
Yes.
by flying around. So it does still have some tricks up its sleeve, as Sir Lancelot and El Tiburon are battling away. Good lift there by Sir Lancelot, but Fang running away.
That is good. Yeah, that's just like it happens in
Enable.
nature. If you watch a bat in a cave,
Descending.
when it sees
Descending.
something scary,
I've never seen a frog in a bat go head to head, but here we are.
it's a witch's brew in the arena right now.
I'm not sure what animal we can attribute El Tiburon to be, but
It's
Fang and
zombie.
Sir Lancelot really fighting away each other. El Tiburon just enjoying its own time in the arena. What are they doing? Get in the fight.
I'm proud of my students for putting more tape on their robots than others. I think that shows good engineering skills.
Classic engineering. If you can't fix it with duct tape. Oh no!
There we go. A very strong win from the frog there. And as always, the crowd loves a good frog.
I mean, that looked synchronized. It was almost as if both Roboteers nodded at each other and went, shall we run from the frog? The pit's the only safe spot.
It's just a smile. It's a bit too happy. I don't like how joyous it looks on as it stares up ominously into your face. That's how I feel anyway. I don't know how you feel about the frog. Yeah.
Well, I've never gone head-to-head in the arena against it. So from my
fair.
side, I only know the Roboteer and couldn't speak any greater credit. You know, such a lovely, lovely bloke.
A lovely guy, terrifying driver. Everyone has a different personality when you put them in the arena, so it's quite fun to see when you put them on the
How does
controller.
Nick change? Yeah, how does he? Because
Ferocious.
absolute gentle giant outside the arena,
Yeah.
inside the arena, unforgiving.
Yes, absolutely. Anything, he just wants to milk those cheers. He wants those frog shout outs, so he's going to do anything to get that cred.
And how long has Nick been doing it? Do you know?
Yeah, Nick started about 2018, 2017, I want to say. Pretty similar time to me. So he's been frogging that whole time. He's not stopped frogging. He's hopping along or whatever.
I'm going to save you from yourself.
Oh.
Craig, over to you with Fang. Talk us through the maneuverability there, because Fang tried something different.
So, here with Fang and just observing that the wedges hold on with cable ties.
Well, of course. I mean, that's the ultimate way of holding a wedge on, isn't it?
Isn't it just the ultimate way of holding a wedge on? I love Fang so much. Can you tell us a little bit about Fang? What was the design process? What do you use? Anything interesting about Fang?
So Fang is basically my team logo for Igor. I was speaking to Anthony Murney a while ago, and he said, that'd make a really cool robot. So I was like, yes, it would. So I made one. And obviously it's used to have a spinner. Now it doesn't. Now it's a wedge, and it seemed to work better with a wedge, so I might keep it.
Because your first robot was a lifter, right? Igor.
Yes, yeah, it was a panic attack style lifter.
And how did you find your successes with that compared to Fang and all the other robots you've done?
Well, Fang has always been my most successful one. It's got fourth twice. If you count the second version as well, that also got fourth. So I'm still sticking with Fang, but it needs a bit of work now.
It needs some love. Well, we love to see it. Thank you for bringing it down. Fang, everyone. And Froggy. I love Froggy so much, and I hope Froggy likes me too. Tell us about the history of Frog.
Well, as Joe was saying, I started in 2018, the first event in February as well, so it's been quite a journey so far, but it's all been with the same sort of family of robots. Sir Lancelot is basically he's my boy, my good time child. I love fighting with him, and I love advancing him every time, trying to make it a little bit better, pushing it a little bit further each time. So, yeah.
What I really love about Frog is that you did just take that core design that you started with and advance it and advance it and advance it, and starting with something really simple and just making it better and better. And that's where we are today. Such a wonderful machine. Everyone here loves it. Sir Lancer Frog.
So I can hear frog chants, but we're going to move on because we've got another whiteboard coming up. And Camellia, if people remember, this robot was in tatters. It is literally held together with duct tape right now. That is incredible how you've managed to get enough pieces to get a chassis of a robot. And David, I'm talking to you, please don't get stuck. We want your most aggressive, frantic driving. 3 robots in
Yellow
the pit. That's what I'm
blue
expecting.
square. Red square, ready. Green square, ready.
So Lilith in the red corner. In the green
Robot
we have
is
Overcooked.
stand by.
Overclocked. Monterey Jack in the yellow
3,
and
2,
Camellia in the blue.
1. Activate.
And this might be a slightly more explosive battle as Camellia does have that spinning weapon. But everyone so far staying away as they're slowly shuffling over. Monterey Jack the first to take the hit. And that's a brilliant lift there by Overclocked. They are stuck within Monterey Jack. I'm not sure if they'll be able to unstick. Lilith comes in and actually separates them. Great work there. But Monterey Jack currently stuck. They're trying to self-right. I'm not sure if they can. The pit button has been hit. And I think we're going to see a timeout there for Monterey Jack. But Lilith now fully taking control of Overclocked.
Pit descending. Pit descending.
And there Lilith throwing Camellia up into the corner, doing a fantastic job to control this. I think Monterey Jack is out as we're all into the outer zone. And is something caught on Overclocked? Not quite. Oh, Lilith so close to going into the pit. And now Overclocked comes in with their axe. They are unhappy with Lilith. Doing a fantastic job there. I think Camellia is actually out of it, so this is now a 2-robot fight. And come on, we want to see 1 robot going into the pit. 40 seconds left between Lilith and Overclocked, dancing around each other, but Overclocked actually getting some fantastic hits in here. And I'm not sure if Lilith has anything to respond. They are trying to position themselves for a great charge. They want Overclocked into the pit. Overclocked is coming down with their hammer, and we're getting closer, but not close enough. So Lilith having to think, trying to coax Overclocked into the pit. 10 seconds left
7,
of the fight. Lilith
6,
is positioned where
5,
it needs to be. Can
4,
it charge? Has
3,
it got the driving force?
2,
No, it does not.
1. Seize.
So as a token there, Lilith throwing themselves into the pit. But we do need to decide a winner. And this is where the audience comes in because the judges have ran away. Okay, 2 are here, but they've ran away. So audience is up to you. We need your cheers based on loudest cheer between Overclocked and Lilith. So if you think Lilith, the one in the pit, is the winner, give me a cheer. And if you think Overclocked is the winner, give me a cheer. I'm sorry to say, David, but our winner is Overclocked.
There we go. All right, and your judges are back. Yes.
I can't believe it. We are into the round of 16.
Yeah, serious stuff coming up soon. We have our uni section first of all. We only have 2 fights from our uni section. That's kind of being whittled down slowly but surely. The winner of the uni bracket will then get fed into the main competition at the semi-final stage. So yeah, pretty intense level of competition to go into. But we've seen how good the Unibots can be. Can we have to the ready table, please? Galahad and Got Any Grapes, Fission and Killjoy, Wayo and Colt. That could be a very spicy one. And Boom Zoom and Icebreaker, another spicy fight. Craig, you've got Overclocked by the interview booth.
I do have Overclocked. Thomas, I love Overclock so much, and it's got such a weird way of moving. Can you help us kind of explain it to people?
So you've got these kind of offset circular bits on a shaft, and what happens is when the shaft rotates, it kind of moves the legs kind of like in a shuffling motion, kind of like that.
And shufflers, of course, get to be a little bit heavier as per our rules because they're not usually as effective as wheeled robots. So how heavy is Overclocked?
It is just about 2 kilos, so 500 grams more than a regular robot.
Is it worth it?
I think so.
I definitely think it's worth it. It's very, very fun. And that hammer, as we saw on Monterey Jack, can do some real stuff.
Yes, so I'm just really happy that the axe is, doing lots of damage. You can hear and feel those impacts.
And that's the best thing to have with an axe. I love it so much. I hope to see it again today. Overclocked. I thought this wasn't going to be back today.
I mean, neither did we, but apparently her internals weren't damaged, and we got a new weapon on her, so...
The horrors persist, but so does Camilla.
Exactly.
And it spanned that time.
Yeah, it worked. I got a hit in. I sound very happy about that, and it's a win for us, I guess, even though we got flipped over pretty much immediately afterwards.
Progress. Progress.
She's more duct tape than bought at this point, but...
Duct tape is a proven material, and I will hear no words against it.
Also, shout out to my teammate if he's actually listening, because he did all the design for her, so I feel bad that he didn't get to drive her.
Well, shout out to the entire of Cardiff Uni for bringing this absolute monstrosity. Camilla!
1 second answers, Craig, please.
1 second interview, Dave.
That didn't go very well.
Shout out to Dave Weston, everybody, an absolute legend of the UK robot scene.
Blue square, ready.
But more importantly, right now,
Red
the
square,
round of
ready.
16 begins. Got any grapes against Galahad's.
Robot ears, stand by.
2 big hitters, no duck in the arena this time.
2.
There's a lot of audience cheers for
Oh
Got Any
dear.
Grapes.
Will they waddle away for the very next day?
I'm going to stop you there because the fight has now begun, and that's Galahad going up into the air. Got Any Grapes getting the first exchange.
Oh my goodness, it's out of the arena! Great. They got their grapes. Galahad out of the arena. A win for Bath Uni's Ellie Harrington through to the round of 8. Wow.
Impactful.
That weapon, when it connects, it connects.
And that's really interesting. I'm not quite sure what Galahad was trying to achieve. They had the opportunity to dart to the side, but they went more head on.
They did. They tried to go weapon to weapon. I kind of get what they were trying to do, just kind of like bait them into trying to like turn into the weapon and maybe miss them, but no, good control by Got Any Grapes. They were patient. The duck didn't need to get involved, thankfully survived as well. Craig, I'm sure a very happy Ellie's heading your way.
She is indeed with Got Any Grapes. Did you know grapes are berries?
I did not, actually. That's a fun grape fact.
How do you feel after that fight?
Well, it turns out grapes are quite energy dense, as has seen, and I'm impressed that it managed to work. Like, it moved, it turned, and then I actually intended to hit someone rather than the last fight where I didn't.
That was some fun, like, video game physics where it, like, punted it and it just landed perfectly.
It was like, I like hit it, and I was like, oh God, where's it gonna go? Oh, it's slotted in there. I was like, perfect.
Best possible scenario. And Got Any Grapes moves on to the round of 8?
Somehow.
I'm here for it. Everyone else is here for it. Got Any Grapes?
So, we have one robot in the uni bracket final. Got Any Grapes? Who will take them on? Will it be Fission or Killjoy? Fission from Sheffield Hallam and Killjoy.
Boo.
Boo?
Yeah, the pantomime.
Well, Oh, yes, of course. I remember.
I never forget. How dare you, Killjoy?
Destroying the mini-bot earlier on today. Both
Red-
these two representing
Blue square,
Sheffield
ready.
Hallam University.
Only
Robot
one can go
here.
through those, so
Stand
they know
by.
each other, they know those robots well, but only
3,
one can make it through.
2,
Who is going
1.
to represent? The fight
Activate.
begins.
Away we go, both weapons up to speed, and initial advantage goes to Fission, and the link has been sniped. That's the end of that. Killjoy eliminated. Fission through to our uni bracket final. Out go Killjoy. That is payback for the Antweight getting destroyed earlier, I think. That is, karma.
They got off lightly, if you ask me. Put them back in. Put them back in. Do more carnage.
I didn't hear no bell.
Honestly, but a very short battle.
Yes.
That actually might mean, with these short battles, that actually means we might get the opportunity for more whiteboards. So just because these fights are short doesn't mean the chaos ends.
No. It does also mean that, our two uni bracket finalists, Got Any Grapes and Fission, will be taken to the run, hopefully at full fitness. I'm sure Craig will decipher if there is much damage to Fission in a second.
Got Any Grapes especially has coasted through without receiving much damage, and that is
Correct.
one of their saving graces, because that robot's probably a bit of a nightmare to repair.
Yes, it's very complicated. We're going to have an explosive fight in a second, but first of all, Craig, Fission is heading your way.
I am indeed here with Fission. I know you guys are from the same uni. You're like the same team. But you didn't need to like fix it like that, did you?
Yeah.
Nah, obviously not an intended end to the fight. I'm imagining you wanted that to go on a little bit more?
Yeah, we were hoping for a few more weapon-to-weapons and a few big hits, but I managed to get the link, so I'm going to take the win.
Take the win indeed. Fission is looking dominant as it goes forward, and it's got a face. Got Any Grapes in the studio?
Oh, Craig, what have you done? You broke it? Okay.
I got it.
Oh. We're going to spare Mike heading down towards Craig.
Here you go, Craig. Don't break this one.
I love breaking things. I don't know where we got to. You did really well. Well done. Got Any Grapes in the student final? How do you feel about that matchup?
It's a big, scary vert. Try to get behind it. It's the best I can do, I think. Just do what I did with Henry, get behind him, and hopefully take something out important.
Well, best of luck, Fission, in the student final.
Okay. Our third fight of the round of 16 is currently loading in, and it should be a belter. Probably the two most destructive robots we've seen today. We've seen Colt disintegrate their opponents twice, and we've also seen... Whoa! Oh, like that's good.
I'm terrified at the number of audience members who are starting to join in. That chant's getting louder and louder.
And it will keep getting louder the further that Wayo progresses, I think. Wayo looks pretty good so far. We saw what damage it did to Ray earlier on. Taking Colt on. This is an absolute who's who, isn't it?
Strap in, folks. We're due a slobber knocker here tonight. This is going to be painful for one of the Roboteers. There is going to be shrapnel and carnage. Or it could be over in seconds.
It could be. I hope it's not. I think it's fair to say these two have been the standout destructive forces today so far. Whatever happens, I hope they both just deliver an excellent fight. It should be very explosive. Hold on to your hats, everybody. It's Wayo in the red.
Stand by.
It's Colt in the blue.
3, 2,
For a place in the quarterfinals.
Activate.
Away we go.
And are they willingly letting their weapons get up to speed?
Oh, that's a gear from Colt. Oh dear. Colt has stopped. Wayo is still moving, and that is that. The end. A gear shredded from Colt. Wayo very happily through to the round of 8. What happened, Joe? We'll have to find out in a second.
The chant lives on.
And it's a win for Wayo. Wayo. Oh dear.
Well, I think everyone's in agreement. The next time we see Wayo, we'll actually get it. The whole room will be in agreement, and we'll do it together.
Absolutely.
But I mean, Whale, we don't necessarily need to see it. It's a frisbee. Just throw it away. Colt, there's a cog. There's a gear on the floor.
It got shredded. Like I think Wayo got either underneath or round the back quite quickly, and I think that's from the drive system.
Yeah, because
it's weapon. Okay. I think as soon as the weapon goes on Colt, it does kind of limit it somewhat in what it can do. Gents, take your robots over to Craig and see what you've uncovered.
Let's have a little post-mortem of whatever happened there. How was that for you, Tim?
That was one hit, so that's a good thing.
Was that what you were expecting?
We were testing which direction we were turning to see if it would be one big hit, because we were interlocking or not, but we didn't. So we were spinning counterclockwise, clockwise, just waiting for something to break, which is a gear apparently.
A gear, apparently, and Wayo seems like it's had maybe a paint scratch.
Yeah, small dent.
Oh, maybe not.
No, that's design error. It breaks.
It wasn't just the paint.
Not just. It broke something.
Colt did indeed break something. Joe can have his moral victory. And Wayo, we will see you again in the next round. Wayo! What broke, Joe?
Everything. So this is a public announcement to not use easy nylon in combat robots. It does not work. The gear completely split. I don't know if you can see that because of the delay. Also, even if that didn't break, all the magnets inside of my weapon motor have shattered. So this is a public announcement to battle harden if you are gear driving weapons. Other than that, I don't know why it turned off completely. Yeah, to be honest. So we'll see, but...
It's decided it's done for the day.
Yeah, he did hit my weapon, so he hit me. And that's what happens when you get hit by Wayo. So, no, really good way to go, to be fair.
And a really destructive day for you, right? Some of the most destructive hits we've seen today were from Colt earlier on like inversion and overclocked. So it can't have been that bad.
Yeah, no, good day overall. As soon as I drew Wayo, kind of knew the writing was on the wall. Yeah, no, good day overall, and I'll pass the baton on to Wayo to win for the horizontals.
Wayo to win for the horizontals. Colt, everyone!
We are loading in for our second match from the main competition round of 16, our fourth overall. Boom Zoom in the red square, Icebreaker in its color-coded blue.
Blue
This is
square,
going to be a
ready.
difficult one to call.
Two
Red
exceptional
square, ready.
drivers, two exceptional robots. These two fight all the
Robot
time
here,
at Robo Dojo.
stand
I think it's
by.
pretty even between the two when they do fight. So
two,
I'll be hoping
1.
for a good match here.
Activate.
Away we go. Good box rush from Boom Zoom straight out the traps. In underneath goes the mini bot on Icebreaker in underneath and causing it all kinds of issues. Good work here from mini bot driver Andy Davies. And a good lift from Boom Zoom.
And getting that weapon of Icebreaker into the floor. They need to take the momentum away from that weapon because it is going to do incredible damage if it hits one of their robots.
Good work again from the mini bot here. Andy doing a nice job of keeping Icebreaker away from the main robot, but through the air goes Boom Zoom. They need to right themselves quickly and do so. Good driving from Boom Zoom, keeping it
Pitch enabled.
under pressure. Icebreaker.
So using that lifting arm, Boom Zoom, to great effect. And now we're seeing a pincer between both robots working together. Icebreaker, I think, is on the back foot here.
Descending.
They need to start doing some damage.
They are indeed.
Descending.
Boom Zoom is driving beautifully well and lifting Icebreaker up and over. Pit button has been activated. Pit button has not gone down. Does so now.
Yeah, of course, it has that momentary pause just so it gives the warning. And then
Oh
it comes
no!
down.
Driving error from Boom Zoom. And Adam took full advantage with Icebreaker. One hit, major hit was all it took. Out of the arena goes Boom Zoom. Icebreaker through to the round of 8.
So an explosive finish there. Icebreaker really struggling to stay in the fight. You have to say, Joe, Boom Zoom were in control.
Yeah, Boom Zoom, one of the strongest control bots in the UK right now. But Icebreaker, very, very established vertical spinner. They both do so many competitions all the time and iterate and iterate. So It could have gone either way.
So do you feel that was a slight mistake from Boom Zoom? Because they went over to the Uta zone, and that is something with vertical spinners we see so often, catching the robot at just the right angle to knock it into the Uta zone.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to be really careful around there, but you've got to be careful everywhere, you know, and it's fractions of a second, so you've got to be quick. I just want to say that fight was so explosive, it turned on the car alarm of our other commentator, so that's where he went.
That's why Sam's ran away, yes. He's been called to well, hopefully there's nothing wrong with his car, and he's just going to run back once he's
It's
turned
still
off.
going,
It's
so
still
if
going.
it's his car. But yeah, that was a really good fight. Really, really pro Roboteers when they're in the round of 16. You can see the caliber just goes up and up.
And you mentioned the caliber. The robots are definitely becoming the more battle-hardened, the more tested robots as we approach the end of the day. Round of 16, it's going to very quickly shrink down to our final competitors. Are there any standouts for you so far?
I've got to give like most improved so far to Got Any Grapes, because that robot normally kind of implodes in a kind of it's not his car. If you have a car that has an alarm that sounds like that, it's a building. Okay, if you have a building, if you have a building nearby and it makes that noise, go check your building. Thank you. Yeah, Got Any Grapes, most improved so far. So the fact it's now to the quarterfinals.
I'm gonna challenge you on that a little bit. Its fights have been so short. How can you really say best improved when it's not had much time in the arena?
Yeah, best improved 20 seconds in the arena. Yeah.
I mean, I agree. It's been dominant because that glass cannon. Oh, sorry, Craig's waiting. We're chatting away.
Yeah, off you pop, Craig.
It's fine. I didn't see the fight anyway, so you're going to have to tell me what happened.
Well, it's pretty back and forth, I thought. He was getting under me, I was getting under him. Good hits, good lifts. And I made a mistake. I showed my back to him right near the Uta zone, and that was all it took. One hit, I was out.
And Icebreaker's like that, right? It's a scary machine to kind of show any part of your robot to.
You give it one chance and he'll take it. That's just how Adam drives it. He's amazing.
But it's been a good run up till now, right?
Yeah, pretty happy with how robot's done. I just need to suck less, basically.
I don't agree. Everyone makes errors. And it's amazing to see Boom Zoom here. It's been a while since it's been down in Bristol, so thank you for bringing it down, Rob.
Always a pleasure. Thanks, Greg.
We will see you very soon. Boom Zoom, everyone. Like I say, I didn't see that, so I'm just going to go ahead and assume it was surgical precision as per Icebreaker norm.
I feel like I was probably losing most of that fight. It was just the end. I got one hit and that was it. So not the way I'd like to be winning a fight, but it's good.
But sometimes it goes like that, right? It just turns on a dime.
Yeah.
Well, there we go then. Icebreaker continuing its, as per normal at this point, very dominating run. Icebreaker, we will see you in the next round.
I've just realised the two uni bracket fights don't fight each other. Fission fighting that fight, and then Got Any Grapes is fighting Wayo.
So Got Any Grapes isn't in the student bracket.
Okay.
There's like a pro.
Red square, ready. Blue square, ready.
In the arena,
stand
for our
by.
next match in the round of 16, we have Mura and Prototype. Prototype in the red and Mura in the blue. Away we go.
Away we go, and Prototype darting around, as we've seen from these two robots, actually quite quick, the pair of them. But Mura not quite getting their weapon engaged, and Prototype once again going underneath.
That's not what Mura would have wanted. Turned upside down, of course, their weapon is less effective that way up. They can still cause damage, but of course, they're spinning down into the robot rather than using the floor as kind of like a ballast to kind of bring the weapon through the robot.
I think that's going to work to their favour, because the scoop of Prototype is so low down, they're not really getting underneath Prototype for their weapon to do damage.
No.
Whereas this way round, as Prototype goes underneath, they can get those little hits in.
So far, Prototype looking nice and chilled and controlled. This is how they did it in Berg as well. They kind of took their time, very happy to kind of be patient and wait and pick their spots. They're doing very well here with Mura and doing the same thing. Mura caught by the pit. They couldn't quite get away.
Pit.
Well, not going to take it.
Come on, Prototype. Come on, Prototype.
Take the win. I understand it. Prototype, you don't want to hit the weapon of Mura and it come flying out because it can cause the carnage still. But Prototype through to the next round.
I'm not saying I'm an advocate of peer pressure, but we did our best. We did our best in that scenario. The smarter move, absolutely, by Prototype. It's not worth the risk. They were clearly out of the fight. We just wanted to see it conclude the proper way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, we want to see the coup de grace, but didn't get it. That's okay. Prototype are here to win the competition. They're not here to just to turn up and, you know, compete. They want to win every single fight they possibly can. That is the best way of doing it. Being careful, being patient, and
save damage.
Absolutely.
You've got, you know, you're through. You're through
You've
to
got
the
three
rest of the
fights
competition.
potentially to go, so they don't want to take any extra hits unnecessarily. They're into the round of 8. Decent job from Will once again, driving superbly, and they will go through to the next round to fight Icebreaker. In the meantime, let's hand over to Craig.
Tell me about it. I do my best. I can compete with such a driving skills. That's it.
It's been an amazing run so far. Like, it's been so cool to have you here and to see this thing doing what it does.
I can be happier. I can be happier to try the robot, to learn a lot. And I'm so happy with your very, very, very warm welcome.
Well, thank you so much for coming. It means so much to all of us that people are willing to come and travel to our events. So can I just ask personally, for the biggest cheer of the day, for Miura. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Will, come on in. Prototype doing prototype things.
Yeah, I mean, sharpened the wedges before that one, and I've now got nice paint chips on the front, so I'm slowly planing my way through the paint on the floor.
We have to paint that.
I don't.
All right, for some.
Yeah, I mean, the pit, I would have pushed him. Normally I would, but the last Beetleweight event I went to, guy got stuck on the pit. In the grand finals, I'd hit him as the pit was going down. He bounced back out, immediately put me in. So I made that mistake once before, and with such a nasty weapon, I'm not taking that chance again.
It's very fair, it's very fair. And we will see Prototype in the next round.
Blue square,
Congratulations!
ready. Red square, ready.
Our next match in the round of 16, Data Breach
Robot here.
versus Grey
Stand by.
Area. Of course, the 4-bar tickler
3,
on
2,
Grey Area
1.
takes on the
Activate.
control lifter of Data Breach, repaired from its fight earlier on with Jackhammer. Good lift at the start.
So both of them missing that initial engagement, but Data Breach looking a little bit stuck and on the back foot now as Grey Area tries to take advantage.
And a drive belt has gone on Data Breach as well. Grey Area has sniped that, so they will no longer have the 6-wheel drive. Look at that, nice little few sparks.
Cheeky little bit of metal on metal. We always
Good
love
lift
to see
though
the
by
sparks.
Data Breach. Look at that, they've grabbed the fork at the front. Good attempt from Data Breach to try and control their opponents. Pit button is now available. Data Breach goes to the pit button, doesn't get it, and grinds to a halt for now.
And now we're seeing Grey Area, I think, try and get that other drive belt because that will immobilize Data Breach if they manage to hit it.
Certainly hamper its drive capabilities. I think they still will be able to drive, but it won't have the 6-wheel drive it had at the start of the fight. It will have to go down to 2. Good lift from Data Breach, getting a clamp on, but
Grey Area not quite close enough to get that spinning disc into effect. Data Breach pinned into the corner. Grey Area underneath, trying to get that blade to do some damage.
Shredding the underarm. Ooh, that was a brutal impact. I've not seen that today from Grey Area.
No, but that was actually against the arena wall, so that was doing not much damage to Data Breach. So they got away lightly there.
Good control from Data Breach again, trying to get a good lift. It hit the pit button now.
Descending.
Data Breach
Descending.
still very much in this fight. They do have a drive limitation with their drive belt gone, but Data Breach doing really well there. Look, using the forks to kind of lever Grey Area up, but another good attack from Grey Area, bringing that weapon into play.
And that's another drive belt gone.
Yeah, it's been snapped, so we're down to 2-wheel drive now on Data Breach, and they're shredding Data Breach. A good pin from Grey Area, pushing Data Breach back into the corner. Look at the top armor, it's all shredded and peeled up.
And we can see now that the wheels are stuck, but that's a great lift.
Ooh, good attempt from Data Breach, but they're
9,
stuck. Ooh, we're going to wait.
8,
Down to our last
7,
few seconds.
6.
We are going to head to
5,
time unless something
4,
majorly changes. Upside
3,
down goes Grey
2,
Area and Data Breach.
1.
Data Breach stuck against the arena wall.
6.
We go to a full 2-minute fight, and a round of applause well deserved between Grey Area and Data Breach. Data Breach, I think, took the lion's share of the punishment, but fought back very well towards the end.
I think that was really an example of where not having a weapon limits your options when it comes to the fight. Grey Area came in with a very clear plan of attack. They must have known Data Breach's robot well. They were pinpoint accuracy on those drive belts.
Yeah, they saw in the last fight, once the drive belts go down on Data Breach, it does limit them somewhat in what they're able to achieve in the arena. They don't have that enormous drive potential that they had when they have all 6 wheels working. Down to 2, it does limit them somewhat. So, good tactics. Data Breach I thought were very good as well. They did get a good couple of lifts off. Craig, we currently don't have a projector screen, but we do have you and Scott down there.
Do indeed. This is a robot that you said at the start of this event you weren't sure was going to work.
Yeah, it's something a bit different. I thought it would probably explode the first time it hit something, and I just wanted to see how it went. And it's working. It's doing quite well.
It's not just doing quite well, it's in the top 8.
That's, wow, yeah, okay. Yeah? Did it win?
It's just no projector.
I don't know.
Do we have a judge's decision?
Yes.
Go on.
Grey Area, 1. Okay. They're through.
Okay, sorry. I was assuming a little bit there. That was my bad.
There was a few kind of iffy moments where he managed to kind of hook the forks and sort of try and pick us up and take us around. But yeah, I think there's something in this design, to be honest.
I think there's definitely something in this design, and we're going to continue to see this design going forward into the round of 8. Best luck, Scott, and Grey Area. James, you really brought it to him.
Yeah, it was just a shame that the belts went so quickly. It doesn't always seem to be reliable when it loses a belt. But thankfully, it was just the back four that was still going, so it was just purely, he was just bullying me most of the time.
It was some surgical strikes, wasn't it, from Grey Area? Let's have a look, actually, at some of this damage. I'm going to pull that slightly and just get that side panel on display there. We can see some really lovely gourmet damage all over this machine. But it really took it. It held up to it.
It is built to be a brick, but this is the most brutal event it's experienced so far. I've only just put that new top plate on.
I'm sorry.
It's all right, it happens.
Well, it's an absolute tank of a machine.
Red
I'm
square,
sure we will see it
blue
again.
square, ready.
Data breach, everyone.
Our penultimate fight in the round of 16.
Robot here.
Schism
Stand by.
in the blue. Inversion
3,
in the red.
2, 1. Activate.
Away we go.
So we're not seeing that spinning. Oh, no, never mind. We weren't seeing the spinning jackhammer of Schism, but it is now engaged. Lovely pin there, but they're not getting the weapon firing up.
They don't want to spin up just yet and miss an opportunity. Now they have got the weapon spun up to speed. Can they bring it into play? They've pinned Inversion. Look at that. They've got the wheel stuck over the kicker at the bottom of the arena there. Good lift from Inversion. The forks underneath Schism as well. Good lift. Inversion. It is deceptively simple, but it is effective. And Will is such a good driver. He's able to utilize Inversion, which isn't, the most flashy robot in the field, but it is so good.
I don't think I've seen Schism this tentative before in a fight.
No.
They are really not using that saw blade. They're not using the hammer. This is a pushing fight.
Tweedy is being very, very patient. Rightly so. You can't win it with one shot all the time,
Descending.
but you can lose it potentially.
Descending.
So far, good push by Tweedy. Can they bring the weapon into play now? It's a good attack. Misses. Maybe this time.
Not quite close enough, I don't think. The arm is not long enough to get that saw blade into
There we go. That's a good pin. That's what you want to see. Good attack. Good reversal there from
Inversion. They're using their weapon to deflect.
Brilliant
that
driving.
Is brilliant driving. And great defensive driving. We're now seeing Schism start to really up the aggression.
And they've just jammed their fork behind the pit button, and that is no good. Oh, gets away with it.
Yeah, the hammer blow. That's enough force for them to get unstuck. So they're back in the fight once again with another good pin. And, well, we've seen
and
this
it happened
before.
again. And a good push for Inversion. Can they get... Oh, Schism almost drive down the pit, and they do! Jack Tweedy down the pits. A bit gutted. Inversion, some supreme driving skill, I have to say. The defensive work using the lifter arm, absolutely brilliant. And Inversion through.
A moment of ingenuity there, just to think, oh, hang on, I can block this. And, well, Very much. I don't know if they thought of that before the fight, but they definitely thought in the moment. And the
shaking the
Roboteer
head.
confirming. Roboteer confirming, no, that was on the fly thinking. So what do you think? Was that experience coming through there,
I think so.
Sam?
I mean, look, Inversion, I said, despite that loss in the first fight, it has done well at events in the past. And, the fact that they've now made it to the round of 8 through the play-ins and through the redemptions. Craig, let's see what you can decipher from Will. Let's see if you can pull any of that knowledge out of him.
For anyone that's wondering why we consider you to be one of the best doing this, I think that demonstrates it perfectly. That keep away stick was sick.
I mean, that was in the moment there. I had no idea I was going to do that. I saw he was lining up the hammer saw. I thought, nope, not having that. And it just so happened the forks slotted perfectly in. But I'll tell you what, you need to start stocking clean BBB underwear on the shop, because I definitely need some new ones after that.
We'll consider it. We'll consider it. So through to the round of 8, how are you feeling about it, considering that absolute devastation it took this morning?
I think seeing who it could be fighting next, there could be more of the same. So I'm going to be watching the next fight with a lot of interest, because I believe I fight the winner.
Who is in it? Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so it may not look the same next time you see it on who.
Well, best of luck, Will. Inversion, everyone. Very quickly, Jack 3D Schism, tell us about that fight.
I knew it was going to be a driving fight from the start. I mean, me and Will have been doing this for 15 plus years each. And yeah, it was very much always going to be a driving fight. And he adapted really well to every single situation I tried to put him in. Yeah, couldn't have lost to a better opponent.
Well, you absolutely bought it, Tweedy. Give it up, everyone, for Schism.
Yeah, it is a shame to see Schism go out at this stage, but we'll have to see if they'll do some whiteboards later on. In the meantime, we have our last round of 16 spots to fight Inversion in the next round. Stratus in the red, Contradiction in the blue.
Blue square.
I'm just trying to eye up Contradiction and Stratus. Contradiction very close to just nipping under Stratus without even being hit, I think. The clearance
Robot
between
here.
the weapon and the robot, this is going to be an interesting fight.
Yes, in this way round, however, the weapon bar on the Stratus is longer the other way, and I think that is going to be the crucial factor here. Look at that immediate impact. Contradiction gets batted away from the start. Oh, and another big impact, and there goes a wheel, and all kinds of devastation to Contradiction. They are down one side of drive. That is going to hamper them massively.
So that proved me wrong instantly there. Stratus clearly close enough to get to
And the base
Contradiction's
plate ripped
guts.
away. I think that is the end of the fight, because all the components are available to be gotten. Absolutely peeled away. Clinical from Stratus. They will progress through to fight Inversion in the next round. Will, I hope you have fun rebuilding your robot again after that one. I think that's going to be... I can see the stress on his face from here. But Stratus through. Hasn't really broken a sweat so far, has it? You know, maybe a little bit against Forkhead in the last round, but...
Well, I'm intrigued, actually, because I'm looking at Stratus, and the wheel design has changed between fight to fight, so they're clearly thinking ahead.
Yeah, the wheel design used in the last fight was kind of more aimed towards control bots. This is obviously a little bit more solid. It's a spinner. It's going to try and rip the wheels apart, so it needs to be a little bit more structurally intact, and I think that's why they've gone for the kind of more plain circular wheels. Oh, the battery got ripped out. Wow. The battery got pulled out of Contradiction. I didn't even see that.
So we'll get that up on the camera. But so it's the small little tweaks and changes, the small details that are making a big difference.
Absolutely. And that's why Stratus is so dangerous. Craig, are you going to tell Tom Brewster off again?
Yes, I'm down with Tom, Sarah, and Stratus. My goodness. After that, shaky fight against Forkhead, it seems like Stratus is back.
Yeah, it's a relief to not have to fight right near the Uta or to have the pit open just for a change. But no, that was a tough one. I think it came down to weapon speed at the end. I think I had the edge on in terms of purely miles per hour tip speed. So a tricky one. I mean, that's the first spinner I fought today, so I wasn't quite sure how it would go. But it's certainly a relief to come away with minimal damage, really. So.
Well, no spinner next. It sounds like you've got Will and Inversion. How is that for you?
Bring it on, let's go.
Bring it on, he says. Tom, Sarah, and Stratus. Craig, bring it in, bring it in. We need to see some of this. Because goodness me, that's some good damage. I mean, not good for you. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. but wow, how were you feeling going into that fight, knowing what Stratus can do?
I mean, it's Stratus. I mean, it hits hard, and if it hits you in the wrong place, as it did there, it'll just peel it apart. And so that's the aftermath.
That is the aftermath. I'm going to go ahead and assume this isn't probably going to be doing any whiteboards today.
It's unlikely, yeah. It's very unlikely.
But any other Beetleweights on the scene, you know, building anything new for any events soon?
There may be something in the works that goes...
Maybe a chompy little guy?
A chompy little guy, yeah, maybe.
Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. Craig is cooking at the moment. So let's give him a big cheer with Contradiction.
There we have it. And in the chat, thank you very much to Owen giving us a lovely rundown of our top 8, which will be Got Any Grapes versus Wayo. I love how he's getting louder after each fight as well. If he wins today, he's going to tear the roof off. Icebreaker versus Prototype. Fission versus Grey Area. And Inversion versus Stratus. So we could have a nice run to the final. Maybe we could see Wayo versus Stratus in the final. That would be something, wouldn't it? In the meantime, though, we have got a couple of whiteboards while everyone recharges their batteries and makes sure that their robots are all ready to go. Our first whiteboard is Abracadabra, Mild Parallelogram, Curb Stomp, and Cormoran. Where's Jev? Where's Jevon? Are you knocking about? Maybe later.
Green square, ready. Red square, yellow square, ready. Blue square, ready.
Hello, Felix, Arena Marshal and Roboteer Extraordinaire. How are you feeling?
Robot in, stand by.
Good. We've got a nice little whiteboard. We have Curb Stomp in the blue, Abracadabra in the green, Cormoran in the red, and Mild Parallelogram coming from the pit, or the yellow square.
Permanent grab now by Cormoran on Abracadabra.
Abracadabra and Mild Parallelogram go weapon to weapon, and a good lift by Abracadabra.
Towards the user zone.
Curb Stomp in there as well. The Uni entry.
Curb Stomp biting down on the...
Surrey Uni's Curb Stomp, everyone, has been an absolute joy to watch. They basically built it over the last week or so to put it fully together. They went from a fully clear plastic polycarb armour to this, the kind of alley skin they've got now, and it is an absolute joy to watch in the arena. For a first-time Uni entry, very, very good effort.
Very nice indeed.
Abracadabra trying to lift them though, and they're pinned. Over it goes. Oh no, they've been pushed against the arena wall once again. Is that the end?
Will they be to get over? Will they be stuck there?
Cormoran radically changed shape into the kind of weird grabbing arm setup. Mild Parallelogram in there as well, zipping around quite nicely. Good control there, pushing in on
Looks a bit lost upside down there, doesn't it?
What?
Looks a bit lost upside down.
It does a little bit. Oh, Mild Parallelogram! They got lost in the pits. That's
Lost
a shame for them. They were lost in the source. Down the pit goes
another one.
Oh my goodness!
And another one.
Well, we're down to 2. There's no count outs. Abracadabra putting on an absolute clinic. Curb Stomp lifted onto its side. Curb Stomp back on its wheels. Good driving and good sportsmanship there from Becca. And a good push again from Abracadabra. They're all in the pits. Abracadabra showing what it absolutely can do. And a lovely win for what could be, I was told earlier, this version of the robot's final fight.
Super performance there, absolutely.
It just shows what Abra can do. Like I said earlier, you know, it has made the top 8 in the past. It's so effective and, you know, beautifully driven. That was just a clinic.
I like it when it had a curb stop by the back of the underwear, kind of wedging it.
Fully wedging it and pulling it across the arena. Great work.
By the duct tape.
And a good fight too between all 4 of them. All had their moments. Curb Stomp, Surrey Uni. I think they can be happy with their day.
Oh, definitely.
Cormoran, our late reserve coming in, getting a couple of fights in there too. Cormelian, the cluster robots.
third configuration of the day or second?
Second, I think.
Second.
Yeah, second config.
There are a good few of them.
There are a few. Mild parallelogram fished out the pit as well. And I think Becca is heading down towards Craig.
Oh, I am down here with Becca and Abracadabra, proving once again that it doesn't need to be the fanciest robot in the world to deliver the results.
Yeah, my wonky little HDP box.
Tell us more about the construction, what goes into Abracadabra.
So Abra is about as low-tech as you can possibly be for a Beetle. So she is mainly sheets of HDPE, chopping board material, and wood screws. And we got a big servo on the top for her weapon, which is just a big lifter. So, yeah.
So it's all easily available components, easily available plastic sheet, easily available stuff, all just screwed together.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a jigsaw and a drill, you can make your very own Abracadabra.
You heard it here. You can build your own very own Abracadabra. And I hear there are some great guides online at bbb.gd/guides. Or just check out our website. It's fine.
I have heard that, Craig.
Don't mind me just trying to use your robot to bring more people in, because it's a wonderful robot and more people should build like this. Can we have a massive cheer, everyone, for Abracadabra? What in the hell spawn is this?
It's still a grabber. And this one is completely unchanged. Absolutely nothing done to it. Just change the link.
And this is... I don't know what to say.
It's got very big arms.
Don't like that. Don't like that.
I think that... It doesn't like running up inverted, though, so you're right.
So just turn it over.
Oh, yeah, just turn it over. It's fine.
Yeah, tickle its tummy.
Any of my robots. Every robot's got about 20 different ways you can defeat it. Mine's got 42.
So you're beating them all?
Well,
pick a number.
In theory, there's more options. I haven't quite explored all of them yet.
Well, it's always fun to have you in the arena, guys. Cormoran.
We are loading in another whiteboard into the arena. This time, a spinner whiteboard. So we have 4 robots in the arena. 3 of them have spinners, 1 does not. We have Wheelie Big Lad in the red square. We have Antimatter in the blue. We have Everest in the green. And Chucky, a glutton for punishment, in the yellow.
Chucky is
Red
the one
square,
lacking the
ready.
spinner in this fight, but
Green
yeah, I
square,
don't think
It doesn't
it's
really
gonna make a big
matter.
difference.
Generally, it doesn't matter.
Ready.
It's so good and so
Yellow
effective
square,
as a
ready.
lifter. It has every chance
Robot is
of securing
stand
the bag
by.
in this fight.
Loves a good spinner fight, doesn't
3, 2, 1. Activate.
And they're away, all spinning up nicely.
Oh my goodness.
Big clatter there by Everest.
Everest can actually reach the main body of Wheelie Big Lad, so Shaker will have to be careful not to get caught out by that. Of course, if you remember earlier, oh well, they can't like that. Antimatter, can they get back on their feet? I think the robot actually has been deactivated as well. That's a shame. If you remember
Everest
back,
now.
Antimatter did fight Wheelie Big Lad, but I don't think they're going to be fighting them anymore. Stuck on their side, Wheelie Big Lad caught in the corner.
We
there
love
with
putting the
Chucky.
side panel off Chucky.
Gets
Enable.
away from the corner. The house alarm's still going off outside in case anyone's wondering. Wheelie Big Lad. Does Shaky know what it's doing? Do we know what it's doing? Does it know what it's doing? It's going on. The arena is where it's going. And Chucky
Descending.
securing the victory.
Clinical performance.
And as I said, didn't need the spinner.
Didn't even need it.
Did not need the spinner.
Didn't even pass its mind.
Absolutely. Chucky, absolutely surgical.
One in each corner, almost.
Basically, yeah. I think where they all started pretty much as well.
Yeah.
Chucky started in the yellow, didn't it? Certainly.
Put
So
them all back on the shelf for next time.
absolutely. All right. Our next fights are the round of 8, the quarterfinals.
Oh, it's a good one.
So can we please get to the ready table? Got any grapes and whale? Icebreaker and prototype, fission and grey area, and inversion and stratus, please. Whenever you get the chance to.
Some really tasty fights.
There
coming
are
up,
some
aren't
tasty
there?
fights in there. There's a lot of energy, a lot of spinners, but also not everyone is a lifter. There's a few control bots in there too. Should be a pretty intense set of matches heading your way shortly. Not least of which, Got Any Grapes and Wayo.
This is going to be either over in seconds or is going to be a battle that's going to take absolutely every ounce of metal and shrapnel of these robots and fly it across the arena.
Credit to Ellie, made their way through the uni bracket to this stage to fight an absolute beast in Wayo, who's been kicking ass and taking names, it has to be said.
It's all going to depend on the first hit.
It really is.
Because if Wayo gets underneath or gets around, then Got Any Grapes is going to be in trouble because they're just going to dig away at those electronics at the back of the robot.
As well as that as well, I wonder if Wayo does clear the weapon. No? If you measured it up? Okay.
So the Roboteers are checking.
Okay, they've measured up each other. They can actually hit Wayo. Wayo is only, well, it's less than 2 centimeters tall, isn't it? It's teeny tiny. It's 2 centimeters tall. Wow.
That's quite a bit.
That's not very much. 20 mil. That's tiny. That's like this.
That's loads.
Okay.
In engineering speak, that's loads.
All right.
I mean, if you have a 20 mil interference fit, you're not getting that in.
It's very true. It's very true. Got Any Grapes and the duck.
Let's see, can we just find out what is the actual tip speed of the two robots? Can we find out from the Roboteers? Do they know?
Joe, man on the inside, has all the stats. So,
we
the
have
tip
a statistician.
speeds. So Wayo, the tip speed is 196 miles an hour. It's not slow. Got Any Grapes? 236. So the speed advantage is with Got Any Grapes.
And I feel like the weight advantage is almost, well, I don't know, we've got horizontal spinner versus vertical spinner. That's always an interesting battle.
The other thing to take into account is most robots here, they use 4-cell or 3-cell LiPo batteries. Wayo does not. Wayo uses 8.
So a bit of an overachievement there. But
it's superb.
I was talking to Joe earlier, and Joe mentioned that Wayo used to have a tendency to start to smoke.
Yeah, it used to hit things and then be sad afterwards. It doesn't necessarily do that that much these days, especially when it used to link. I think that was a bit more tricky to kind of secure in the robot, whereas now it doesn't have to worry about that. It's just got a big, nice switch that it can turn on in the middle, like so.
So really, Wayo is one of those robots that needs to be a glass cannon. It needs to get the fight over quick. If it goes on and becomes a marathon, the full 2 minutes, as the competition goes on, it might become more and more vulnerable because it might just not be as
able
resilient.
to get the knockouts as quick.
Exactly.
Maybe not. Look, it's a fearsome frisbee either way, isn't it?
And yeah, it is. For a frisbee, it is lethal. The magnets sucking it down to the metal as well, really holding it tight. And I love the little wobbling of Got Any Grapes as now. Got Any Grapes in the red zone. In the blue is Wayo. Should we do a countdown for this?
Absolutely.
Blue
Here we go then.
Ready.
So join us in counting down this fight in...
Robot ears, stand by.
Here we go.
3,
2,
2,
1, activate. Wayo and Got Any Grapes up to speed, both spinning at maximum.
They really are going maximum. So Got Any Grapes holding their
ground.
ground.
Not the duck! Not the duck!
And Got Any Grapes coming into
big
the
impact.
bend, but they're landing on their feet. So Got Any Grapes are still in this as Wayo
There goes Got
tries
Any
to come
Grapes
in.
and hits the floor. Wayo hits the wall as well. Both robots still in it. That is a bit of a surprise to me. So not the one and done fight we had last time with Wayo. Big impact there. Got Any Grapes goes flying. Wayo still in.
So great control by Got Any Grapes. They managed to pivot that disc.
Oh,
so
is that the weapon belt? I think it might be. Of Got Any Grapes. The weapon is slowing down.
Descending.
And Got Any Grapes is now weaponless, and Wayo can just go free ham and just attack Got Any Grapes willy-nilly, no threats. And I think that is the end of that. Got Any Grapes is tapped out. No waddling away this time. And it's a win for Wayo. Wayo. Through to the semi-finals. Wayo fearsome once again. Another clinic put on by the fearsome frisbee.
But commendable. Very commendable by Got Any Grapes. We were calling it a glass cannon this whole fight. They took a number of hits.
They did. They were excellent. They kept in there, and credit, they are a uni team. Okay, yes, they've done robots before. They have got other builds to their name. Robots like the wonderful. Is it Schneck? No, it's not Schneck. What's it called? No, reptile dysfunction. That is
Yes.
the other robot of Got Any Grapes' team. It is a beautiful robot. Got Any Grapes is also beautiful, and massive credit to them. They've done an amazing job today to get to this stage.
And they were a crowd favourite, like they
Absolutely.
really were. Got Any Grapes, please make your way over to Craig. Craig would like to speak to you. Actually, never mind, we have Wayo.
I've got Wayo here first. Tim, how do you think that was going to go? It's a bit of a weird opponent.
Very weird opponent. I was glad it wasn't as fast moving and turning, but we kept hitting weapon on weapon, so glad we survived.
Did you take any damage from that one?
Not only self-inflicted, I guess.
That's the perks of Wayo, right? It's so low to the ground, it's so hard to hit.
It is.
Yeah, you would be hard-pressed to find a Beetleweight as flat as this. It's, 20 mil?
Yeah, 20 mil.
20 millimeters, and it's also quite warm. I'm going to put that back down. There's a lot of stuff going on in that thing.
Need to replace something for the half finals, quarterfinals.
No, semi-finals. You're in the semi-finals. Semi-finals! Wayo in the semi-finals. Go and get it sorted, Tim. Grapes in the top 8 is a victory in itself, right?
Oh, absolutely. It should not be this far.
No, wrong. It should be this far, and we're all glad it got this far. How did you feel going in against the angry Frisbee?
Well, I know I'm going to lose, so I just try to make it as fun as possible. I put the mini-bot in there. The mini-bot is now missing a motor. The motor has split in half. But, it was great. There were some big hits. I think the blade might be slightly bent. But it still functionally works, which is an improvement over every other fight I've had with the big spinner. So,
well, we love to watch it, and I'm sure you guys love to watch it too, right? Give it up, everyone, for Ellie and Got Any Grapes.
A crowd favourite and making it way to the round of 8. What a fantastic achievement.
Yeah. Really, really good. Sorry, I had a mouthful of stroopwafel. Our Dutch guests have provided us with some excellent snackage.
Yep. What are these actually?
Stroopwafels.
Stroopwafels?
Yeah.
I just eat them. Right. In the arena, we have Prototype and Icebreaker. I don't know about this one. Prototype has been doing some fantastic control, but Icebreaker, they're the favourites as far as you're concerned?
I think so. I mean, they've won so many events in the past. Prototype, I think this is its second event. Yeah, so did well the first time, came second overall in Battle of the Berg in December. However, Icebreaker wasn't there, and Icebreaker tends to be pretty fearsome.
Red square, ready.
That being said,
Blue square,
Will is a very
ready.
good driver. He knows what he needs to do. Be patient,
Robot
pick
is
his shots.
stand by.
It's easier said than done, though, when you're in the air.
3,
So Prototype
2,
in the red zone,
1.
Icebreaker in the blue, and I'm
Activate.
expecting Prototype to charge over
Great
as
attack.
they do.
And the ground game is in the favour of Prototype. That surprises me. Good lift up as well. Over goes Icebreaker.
And using Icebreaker's weapon against them there because they're doing damage to themselves, throwing themselves across the arena.
Very, very low to the floor, Prototype. They must have sharpened that extra specially. They did. There's a nod of the heads.
And we're seeing the gyration effect of Icebreaker here. They're struggling to keep both their wheels on the floor.
Good attack again by Prototype. Into the arena wall. Scratching the poly. Good driving again from Prototype. Keeping. Oh, big impact there on the kicker of the arena.
30 seconds have gone of this fight, and I would say Prototype's been the controlling robot out of the two.
We haven't seen a big hit yet from Icebreaker, have we? They haven't had a chance. That was a good attack, and maybe now a chance? No. Prototype, once again, beautifully controlled, staying out of trouble, but they are taking a few more risks as the fight goes on.
So Icebreaker there is trying to get to the side of Prototype because when they get to the side, they can get under, they can get in, and they can start doing damage to the shield. But Prototype controlling this brilliantly.
Front
Another
to front, there is only one winner in this fight so far, and that is Prototype, and they're trying to pin Icebreaker in the corner. Hold them there, maybe run down the clock. Is the Icebreaker weapon okay?
So they got a 10-second count there where the referee's calling it, but they had to release. And once again, they're into the other corner.
But another good push again from Prototype, brilliantly controlled, and once again, just taking their time, picking their shots. An Icebreaker here, they need to turn the tide of the fight. We've got 30 seconds left, and so far it's been an absolute clinic from Prototype.
So we're seeing that control come through. Prototype now, I think, frantically darting into Prototype.
That's a bad move. Icebreaker got round the back. That could have been an opportunity, but didn't necessarily take full advantage. 20 seconds remaining between the two. Icebreaker still can't get underneath. It's a key to their weapon being effective. Over goes Prototype, gets back up on its wheels. Down to our last few seconds. Pit button activated. But Prototype stuck in the corner and out of the arena! Wowee! 2 seconds on the clock. Icebreaker grabbing victory from the jaws of certain defeat. Prototype was superb in that fight, and I want to say a massive round of applause, please, for Prototype. That was excellent driving and thoroughly deserved a win, but Adam, ice in the veins, icy robot by nature, that was superb.
Well, I mean, had to keep the nerves cool there to stay in control, but that was lots more than anything.
Look how calm he is. He just
Prototype
stood by the arena, like not a bead of sweat on the guy.
Prototype, though, I think that was just a momentary lapse. 2 seconds left, you said, and they positioned themselves the wrong side of that weapon because the pit was starting to fall down. They wanted to stay away from the pit zone, but the corner of the OOTA zone is just as dangerous.
Absolutely. They got caught in the corner. Craig, I think you'll have some very intense Roboteers when they come over in a second. That was a really, really good match between the two. Wowee. I think Adam's on his way over now.
Adam, I think you are just the king of just hanging on in fights and then just, when that opportunity comes up, just like running with it, right?
Yeah, I had to in that fight because other than that last hit, I didn't really have anything on him. I couldn't get under him, I couldn't hit him, so.
Do you reckon that would have gone your way if it went another 2 seconds?
Pardon, what was it?
Well, it would have been a judge's decision if it lasted 2 seconds longer.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have won that. Yeah, he controlled me the whole fight. So.
It was a valiant effort, wasn't it? So, Icebreaker through to the semi-finals. Congratulations, Icebreaker. We will see you again. And Will, my goodness, that was a masterclass in driving. We won't talk about the last few seconds. It's not worth it. You've been driving robots like this for a while, right? And it's so evident. That was such a great driving fight.
Yeah, I mean, the robot drives really well. It did its job, the robot did its job. I think in the last few seconds, you shouldn't really sit next to the low wall against a vertical spinner. And I just made a split-second mistake, and that's all Icebreaker needs, really, so, yeah.
Anything can happen in the split seconds, right? You can be on top of it the whole fight, and then one moment. Can we just give it up, everyone, for Prototype and Will?
Blue square. Red square. Ready.
Prototype bows out a very, very
Robot
respectable
here.
performance, though.
Stand by.
Our next fight is Fission from
3,
Sheffield Hallam
2,
University, taking on
1.
Grey Area,
Activate.
all the way from Scotland. And a great box rush immediately from Grey Area. The 4-bar spinner goes straight in on the attack. And I think, thought for a second, the weapon of Fission wasn't working, but it is still happy.
No, but we've got weapon against weapon action going on here, hence the sparks are flying. Fission is the last university team in this competition, so they're going to be trying to fly the flag, trying to stay in. The Grey Area has been fantastic.
Oh, but the weapon of Fission.
Stuck?
Oh dear, that is a. Oh, I thought for a second they were in all kinds of trouble, but I think actually it's the wheels that have locked. Look, on Grey Area.
So I don't know if that's a drive belt or no, they're gears. They don't have drive belts. So that's interesting. Something's jammed.
Yeah, something's not happy inside of Grey Area, so they've lost one side of drive. Fission's weapon not happy either. It's not really spinning up through the gears like we saw earlier on in the competition.
No, I think we can hear the motor is spinning up fiercely, but it's not translating to the actual weapon. So we can hear the motor spinning, but it's not really engaging fully with the motor. And those forks of Grey Area are keeping them at arm's length.
They are indeed. So both of these two not exactly happy in the arena. Good attack, though, by Grey Area, trying to get that weapon into contact with the front plows of Fission. Fission goes for the pit button. Grey Area, get away from there.
So we haven't got long, and they just gets away. Grey Area only
Pit
just
is activated.
escaping.
Crowd pays for the pit, they want it.
But Fission is on the right side. Grey Area is stuck. Both Roboteers pivoting.
Oh my goodness! They got a little bit greedy, I think, Fission, and Grey Area progresses to the semi-finals. Oh, Fission, I thought it was going their way, but keeping calm, keeping cool is so important in this situation. And Scott did that with Grey Area.
It almost looked like the saw blade of Grey Area lured in Fission, and then that little flick of the controls just pivoting round was what ultimately put them into the pit. Fission, that's our last university team out of the competition.
Yeah, they both fall at the same stage as Got Any Grapes, so they both reach the same level of the competition. Grey area progressing through to the semi-finals, where they will fight the winner of our next fight. Of course, our other semi-final, Wayo and Icebreaker. Some Wayos.
But coming up, we have Inversion versus Stratus. And on the ready tables, please can we have Burnout versus Ray versus Speedhole Express versus Spins and Needles. And then a very exciting whiteboard, we have Crew versus Rumble.
My goodness, Scott. 2 matches in a row where you think it's going one way and then a split second.
Yeah, I think I was on the ropes there. One of the sides of drives of the drive is gone, and I'm not sure what's happened. It was going well until then, but then, yeah, I thought that he was going to get me on the pit. He pressed the button, and I just managed to get out of the way. But, yeah, well, we've got some repairs to do, I think, this time. But it was a good fight and a really good student bot. It's, yeah, really good to see how, like, if you didn't tell me that was a student, I would never know.
Fission is a fierce, fierce machine. Do you reckon you can get it fixed up ready?
Hope so, we'll see.
Hope so. I'm going to let you get on with it. Scott and Grey Area.
And I don't think you got anyone else to talk to, Craig.
We're going to have a look in the arena, though. This is a good opportunity to look at alternative setups. Inversion does not look the same as it did before. You can see that big, giant, white plastic panel. That is to try and stop Stratus hitting it. And Stratus, in turn, have adapted themselves. They've got wheels with cutouts in so it can climb over the top of Inversion.
And we've seen this before in BBB. I remember Emboss coming up with a similar design, but when they used it, they didn't quite account for the weight change, and they ended up falling on their face and being counted out. This is a much better design. You can see the weight balance is a lot better there for Inversion.
And they can also move the lifter as well, so it can still lift. So this is a canny tactical fight.
So there's going to be a lot of shoving. Let's see how Stratus
Look at that, there you go. Just completely body Stratus. Oh, that's a good impact. So they need to try and get it overdone with quicker. They've done it! He's done it! Unbelievable! Inversion having an absolute fairy tale run. They pushed Stratus back. The shield worked.
And the wheel fully went into the Uta zone.
It did this time.
Last time.
No doubts about that one. Stratus in the Uta zone. And Inversion. the Hail Mary from Inversion. And they're now immobilized.
I mean, that's what we've seen before. So that is the issue with the weight balance, but it didn't matter. It's like one of those COVID shields. Stay away, I don't want to touch you.
Superb. I'm amazed that actually worked. Normally it doesn't.
Well, you mentioned it's an experienced head of Inversion. They know how to approach these fights.
Absolutely. Will's done fights at all kinds of weight classes for years, and that was a tactical masterclass. I'm a bit gutted that Stratus has gone, I have to say, but you can't discredit Inversion. The ingenuity to try it, and it worked. I mean,
but it did rely on driving, great driving and control, because the only option they had was to get Stratus into the Uta zone. Without that, they're waiting for the pit, and that gives Stratus time to do damage.
It does. It gives them 30 seconds of spin-up time and damage time. Craig, you don't have to tell Tom off this time.
Oh, Tom, how many people have tried the shield against you and how many have succeeded?
Not many have succeeded, to be fair. I was hoping that I'd be able to climb over the wall, and I think I did once, but I think Will did a perfect strategy there. You know, the Uta was definitely my weakness, and I think that was the right move, so fair play. That was a good strategic decision, I think, so.
It was a good strategic decision, but it is a shame that Stratus is out. I know you'll be disappointed with that, but it's been a good run, right?
Yeah, you know what? I'm very happy. Nothing electrically or mechanically really went wrong. It's just a few little tweaks maybe, but yeah, I mean, it's good for a whiteboard or the next event. Nothing really went wrong, so I'm still very happy about that.
Dreamy. It's been amazing having you here. Stratus, everyone. Give it a round of applause. Well.
I didn't think that would work. Because I tried it with the featherweight against Tom's featherweight version, and it failed miserably. But when I saw he'd signed up, I thought, I've got to try something. And this time, having it on the lifter seemed to be the trick, so I was able to just pop it over the wall. and get it out. I couldn't do it again if I tried, though.
The amount of people I've seen try that against Stratus and just fail abysmally, that's 1 in a million.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Still, top 4 for a non-spinner robot. Very happy with that.
We love to see it. We will see you in those semi-finals. Inversion!
Okay, that leaves us with 4 robots remaining. Grey Area will take on Inversion. Wayo will take on Icebreaker to get to the final. But first, we have 2 whiteboards. Our first whiteboard will contain Burnout, Ray, Speedhole Express, and Spins and Needles. Our second one will be the Crew Rumble. So all the people you see kind of in the BBB crew shirts today, we've all brought robots with us as well. And they will be going into the arena just for a laugh and see what happens.
I mean, I can tell you what's going to happen. It's going to be chaos.
It is going to be chaos. That's the whole idea.
It depends which robots they've brought with them today, but normally they just like to do wacky and crazy designs that aren't necessarily competitive, but they are fun.
Absolutely. Now, one thing I'm delighted to say is Ray has got its face back after being forcibly removed by Wayo earlier on today. And I have to say, Speedhole Express has been repaired and rebuilt about 3 or 4 different times today. The fact that it's still got the weapon attached, credit to you, Lou. Well done. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed that it still has the dentist drill. Spins and Needles in there as well, repaired from earlier on. And Burnout, of course, they fell. I can't remember who they. Oh, they lost to Boom Zoom, didn't they?
The Battle of the Farmers.
They did. The Farmageddon.
Farmageddon. There we go. So, I mean, the perseverance of Speedhole Express to fix that weapon is not really a damage doer, but if it gets into the LiPo, it can be explosive.
It could be, and obviously there is a nice polycarb rear for Burnout. You can see all the nice juicy electronics inside. It's like window shopping, really, for Speedhole Express. Ray with its face back.
And we're all hopeful
Square,
that...
ready.
We're all hopeful
Red
that Spins
square,
and Needles
ready.
actually stays in this fight
I
and
hope
stays
so.
up with
Green
their
square,
weapon in speed, because
yellow
we can see
square,
some
ready.
flying weapons.
And it has got potential to do enormous damage. We haven't really seen it today, but
Robot
it can
is
do so.
stand
So
by.
let's see.
3, 2, 1. Activate.
Away we go. Ray charges over towards Spins and Needles. Burnout and Speedhole Express go head-to-head in the centre of the arena.
And they're pirouetting around each other. Burnout not wanting to be on the receiving end of a speedy hole.
No. Ray and Spins and Needles, good lift there by Burnout. Down comes the weapon once again. Burnout manoeuvres to the side of Speedhole Express. Can they get in underneath? Nope, not quite. Ray, good lift there from Burnout. Good push from Burnout as well. Over goes Speedhole Express.
But Speedhole getting stuck on the fork of Burnout. And now we're seeing Spins and Needles get up to speed, but actually, no, they back out of it because
Not
they
the
were
most
losing
stable.
control.
Good push from Burnout. Speedhole Express trying to get that drill into play. Now we could see it. Down comes the drill, missing
Not quite.
slightly.
Missing, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Burnout and Ray going head-to-head. Roboteer Gareth just having to get the pit down. Ray ever closer, and we're getting the pit chance from the
Almost
audience.
a bit of friendly fire there from They Them Mayhem. In goes Ray once again in underneath. Spins and Needles, Burnout in there too, trying to get that lifter into play. Doesn't quite manage to get fully underneath. Now gets under Ray.
And we still got all 4 robots engaged, so they do have to be cautious, tripping over each other. Ray and Burnout pirouetting around. Ray is stuck.
I do think Spins and Needles have lost their side of drive. Once again, the weapon is back at the speed, but the drive isn't. They've spat out a wheel. Down comes the drill on Burnout. Didn't cause that much damage, I don't think. Good. I mean, it's eating one of the pontoons. Ray flirting with the pit. Don't do that.
The audience are bloodlust for the pit. They want to see anyone and everyone fall down there. So we're slowly seeing Spins and Needles
Good push
get
from
closer.
Burnout, but Burnout have got greedy. Ray, Burnout down the pit as well. We're down to 2.
Like a London bus, you wait for 1, 2 come in short succession, and now Ray.
Here we go. Down comes the Speedhole Express, and we're going to see it. We do see it. Went through the top armour of Ray.
But I think it broke the drill bit, so I'm not sure there's any weapon left now.
Good push from Ray again. Good response. We're going to go to an audience decision between Speedhole Express and Ray. Oh, and a nice embrace there from Pip and Lou. So, our judges are currently having a break. So,
you are our judges.
Yes. So if you think Ray was the winner, give us a shout. There was a smattering.
That's
if
a
you
couple.
think Speedhole Express was the winner, give us a shout. The Speedhole Express has departed and is the winner. Well done, Speedhole Express.
So there's a moral victory there.
I think deserved after the amount of repair jobs that they've done today to get that robot working, and we saw it do what it's meant to do.
The first time the arm did not break.
Excellent. We love to see it. We love to see it. Crew, get your robots ready. You're going in.
Yeah, send it. Hello. I was told they were all coming in together, and I've got one robot. Here we go. Stack them up, pile up the table, fill it up, right on top, slap it down. There we go. And that's how you play Jenga. How do you feel about that fight?
Oh, I went in the pit, so it went really badly, but I got somebody else in the pit, so it went really well.
Mixed messages there. And for yourself?
I'm supposed to love them, but it's going to be a long drive back home now that they've beaten me.
But after all those repairs you've been through today, that must feel good for you.
It'll be worth the 7 hours.
Yeah, can we have a big round of applause for Scottish Roboteers driving 7 hours to be here? Yeah, so cool. And while we're at it, we've got 2 Dutch teams and a Spanish team as well. Let's give them a huge round of applause. We love it. So cool. Big up our European counterparts in the robot scene. And finally, for yourself, to follow that up, how was your fight? You span and stuff.
Barely, but yeah, it's been a great day.
Oh, that's good. The day has been great. That's good. You have been off camera as well. Come give them a wave. Come in. Just say, I did a thing. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you so much, guys. Very good whiteboard. Very good showing today. Excellent robots. And we're going to hand over to the crew for the final crew whiteboard before we move to the semi-finals. We might have a 5-minute break between, because I hear that Wyu has been cooking batteries too quickly. So that's good. Yeah. I'm just going to wander over to the crew and see who we got here. We
have Bop, driven by Craig with his hat. Bop, bop, bop. We have Agro Wobbert, still sporting the Shadow the Hedgehog livery. We have Tamamamamamamay, or Tammy. We have Flippador, although I did try and call it Ladder once upon a time. We have Grapple Turnover, sans the bracing bar for Grapple Turnover. And I'm not quite sure what this is from Jed. Buttercup, beautiful. And behind all of them, Judge Rory has stolen Wheelie Big Lad from Shaky. Care to explain? Is this payment for Nuts 1 going to Shaky? Is this how it works? No? Okay. Okay. All right.
I assume Great Force was used.
So currently I make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About to go into the arena. Will we have a 7th going in as well? Yes, we will. Buttercup in there as well. Teeny tiny and yellow. And then finally, Wheelie Big Lad. Oh no, we've got a couple more going in. I didn't see this. EMP as well, driven by Felix. Happy birthday, Felix. It's not his birthday, but every day is his birthday.
Happy birthday, Felix.
EMP, a flipper robot.
Yellow square, ready.
And finally, Wheelie Big Lad, this time driven by Rory the Mangler. This should be chaos. I make it 8 robots in the arena. 4v4?
What teams are we forming here?
4v4? I think that could be good.
Come on. Secret friendships.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We also have some guest judges on the panel.
We have Head Judge Ryan Bratley, our deviser of the rule set in the UK, for us anyway. Jevon Woodrow and Rob Weston vibing over in the corner. Look at that. What a handsome set of people. We have Bop in the blue, joined now by Wheelie Big Lads. the fearsome, I believe Craig has coined the term tapper on Bop before. Flippador, formerly known as Luchador, but this version is now taken on its own identity. Grapple Turnover and Tammy, EMP, Buttercup, and Aggro Wobber. Is it? Sorry, have we got 4 teams of 2? This is excellent. Okay, is everyone ready? We have a lot of robots. This should be chaos.
Ready.
It's going to be impossible to keep track of.
Yeah, I have no idea how I'm going to commentate this. Oh. Oh. Good catch there from Jed. His sharp edge protection was still on the
Green
robots.
square, ready. Yellow square, ready.
Everyone's ready.
Robot here.
Stand
Stand by.
Robot Rumble with a mini-bot in there for good measure.
2.
I have no idea how I'm going to keep track of this.
Activate.
Away we go. There was definitely some false starts, but we do not care about that. Buttercup and Grapple Turnover having an absolute time of things. Wheelie Big Lad in there too. EMP trying to get involved in the action. Flippador turned over. Self-rights magnificently. Buttercup in there too. There's Aggro Wobber in the action. Tammy getting involved with EMP. Good lift on EMP over by the arena wall. Wheelie Big Lad's there too, I guess, doing what it does best. Bop and Buttercup go weapon to weapon. Flippador's stuck in the middle of the arena. Can it drive? Yes, it can. EMP upside down.
Pit
Can it right
enable.
itself? Not quite. Yes, it does with a little bit of help from Flippador. Pit is available. We might have to empty the pit a couple of times. Aggro Wobber, I think, has stopped driving and now cannot right itself from there. I think that could be the end of Aggro Wobber. Pit button activated. Aggro Wobber is back moving again, but has lost one side of drive. Buttercup by the pit. The crowd bays for the pits.
To be honest, it's just more piles.
Tammy
and a
lifts up
pharmacy
Bop
in
into the corner. Good self right. Down goes Aggro Wobber. They were struggling anyway. Aggro Wobber down the pit and is first out. Grapple turnover and flips. Wheelie Big Lad out of the arena. Wheelie Big Lad says, I do not care about that. We will continue. Buttercup in there as well trying to grab. There's Tammy in the action too. Bop rights itself. There's Flippador doing what it says on the tin, really. EMP stuck on the lip of the pit. That's a shame for them. They can't really get back in the action from there. Buttercup still vibing. I think has also lost a side of drive. Wheelie Big Lad and Grapple Turnover still kind of having their own little fight with the arena, I think. Tammy down the pits. That's a shame for them. Good lift from Flippador on Buttercup. Wheelie Big Lad's weapon not spinning. Just thwacking away. There's Bop and Flippador going weapon to weapon as well. Buttercup grabs Bop. EMP back in the action.
9.
We're going to time.
8,
Seeing everyone
7,
here. God knows how you're all
6,
going to judge this.
5,
Grapple
4,
turnover in there too. Wheelie
3,
Big Lad and Flippador.
2,
Grapple turnover down the pit late on. So we are left, I think, with
Robot
4.
here.
And we're still
Stand
going.
by.
There's no decision. The mini-bot
3,
gets flung up by
2,
Flippador.
1.
They carry on for
Activate.
another 2 minutes. Okay then. Flippador and Bop.
The pit is rising. Why is this happening?
And Aggro Wobber back from the dead. Grapple turnover as well. Flippador and Grapple turnover. Okay. David, if you turn your transmitter on, get back in the action. Grapple turnover almost out of the arena. Why is Aggro Wobber's working fine? What's going on? It's back. It is literally back from the dead.
This is like the Undertaker in WWE.
Yeah, literally. Play the Undertaker's music. There's Tammy in the action too. Wheelie Big Lad as well. Pits to be activated
Descended.
again.
Pit descended.
I've lost track of what's going on. Wheelie Big Lad get away from the EMP. Looks very sad and tired, doesn't it, over there? A hammer off now between Bop and Aggro Wobber. Grapple turnover fighting itself. EMP and Tammy. Flippador flips back. Grapple turnover over and out of the arena. Aggro Wobber down the pit for a second time. I don't think you're going to get a chance this time to carry on. Bop. The arena has it in the corner there. Grapple turnover, swinging its weapon around. Ooh-ah. Over goes Tammy. Flippador, brutally efficient in the arena, has won events in the past. You can see why. Wheelie Big Lad in there too. Over by the arena hazard is Grapple turnover. Bop and Flippador still circling and trying to posture against one another. Over goes Bop. Ooh, couldn't right itself from there. Does this time with a little bit of help. Bop over by the arena wall, doesn't quite go out. Bop still hanging on for dear life, still hanging on and gets away with it. Flippador has an absolute bee in his bonnet. Wheelie Big Lad down the pit. Bop still not out of the arena. Tammy's stuck and in trouble. Bop and Flippador having their own kind of private fight. EMP also back from the dead now.
10,
VMP down the pit, and no flipper door. Is it going down? It is down. And Bop is the winner of the Crew Rumble.
2, 1.
Bop is the winner.
Seems.
Bop, 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 bop. Well, that was chaos. That was pure chaos. But it ends with Bop taking victory against all odds.
I'm very surprised you kept up with that, Sam, because I didn't.
I might need to lie down.
Well deserved.
You're on camera, Jevon.
Hello. Oh. I'm here with the winner of that fight, interviewer Craig. Hi, Craig. That went very well.
It's all right, wasn't it?
You and Flippador really had a good tussle going on throughout that battle. You were the last two, but who was your main target?
Oh, I just want to hit him. I don't care.
Hit all the things.
Hit all the things.
Hit all the things. You were saying that you were bored of losing, so you've given it forks now. And that seemed to work.
Yeah, it does okay now.
Good. Good. Well done. You win the Crew Rumble. I think that means that you're best crew now. And that the others have to buy you drinks, dinner, or you just have to continue being you.
Yeah, I'm the smooth brain one. Like, I just hit things.
Head empty, only Bop. Ladies and gentlemen, Bop!
No. Never say that again.
I'll rephrase.
Never, ever.
It's time for our final four.
I apologise.
Apologies to the stream. Apologies to everyone upstairs. That is wildly inappropriate for certain people. We have 2 fights to go before our grand final is decided. They will be, first of all, Inversion and Grey Area, followed by Icebreaker versus Will.
I don't know how to feel. I'm conflicted. I love that everyone joined in, but I'm conflicted. Anyway, these battles are pretty much worthy of being the finals. So these fights are going to be worth watching. Please do stay to the end, and we do have awards to give out before our final battles.
Our best in class awards, but we've shuffled the fights a little bit up because these two are ready first. Icebreaker is going in alongside Will.
You're milking it.
I am milking it.
You're overdoing
Tim's
it
loving
now.
it though. He's loving life. A little bit of...
Whilst we have a little bit of a break, I'm actually going to ask the audience. We've seen these robots throughout the day. I want to gauge who thinks who is going to win. So if you think Icebreaker is going to win, give me a cheer.
Oh, it's not very much.
No one, not a single soul.
If you think Wayo is going to win, give us a cheer.
It's unanimous.
The crowd
Icebreaker,
favourite.
you are our underdog. I am hoping for an upset victory here because someone's got to cheer them on.
It's amazing because Icebreaker, as I said, has won so many events. I don't think, in the UK at least, Wayo has won an event before. Is that right? Have you won one? No. So
one. We got the one. I don't know which one, but they said one.
So one event win. Oh, a German event. Okay. So never in the UK. Icebreaker, a serial winner. This should be spectacular. 2 of the biggest weapons in the field. Icebreaker running a wedge instead of forks to try and disrupt the ground game, trying to disrupt Wayo.
It's their only hope. There's the only hope to go up against Wayo. The only hope is to get underneath it, and they do have a very powerful spinner, but I'm not sure that the vertical spinner is going to be much use against the horizontal power of Wayo. They're just too big, too much momentum behind them.
The weapon weight as well could be key here. Wayo is a lot heavier, the weapon, than Icebreaker. Drive-wise, it's so tricky to score.
Right, everyone, take your seats. We're about ready for the semi-final. Wayo versus Icebreaker.
Robot stand by.
Join me in counting this down.
3,
2, 1.
Activate. Away we go. Icebreaker gets the box rush, but mistimes the attack. Wayo now up to speed and hits Icebreaker once and twice and 3 times.
And that shield, that ramp of Icebreaker that we mentioned,
but you saw
that
there,
is now teared up.
It was disrupting it a little bit, but not. It's now restabilized itself, and that wedge is getting torn up. Wayo is looking the fearsome robot. The link has been. Wheels come up of Icebreaker, and Icebreaker now down to 1 wheel. Wayo looking fearsome in the arena.
So still going, Spot
oh my goodness me! Enormous damage.
Flying around the arena, bouncing off.
But Wayo's weapon has now stopped. Wayo has lost its spinning weapon.
So,
Icebreaker is still running. We've also lost the camera in the arena. Icebreaker's weapon is still functional, but only has 1 wheel drive.
So Icebreaker down a wheel, Wayo down a weapon.
And Wayo has stopped completely. Wayo has magnetized itself to the floor. Icebreaker still moving. Wayo being counted out. 3 seconds to get going.
2,
Wayo have got
1.
nothing. Wayo beaten. Icebreaker the winner. Oh, goodness me.
Icebreaker.
Goodness me. Icebreaker. Oh, a few boos. I think
No
that's
one
not right.
believed in Icebreaker. I'm judging everyone. No one believed in them, and Icebreaker came through victorious.
That was amazing. Like they kept the robot running, and as soon as Wayo just kind of magnetized itself to the floor, nothing they could do. They couldn't drive away. Even Felix was struggling to lift it up. That was a brutal fight. Amazing recovery there from Icebreaker, but I mean, we'll get to.
We're gonna have to ask Craig. I'm really interested. Why did Wayo lose drive? What was it that, well, basically immobilized them? Because the magnets alone shouldn't be enough. They should be strong enough to drive away from that.
Ooh. Oh, it's not your max. So you got high centers. Wow.
Yeah, I'm very keen to let these guys get back and repair their robots. So Tim, very quickly, tell us what happened.
High center.
Ah, man. On what?
Piece of magnet.
Was
an
it
icebreaker
not
magnet.
yours? I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Well, it's been an amazing run for you so far. Do you reckon you can get it running? Well, should be able to get it running for a third place playoff, right?
Yeah, should be.
Amazing. We will see Wayo very shortly. Congrats to Icebreaker as well. They are furiously getting that thing repaired, ready for the final.
And one final time, going through to our third and fourth place playoff. Let's hear it for Will.
It's not the final time. They're in the third and fourth battle.
Well, maybe we could do it one more time then, if they win.
Always one more time.
There's always time for Wayo.
Anyway, so we're going to get prepared for the final of the semis, the grey area versus inversion. And
I think it's fair to say those two are the two underdogs in this competition still. They've kind of quietly gone about their business.
They've snuck their way through, especially with Inversion going up against Stratus. Very clever design. Obviously, that's now gone because it's not necessary. And Grey Area, tactical. We saw them up against Data. They chipped away at the drive wheels.
They did.
And so these are both robots. They're controlled by experienced roboteers, and that's what's the difference here.
Yeah, Will has won events, all over the country before. Scott, I don't think has won an event in the UK yet. Second place in Rapture 23. Yeah. And so you were top four here as well, weren't you? Or third, there you go. So, both got pedigree. Should be an interesting match. Of course, Icebreaker, the prize. I don't think either of them want to fight Icebreaker at all.
But, well, you say that, but Icebreaker's got to repair themselves.
They've got work to do, definitely.
So there could be a chance that they just don't repair themselves.
It could be a case here. We might see them dance around each other for 30 seconds and a race to go down the pit first to avoid Icebreaker. It could be an option. Although, that being said, then you have to fight Wayo, so you don't want to do that either.
And that is the risk. If you
it's
win
not a
this,
very nice situation for either way, is it? Yeah.
Well, I definitely would prefer to go up against Icebreaker.
Of course.
I think they're more forgiving.
I think so. Brutal, but nonetheless more forgiving maybe than Wayo is. Wow.
So Felix doing a fantastic job to clear the arena. We are now ready to load the robots. So we have Inversion going in first.
Back to its normal fork setup. As expected. Doesn't need the big horizontal shield that it had against Stratus anymore. Of course, our only robot today that has progressed this far after winning a redemption fight. Made it all the way to the semi-finals with some good wins along the way. Grey Area as well. Has won every fight to get to this stage. They'll be hoping to progress to the final. A new build for Scott. Normally runs a robot called Attitude Adjuster, which is very, very experienced with. Something different. Unique, not really seen many robots like this with the 4-bar spinner. 4-bar lifters are quite common. Occasionally see like a saw blade using that setup, but not a spinner. And Scott's done very well. For it being a new robot, he's done extremely well at keeping it running and keeping it aggressive.
So final tap to the door. They are secure. It's making their way over to the blue zone. Grey Area
Red square,
in
ready.
the red Inversion. And both of these robots are going to be hoping to win because no one wants to go up against Wayo.
Blue square, ready.
Extra impetus to win then. Inversion in the red circle. Grey Area
Robot
in the blue.
Stand by.
A place in the final at stake to fight
3,
Icebreaker.
2, 1. Activate.
Away we go. Up to speed immediately is the weapon of Grey Area and comes into contact with Inversion. Inversion trying to get that lifter maybe clutched into the forks and does so. And immediately stuck together.
So now we're seeing the pirouette dance and immediately untangling but going straight back in is Grey Area.
Good push again by Grey Area trying to nibble away at that front end of Inversion. Inversion, good lift and a good suplex over the top. A good response in turn by Grey Area.
And a lot of black plastic there has just covered the arena
I
floor.
think
Not
it's
quite
Tyre.
sure which robot it's
I
come
think it's
from.
Tyre from Inversion. It's been shredded a little bit on that one-hand side. And now off comes a fork of Inversion. That's going to limit the effectiveness of their lifter.
So
and they're bailing for the pits.
We've seen Grey Area do this before, surgically take away parts of their competitor.
The crowd want the pits. Will they get their wish? Good push from Grey Area. They pinned themselves on the pits. Rescued, though, by Inversion. They didn't need to do that. Good push back by Grey Area on the attack again. Slicing and dicing, and Inversion almost down the pit. Push back and in the pits. Inversion! They've done some amazing work to get to this stage. But Inversion, one fight too many. Grey Area progresses to the final to fight Icebreaker, and poor old Inversion, after being detonated by Colt earlier today, now has to fight Wayo.
It's the consequences of losing. That was what they were fighting for. We think they're fighting for the championship. No, they're just fighting to avoid Wayo.
Fighting for third.
To avoid Wayo.
Oh no, it's not working. I can't do it. What a shame.
Well, we'll have to throw in the
That was brutal,
sacrificial
though.
lamb.
I mean, we've seen Grey Area cause damage throughout the day, but that's probably the most we've seen it do.
I mean, they've managed to take away 2 forks of Inversion there. They're very, sturdy. They're held on. They're used to taking a lot of damage. To surgically saw off 2 of those forks is quite impressive.
Yeah.
They really did go after Inversion.
Yeah.
They found the weak spot, and they knew their game plan.
They capitalised. They spotted that was also an area of strength for them. Obviously, we saw the lifter get involved with the forks. Oh, and I think Craig has found Scott.
I am out in the middle of the field with Scott at the moment. Just want to have a quick word with you before I let you get back and repair. Congrats.
Thank you. This wasn't supposed to happen.
Icebreaker in the final.
Okay. So I've lost Icebreaker before, so I'm after revenge.
You reckon you can take it? I reckon it could have the ground game.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm just really pleased to have got this far. This is insane. How did this happen?
It's going to be an amazing final. We will see you very shortly. Grey Area. Where is Will? Where is Will gone? Whoa! I'm running. Will is already repairing. Are you ready for Wayo?
Not even remotely.
Good!
I wonder if we'll see that shield make a return, just doing anything they can to keep the spinning disc away from them.
Yeah, he's agreeing with you. He might do just put enough material between him and whatever demonic work that Wayo can put in to fix their robot. But that's not for now. We've got some more whiteboards to give everyone some repair time before the final. So, going into the arena, we will have Fang. Now, sans the disc completely as it's been completely destroyed, but it has got a nice big chunky wedge on the front. And I'm delighted to say we are going to see Forkhead again after being completely destroyed earlier on by Stratus, which is great to see. And it looks vaguely like Forkhead should as well, which is great. Fang being loaded in currently. Doesn't quite look as it did at the start of the day. It has 2 wedges.
I love the fact that they've got little plasters on them. Just cosmetics, really. They're not holding the robot together, but they do show that it has been battered and bruised.
I had a quick look earlier as well. They've gone at the 3D print with the soldering iron. They've got little scratch marks on there as well to make it look like it's been scratched up. This is really lovely.
So it's been melted back together.
It really has. Cormoran and Cormelian going into the arena. A third different Cormoran setup being trialed today.
They really do like to showcase the full arsenal that robot is capable of, the different configurations they have at their disposal.
Absolutely. And our 4th robot in this rumble will be Overclocked. We saw earlier on today with the aggressive hammer.
Can we also call to the ready tables, Don't Stop Me Now, Sore Loser 2, Obsidai, and Boom Zoon making a return, and then Sir Lancerfrog, Lilith, Stronger Hold, and Ryan Wobber, who we haven't seen today.
We haven't. I believe that is going to be Judge Ryan, or Head Judge Ryan of, spinner-proof podcast fame of the past, driving Aggro Wobber. So we'll have to see how they get on with that.
I just want to say as well, Bobmeister, they have currently got an eye patch on their robot. The googly eye clearly beyond repair.
I also think they're not. Are they running an actuated lifter? I don't think they are. No. Okay. No servo in there, but it is a wedge, so that's something. So we have Forkhead going into the arena after an extensive rebuild by the looks of it, and credit to the Forkhead team for getting that repaired and back in the arena. It looks a little bit taped up, but...
You mentioned as it should. That is not quite how it should.
It's close enough.
I don't think we're going to see the manoeuvrability of the flailing body parts of Forkhead. They are properly taped together.
Yes, but it looks vaguely the shape that Forkhead starts a fight in. So I'm going to give them that. I'm going to give them it.
And, this is really Roboteers embracing true engineering. If you can fix it with duct tape, you're not using enough duct tape.
Absolutely. So, we have 5 robots in the arena, fully loaded up and ready to go.
Felix doing the final checks, taking over proceedings from Gareth, so a change of arena master. We do like to cycle the volunteers throughout the day.
So, in the arena we have, in the yellow square, overclocked, we have Bogmeister heading towards the blue, Cormoran, at some point are going to maneuver their way over to the green, and Forkhead kind of not in any corner in the middle of the arena. Everyone seems ready. I think here, Cormoran and Cormelian are going to be fighting each other as well. They're not, there's no teamwork here, is there?
As our head judge said, there's always friendly fire.
There is. Away we go.
And a big cluster into the middle, and Overclocked immediately hammering down onto that gaffer tape of
Forkhead, though, giving a good nudge and trying to get Overclocked out of the arena, doesn't quite manage it. Of course, poor old Bogmeister's lost its lifting, well, not even a lifting panel at this point, panel already. It's trying its best, though, it's still in the fight, still got the pontoons. Forkhead zipping around as it did earlier on today. Well, it's looking pretty good, actually, considering it's been essentially 12 rounds with Mike Tyson.
I mean, absolutely. Overclocked is probably the most
Enable.
fixed robot in this competition right now, as in they've suffered the least damage. But, well, that and Cormoran. But unfortunately, Overclocked's getting pushed around by Forkhead, so they're struggling here.
Pit button activated. Crowd want the pit. Pit goes down.
Cormoran is in danger there. They are gone. Their weapon is stuck on the thing.
Nudge by Fang. Cormoran on the rickety edge. Are they going to go down?
They're spinning the wheel, desperately trying, but the wheel's buckled, so it's not rotating.
Fang activating full body spinamo. Bogmeister almost goes down.
Not quite though, escaping away. They're one wheel on that wagon.
Oh, Cormoran, can they get away? They are slowly teetering.
If they're not careful, that weapon's going to pull them in. And we got 4 robots making away. Fang in the danger zone. Overclocked had their hook right into Fang.
I think Overclocked has lost one side of drive as well. That's a good attack on Forkhead. Forkhead pushes back Fang. The wedge panel they attach is kind of being a sticky plaster ripping away.
30 seconds left. Will Cormoran go to the pit?
Oh, there goes Cormoran.
There's
Cormelian, and of course Overclocked as well. Cormoran, I think, has been stuck there for far too long. Fang pushes Forkhead down. So we're down to 1. There are wisps of smoke, I think, coming from the pit, maybe? I don't know.
No, not quite, but Bogmeister was struggling there. They almost got caught.
The chances for Bogmeister spinning is Fang. Fang's face has been ripped away once again.
And the final 10 seconds, we've only got 2 fighters left. We're going to assume Cormoran is out of this.
And we go to tie between Fang and Bogmeister. Now, of course, our judges will not make a decision. Our crowd will. If you think Fang was the winner, give us a shout. That's quite a lot. And what about Bogmeister? If you think Bogmeister was the winner? There's some cheers. I think the winner is Fang, though.
I think Fang.
A worthy, considering they've lost their weapon twice today, a worthy win and a good recovery from Fang as well. So well done.
I will say a very burly cheer from the right here, but no, I think Fang was the ones that ultimately took the victory, and only just because the robot is falling apart. Let's go over to Craig and put it up on the camera because we can see the scoop just about detaching from Fang.
Craig was so relaxed that he was sat down and everything. Disturbed him.
I was. You've ruined my restful period. I wasn't watching, I'll be honest. What happened?
Well, I mean, it's come apart again. which it does. It does with regularity now, but it held on. Like one cable tie kept it on, so what more can I ask?
Cable ties are the way to build robots. No, they're not. Please don't actually take that advice. Can it even go back together anymore?
Oh, just get a soldering iron on it again like I did before. Just melt it back together and it'll be fine.
How many times can one Fang be resurrected?
Well, all the time I've only got one, it's going to happen a lot.
It's always a joy, John. Fang, everyone. Bogmeister. My goodness. Some of the crowd like it.
Yes. Essentially, that wheel fell off. That bit fell off, but it was only held on by hot glue, so it was kind of always going to fall off. Everything's not the shape it started the day as, though. That is not how that was. But We got in there, and we went to 2 minutes, so that's all that matters.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I just need to ask an important question for my own headcanon. You have had a series of robots. You had Mr. Pointy. You had Mr. Pointier. Why is this not Mr. Pointiest?
Well, there's only so far you can take a box with a wedge and a lifter. We thought, we'll put some D's on, first of all, as a change. And we thought, why not change the name as well? Bogmeister, that'll do.
You can only get so pointy, I guess.
Yeah, so it was like 1 atom thick. You can't get thick. You can't get thinner than that, you know.
Try and get pointier. I dare you. I dare you. We love Bogmeister. And for today's cormorant setup,
Yeah, why not? Yeah, having a bit of fun, aren't we?
it's like Wheelie Big Lad if Wheelie Big Lad decided not.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And decided to trim the fat on the sides a little bit.
Be a bit wibblier.
Oh, yeah, a bit wibbly. He's got a disc on the end. What's fun in that?
Nobody needs those.
Everyone's got a disc nowadays. Who's got a hammer? You have.
I do.
Yeah.
Hammers for the win. Cormorant, everyone!
If Wheelie Big Lad's up for it, I'm up for a whiteboard.
I don't think we have time. Overclocked. It's back again. I love this robot. We were talking a lot about hammers earlier, and I'm so glad this robot still is working and is functioning. What's next for Overclocked?
A bigger battery. Because it turns out, in the last whiteboard, I killed that battery.
You're overclocking it.
Yeah.
Excellent. I can't get any better than that at this point in the day. Overclocked. And the people's champion of the day, Forkhead, the return of the king.
Yeah.
How?
I don't know, it's surprisingly effective without the lifter. And duct tape helps a lot, I would say.
It's these forks, my man.
Yeah,
Forks are a good thing, I'm told.
they seem to work. I think that's your experience with Bop, right? Yes.
Pretty much, yeah. Everyone here loves to see it. Well done for getting it back in the arena. Forkhead, everyone.
Alrighty. We have 2 more whiteboards to go before we get on to... Oh, we've lost our webcam in the arena. Can we get that sorted, please, quick?
Joe.
We've got no GoPro or Joe Pro. Oh, no, we do. It's back. Oh,
it's the webcam on us. That's fine. We don't care.
So, we are down to our last 2 whiteboards before the final fight of the night. But first, we have our whiteboard of Don't Stop Me Now. We have 4 mini-bots from many different teams joining forces as, well, what was oxidized, we're just going to call them the Lemmings for purpose of this fight. The Lemmings. We have Sore Loser 2, and we have Boom Zoom. My tip to win. Oh. God's sake, Rob. How went well for you?
I'm just looking at Don't Stop Me Now. Where's those forks come from?
There's someone else's, I think. Are they burnouts? Oh, they're eyebrows.
Glammed up the robots for the final showing today. And a pen mark smiley
Robot
face
is
as well.
stand by.
Excellent stuff. Don't Stop Me Now.
3,
Sore Loser, Boom Zoom, and the Lemmings. Away we go.
So how many mini-bots do we think will end up in the pit? That is going to be the challenge of this battle.
Yes. Boom Zoom, of course, did fight Don't Stop Me Now earlier on in the competition. They did very well. They won that fight. Did Boom Zoom. Sore Loser currently going head-to-head with Boom Zoom.
And I think Sore Loser opting not to use the saw here, really engaging in the pushing battle.
Yeah, they will do it when the time is right, like now maybe. They're spinning up to speed now. Minibot gets involved with the fight. Maybe want to stay clear of that big weapon of Sore Loser.
Enabled.
Sore Loser bouncing around. Back on its wheels. Boom Zoom hits the pit button. That goes down.
Descending.
Oh!
Descending.
Huge impact there on the Minibot of Boom Zoom. Sore Loser in there too. Sore Loser caught between Boom Zoom and Don't Stop Me Now. Little Minibot. The Lemmings all still active and in the fight currently. Don't Stop Me Now. Oh, there goes one of the Lemmings down the pits.
I think that was a self-sacrifice there.
And there goes Boom Zoom's mini-bot. Andy, what on earth was that?
So Sore Loser on the wrong side. They don't want to be there. They're getting ever closer into the corner.
They're
and
using
Don't
Jeb and
Stop Me Now
Strats to get round the
pushing over
pits.
Boom Zoom.
Oh my goodness! Rob!
It's not over. There's still two
no,
lemmings.
we have got 2 lemmings in the fight if they want to carry on. Sore Loser. This is bullying at this point.
But there's 2 of them and 1 of Sore Loser.
Yeah. Alex, don't spin up, whatever you do.
Can I
Maybe,
just
or
say-
do you know what?
Can I just say, how majestic is that coming out of the pit? Just an entanglement of robots.
I think it's caught on the lip of the pit, maybe. Oh no, we're back.
It's one of the mini
We are back. And they're back in the fight. Sore Loser goes weapon to weapon once again with Boom Zoom. Haven't really seen much of that Sore Loser weapon. Oh, there go the lights.
The lights are gone completely now.
That's okay.
We can still continue. So, where are we? Boom Zoom looking around, charging in, taking out on one of the lemons. And we've also got
Sore Loser up to speed and a good impact there on Boom Zoom, hitting the wheel. Oh, and there goes the...
That's a mini-bot completely destroyed. Sore Loser absolutely causing carnage. And
still going. Hasn't got the lifter anymore, but it's still working.
And importantly, the electrics are protected, so we can continue.
Not long left of the fight. Sore Loser still going. Weapon.
And Don't Stop Me Now, their ramp is heavily damaged from the blade of Sore Loser.
Oh,
look at
clutched
that.
in. Shoes on the wedge of Don't Stop Me Now. Sore Loser. That's it. End of the fight. Well done, everybody involved in that. I'm going to take creative control and say, because Boom Zoom and Don't Stop Me Now were pitted originally, I'm going to say the winner of that fight was Sore Loser. So well done to Sore Loser.
I do think that's only fair.
Yeah, I think so.
In terms of knockouts,
Pure
they
carnage, though. They are a knockout artist at their best. When Sore Loser's working fully, it is a fearsome robot in the arena. It doesn't always get maybe the runs that it deserves these days, but it's still such a potent robot.
So we do have one more whiteboard coming up for us, and that is Sir Lancerfrog, Lilith, Strongerhold, and Ryan Wobber. Please, well, once the robots are removed from the arena, make your way down, but just get ready.
I've been told reliably, no Wobber.
No Wobber?
No Wobber. So it is just Sir Lancerfrog, Strongerhold, and Lilith.
Can we get a short-term...
Oh, can we get mild parallelogram, please, instead?
I was going to say, can we get a substitution? Because we want to see robots in the arena.
We do, and we are going to get one. So no aggro Wobber, but we are going to get another fight with mild parallelogram.
You really have struggled with that one.
I slept for 3 to 4 hours last night. It was not a good day.
But a good night.
But a great night.
Good night had by all. So just a couple of repairs being done whilst we get the lights back up and running.
There we are.
Pay the electricity bill, get the electrics going. And Craig, you're currently down there mingling. Do you want to get any pre-fight discussion?
Fair enough. Any words for today, Craig? How have you found today's action?
Oh, fights have been well good, haven't they?
They have been pretty good. Across the
think so.
board. I think so.
Nick, you're going into this fight.
I am indeed.
You are. Good.
Oh.
I'm getting lots of feedback. That sucks. I'm not going to talk to you anymore, Nick, and it's not by choice. It's because I can't. I miss you.
There is a strange tension going on between those two. I'm going to try and cut that one off. Let's talk about the final battles that we've got coming up. So, third place playoff, Inversion versus Wahoo. Who do you think, need I ask, will be the victor of the third place?
I mean, the crowd upstairs are already saying Wayo, so it's a decent chance that they go. Look,
little spattering.
we saw what happened earlier with Inversion and Cult. Cult absolutely dismantled Inversion. The fact that Inversion's made it to this stage of the competition is amazing. Wayo very similar. We saw what they did to Cult. All the signs point one way, but as we saw in the fight with Icebreaker, anything can happen in the arena. They got high-centered on a magnet ripped off of their opponents.
Well, let's talk about Icebreaker, because
Yes.
I don't want to say they've lucked through, but
They've
on the
win-
skin of their
yeah.
teeth, on thin ice, might I say. I
That
did
was
it.
well
Made
done.
a pun.
Yeah.
So they have really lucked their way through this, and they've been cautiously You know, they of 2 seconds, I think they survived one of the fights.
It's what they do. You know, they the Stanleys, both Adam and his dad Dylan. Dad Dylan drives Chucky. Both of them, serial winners. Chucky wins events all the time. Icebreaker wins events all the time. There's a reason why Icebreaker's made it to the final again. And so, I think they're going into it as the favourites. Grey Area is a new robot. It's not done an event before today.
You're putting your money on Icebreaker?
I am.
That's a shock to me because, for me, Grey Area has been so surgical, so controlled, and I want to say they've looked calm.
Yeah.
Icebreaker, they've been on the edge. Their nerves are all over the place. I actually feel that, you know, we called them a dark horse. We said they might be the underdog here. I think Grey Area, they're going to be my tip to win this competition.
We spread our bets very well there. That was impressive.
Absolutely. One of us is going to be right.
Loading into the arena currently, we have already got Lilith. We have got, I'm going to do it right this time, mild parallelogram. There we go. It's a shame that, you know, my job today is to just talk, isn't it? You know, getting my words out is really difficult.
I have come across Roboteers do like to make our job difficult.
They do.
The longer the name,
we love them for it.
Longer the name, the often I just shorten it.
Sir Lancer Frog now wielding a new flag setup because the lance is unavailable. So Nick has gone with, quote, the George Russell setup with a blimey sign on it. Interesting choice. We have Stronger Hold, our fourth and final entry into this fight. Of course, they fought Sir Lancer Frog earlier on today. Good little scrap of it was as well.
So predictions from this, Sir Lancer Frog will attempt to scoop everyone up and throw them into the pit. Lilith will most likely get stuck on the arena floor. Sorry, David. And, well, actually, Mild Parallelogram and Stronger Holder, they've been very competitive, actually. Let's not count them out.
I'm hoping to see more of Lilith in this fight because Lilith on its day is also very, very capable in the arena. You know, it's solid and, you know, it goes about its business quite well. 4 control bots. Driving skill is going to matter. Experienced heads will matter as well, I think. But, hey, look, when the arena doors close, it's chaos. Who knows?
So we have our whiteboards. We will then give out some prizes, I believe, Joe. And then we're into the final 2 battles of the day. 3rd place playoff and then the grand final. But let's talk Lilith in the red zone.
Red square, ready.
Mild
Blue
Parallelogram in the
ready.
green.
Yellow square,
Stronger
green
Hold
square,
in the blue
ready.
and Sir Lancer Frog in the
Robot
yellow.
ears, stand
Blimey,
by.
Sir Lancer Frog.
Blimey indeed.
3, 2, 1.
And mostly
Activate.
colour coordinated as well. I love that. Good flip there from Lilith. Sir Lancer Frog caught on top. Stronger Hold trying to get the grabbers into play. Doesn't quite manage it to begin with. There's Mild Parallelogram as well.
If I was the driver of Lilith, I would be going up against Sir Lancer Frog as much as I can, just for that experience.
Absolutely. Sir Lancer Frog pinned against the wall with Stronger Hold. Good flip by Lilith. Good flip again from Lilith on Mild Parallelogram. Good driving for Sir Lancer Frog in underneath Lilith briefly.
I thought for a second there we were going to see Lilith and Sir Lancer Frog work together to get Mild Parallelogram out into the Uta zone, but not quite.
Not quite. Lilith goes for the pit button, misses it. Stronger Hold gets it now. Pit button activated.
Descending.
Crowd want the pit. It's being opened.
So let's see who the first one is, if any, to go into the pit. We have Stronger Holder now trying to get on the back of Sir Lancer Frog for a grab. Not quite long enough. The forks are not getting underneath.
Great flip there from Lilith. Mild Parallelogram against the wall. Lancer Frog bumping with Lilith. Oh, almost down the pit. Gets away with it.
Only just. We see Stronger Holder dancing around the pit.
I think they've lost one
scared.
side of drive on the near side. Lilith almost down the pit and Mild Parallelogram now on the lip.
So all they need is a nudge, and I think that's Mild Parallelogram going in. So who will be the one? Lilith making their way over, and they
Down
do
it goes.
nudge them in.
Good push from the Frog, though. Pushes Lilith into the corner, trying to use that lifting arm now as a grabber. Stronger Hold, struggling to translate as well. Good push from Lancer Frog again.
I think, as you mentioned, Stronger Hold, 1-wheel drive is
I think that's now 2-wheel drive now. That's really struggling to translate, so no movement from Stronger Hold anymore. We're down to 2.
And these are 2 lifting bots, so that's a great pin there from Lilith.
The 2 most experienced roboteers in the fights. So Lancer Frog and Lilith dance
and
with
both
each
of
other.
them charging but
9,
dodging.
8,
so they're just surviving
7,
as we approach the
Good
final
push there
7
from Frog
seconds.
again, in underneath.
4,
Last few
3,
seconds as we go
2,
to time. Can they get
1.
Lilith down the pits? Not quite.
6,
We go to the full 2 minutes. Stronger hold, still mobile at the end. So, no judges. Crowd, over to you. If you think Stronger Hold was the winner, give us a cheer.
One person.
If you think
Two
Sir
people.
Lancer Frog was the winner, give us a cheer. A smattering. If you think Lilith was the winner, give us a cheer. And the winner is Lilith. Which I think, after the day Dave's had, very well deserved.
Very well deserved, and as I said, the whiteboards are an opportunity to practice your driving skill, to get that experience, and I don't think he needs it. He's definitely a very good driver, but you always benefit.
Absolutely, and they're good fun at the end of the day, right? And we've got to see, a nice little driving match between Lancer Frog and Lilith. And I think now we're going to head and do some our Best in Show awards.
Yeah, so Craig, come on over.
Oh, no, we're going to Craig.
I apologise. Actually, yeah, Craig, get your steps in. Come over here and we'll join you.
Rory Mangles. If your name is Rory Mangles, get yourself to the interview booth. Thank you.
Rory. Rory.
Charlie.
Oh, there he is. It's Rory Mangles. I've seen him before. I don't actually know what's going on. We're doing awards.
Hello.
Hello, Kat. Kat has been judging all day today. It's your first time judging. How has it been?
It's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for doing it. It's much appreciated. I'm going to hand you this.
Thank you very much. So, we have a couple of awards to give out each. These all decided between us over everything we've seen today. Been very tough, I think. There's been a lot to think about. So my first award is the Spirit of BBB Award, which is a kind of semi-traditional award for Bristol Bot Builders events. And there was quite a few nominations for this. Particularly want to give a shout out to Ray. The whole idea is to make something fun, make something competitive, put on a show and have like a good time doing it and just kind of keep going and show that determination and not try and be too try-hardy, I guess, with it. So I've chosen to award this to the People's Champ, Forkhead. There we go. And then my second award is the Best Driver Award. Again, very difficult. There's been some amazing driving from loads of different people with lots of different types of robots today. A quick shout out again to Rob with Boom Zoom. But the winner of the Best Driver Award is Prototype. He's coming around the back. There we go. Well done. And I will pass you on to my other judges.
Hello. So I've got a couple more awards that are... We'll just keep cheering him.
Don't worry, the relevance of this is coming up, so just hold your horse to the second audience. I love the enthusiasm. It's coming up, it's coming up.
Anyway, I've got a couple of awards to give out. First, for the Most Often Destroyed Award. Now, there was some damage today, but there was one that decided to not just eject the spinner once, but eject it twice. So this goes to Fang. Together next time.
Who needs it?
Oh. And my second award to give out is the Min-Max Bot Award. Now, some robots are designed, very well measured. Others just put a massive weapon on it and then hope for the best from there. And this robot definitely hoped for the best and then left a terrible smell in the arena. So this goes to Detonator.
Milo, you're a lemon.
And now over to Mr. Mangles.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Craig.
He's famous, don't you know?
Apparently. So, first up, we had the Best Newcomer Award. Obviously, many great robots here today, but we all particularly loved the kind of Series 3 vibe of Curb Stop. Here they come.
They're bringing the robot specially. That's great. Big up the Surrey. This is the first time we've had Surrey Uni as well, so big up Surrey University. Thank you for coming.
Next up, we've got a slight departure from our usual design award. This time, we've got the most enthusiastically designed for the most features in one robot. And they all technically worked. This goes to Spins and Needles. Now, we've got an award for commitment to coming to the event, for the furthest traveled. Obviously, Wayu gets a shout out for being really quite far, but I believe Mira, yeah, it was the furthest, coming from Spain. And had a fairly solid showing to go with it. Now, last we've got an unofficial award, but I felt it needed a shout out anyway. The Best Suspension Award goes to Camilla.
So, we have one final award to give out today.
Stall as long as you can. We got to get to the live stream.
Over it goes. Gav was given an award to fill out and decided.
Am I too tall?
You might be. Yes, you are.
Yeah, there we go. Right, so it is very rare that we get any say in these awards, but Sam and I, we put our foot down, and there is someone who was in the crowd that deserved a particular shout out. So I have the Best Dressed Award, which sometimes goes to our competitors. But everyone here, you can already see. Will, come on over, show the live stream.
I think I just have to say thank you to my creator, Marcus, up there. He's the one who built this costume, so I think he gets a thank you.
And happy birthday as well, one last time. Happy birthday to Will, everyone!
Now let's crown a champion. Let's do it. Can we please have, to the ready table, Will, inversion. Thank you. Icebreaker and grey area, please. Whenever you're ready. I've been told 2 minutes. So we've got to stall for a little bit longer, Gav.
We can definitely do that as everyone's just watching Will
Actually,
make his
I
way
want
back
to
to
say,
the scene.
before we carry on, our crowd today upstairs have been absolutely superb. So it's by a wide margin, the most interaction we've ever had from a crowd here at St. Michael. So thank you very much all for coming out for the day. It's an absolute pleasure. Big up yourselves. We do this all for fun. We would do this with no crowd, but you guys make it so much better. So thank you all for coming along and enjoying our very silly little hobby that we do.
And it's worth saying for the final time today that this event is funded from your tickets. So you guys have made this possible we need the money. That is the brutal truth of life. Help us, we need the money. Go and donate to Joe, give him a tenner on your way out. And yeah, we'll be able to do this again. Actually, we do have events planned here for St. Michael's Centre. So Joe, can you talk us about the next upcoming event?
Yeah, thank you. That's slick right there. We do 10 events a year, but two here. So we're back here in October for the national champs. But before then, we're spending a lot of time in breweries in Bristol. So if you like beer, because some of us like beer, we'll be at Left-Handed Giant for most of the summer. We'll also be at Wiper and True. We're going to be at 0 Degrees. So check our website, bristolbotbuilders.com. It is family friendly, but we also get a little merry. It's a weird combination, but it does work.
Go in the early stages if you've got children, and then it can get rowdy later on.
Absolutely. So please come join us. Most of the events are free to spectate as well, so even...
And sometimes, if you're really lucky, they let you have a go. Some roboteers have given me their controls and they regretted it. So that's also why I've not got a robot.
That's very good. But yeah, while we're just getting the final few robots together, I want to do the quick final shout-out. Thank yous to all of our fantastic crew. First of all, these absolutely relentless, tireless, powerful, stunning commentators, Sam and Gav. Absolute legends. I don't know how, I'm exhausted talking for a minute, and they've been doing it for now. The timer is on 7 hours and 8 minutes.
Strepsils help.
Strepsils,
Yeah.
There we go.
Other lozenge brands are available.
Also, of course, our lovely judges, Rory, Kat, and David. And of course, our lovely photographers. Thank you both of you.
And
Big love.
where can we find those pictures, Joe?
Those pictures will be on the internet very soon on our socials, so look out for those. And then, of course, our referees, Strang, Jack, Dom. There they are. They've been on their feet all day. Our arena safety marshal, Felix, Gareth. Our runners, Rob and Jed. It keeps on going. And then everyone else who helped set up and pack down with us, you're all blooming legends. We love you very much. So, yeah, we'll shut up. Let's do our third place playoff. We got the robots?
I think Tim is currently bolting the lid on Wayo as we speak.
Okay.
So.
It'd be weird to do the grand final first, wouldn't it?
Yeah, let's
So
not do
this
that.
is one of the wonders of being in the arena. You actually get to watch the roboteer. All eyes are on them right now, frantically repairing their
pressure.
robot.
Come on,
We're not looking at him. No. Sit down. Look at these lovely faces instead, you guys.
They can handle it. They're experienced professionals.
They are. So, we've got 2 fights left. You've said that grey area is going to be icebreaker, but we also have our third place playoff, Wayo and Inversion. Who's your money on for that one?
I mean, we've. It's hard to say. We've seen the adaptability of Inversion. They've actually adapted their robot. They were able to fight off Stratus, who I thought was a clear favourite. They might upset the competition here. I mean, as we mentioned, Wayu historically has not had the stamina to go the full length of the competition with that smoking issue and burnout. So I don't know if that'll creep in here. And we did see, obviously, their magnets kind of fail and then get stuck. So they're not unbeatable.
They need to get the fight won, not quickly, but in good time. You know, the longer the fight goes on, the more risk comes into play with potential happenings, right? So, look, Inversion, Will's got all the experience in the world. He can absolutely do a job on Wayo. There's no doubt in my mind. I know he stood right behind me, so he's absolutely, How are you feeling, Will? Yeah, sure. He has made a
what
change.
changes have been made?
There we go. The camera's here. Try to bring it up a little bit. So what changes have you made?
Well, in a vain hope to try and sort of stay him off a little bit, we've got new wedge on the front, grabbing arm on top. We'll see what happens.
So you've gone for a grab and not a lifter this time?
Yeah, I couldn't get a wedge with the lifter. I was trying to get a Hardox wedge, but it was just grounding out. I couldn't get drive properly, so it might last one hit.
One hit might be all you need.
I'll keep going until it's completely dead. So if wheels come off, it's the last one of the weekend. I'll break it.
I hope everyone heard that. Until it's completely dead is how long this fight's going to go. So fingers crossed we actually get to that.
Absolutely. I can see Tim is now bolting the lid on, so we are going to be not far away, I don't think, from our playoff fight for third and fourth. I think, here it is. He's ready. Here comes Wayo.
And you can see the sweat being wiped away from the brow. That is an incredible job.
Definitely one of the fan favourites of the day. All the way from the Netherlands. An absolutely beast of a machine.
It's incredible how a name can change the perception of your robot, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
A cult following, but that's going to spread across the world. And I'm going to stick to my guns. I think Inversion is going to come through with something miraculous.
Okay. I've got to back the favourite. Wayo for me. I've been wrong before. I probably will be again at some point.
Well, we can feel the anticipation. Everyone is on the edge of their seats. It's gone a little bit of a quiet lull in here.
It's suddenly very serious, isn't it?
Very, very serious as the door shuts.
Before we move on, which one's third? Where's third? Right here. This is all for the third place trophy. Look at that.
Our out of focus third place trophy.
Close enough. You get the idea.
So in the blue zone is Inversion, and for one last time, in the red zone, wow!
Here we go.
Blue square, ready. Red square, ready.
Close enough, guys.
Robot in.
Here we go then, let's count it in.
Standby.
3, 2, 1. Activate. Away we go. Wayo spins up. Good impact there. It's not the same sort of killing speed we saw earlier from Wayo, though, is it?
Not really. And
now it
Inversion is struggling. They don't have the weight, so they are being flung around.
Oh, there goes the grabbing arm.
And I think I see a motor as well out of there, and I think
that's
Inversion's done.
Wayo has done it. The pit is, they're calling for the pit. They've got to. Come on, Tim, you've got to do it. No, that's it. Wayo comes third today, and I think a well-deserved place on the podium for Wayo.
Absolutely well-deserved. Fantastic job. And they are the receivers. Once they get over to Craig, they will be receiving that beautiful third-place trophy. These trophies are incredible.
They are, printed by Colts, Joe Mitchell, and designed by Salanta Frogs, Nicholas Cole. Craig, you've got a little gift, I believe, for Tim.
You know what? I do.
Excellent.
I do indeed have a little gift for Tim. Goodness me. Come on in, Tim. That's a pretty good result. Third place.
Finally. A prize. And it's not second, so.
What is the highest that Wayo has placed?
First in a German competition, but I have a reputation of finishing second every competition I enter, so third.
You've at least broken the trend. It's not a curse anymore. And I am so thrilled to be able to present you with the third place trophy. Everyone, give it up. Well. And very quickly, come on in, Will. Commiserations, but fourth place and against Wayo as well.
Given how the day started, that's the win. I mean, it's still in one piece. The only thing that stopped the weapon was the pulley came off. It's still intact. It will live.
I would say, arguably, this is the robot that's been in the most pieces across the day, given the amount of PLA that was spread across the arena at the start of the day. So the fact that you've made it to fourth, such an accomplishment.
And also, don't print your robots out of PLA.
Don't do it! Everyone, give it up for your fourth place today, Will and Inversion.
Right then, this is it, everybody. The final battle of the day.
All the marbles on the line. Icebreaker and grey area. It has gone very quiet.
This
so
is serious.
tense.
This is probably the most invested I've ever had an audience be in the battle.
this
I
is
love
great.
it. Absolutely love it. It is a sold-out day here at St. Michael's Centre. Thank you, everyone, for turning up, and thank you to St. Michael's Centre for having us back.
Absolutely.
For allowing us to put shrapnel all over your new carpet. Thank you so much. That's the last time I'll mention it because I keep getting told off. So, making their way to the blue zone is Icebreaker. in the red is the grey area contender. And we're going to need your
Blue
help
square.
counting this one in.
Red square, ready.
Here we go then. Icebreaker versus grey
Robot
area
ears, stand by.
for the championship.
Everybody,
Three,
in 3,
2, 1, activate. Away we go. Box rush from the 2, but grey area gets to the side and a good impact there. Up, sparks fly. Icebreaker gets in underneath and turns grey area over. Grey area gets hit again. Icebreaker on the attack.
So grey area, a terrible start for them. This is not where they want to be. Icebreaker capitalising, and I think the arm of grey area has come loose.
Still working though, grey area. They're doing all right to stay in the fight, but the wheels are shredded. Icebreaker keeping the pressure on. Now grey area back on their wheels and fighting back.
But
Great response.
I cannot see grey area still spinning.
Pit is available for both of them, but they don't want to press it. Now they hit the pit button. Grey area needs to get away from there. They do. They don't want to go the same way as Prototype. Grey area fighting back really well.
So grey area without their spinner, Icebreaker with their spinner. It's a pushing match for grey area, and the pit is in play with 1 minute 10 seconds
Remember
left.
that fight early on with Prototype. They don't want to get caught by the arena Outer Zone. They get away with it.
And the forks of grey area staving them a bit
Almost
there.
bouncing out though is Icebreaker there. They respond well. Good impact again. Grey area respond. They're stuck against the arena wall. Good impact there from grey area pinning Icebreaker in.
So they're using their arm now as a pincing device. They do not have a spinner. They are very much at a disadvantage.
They've
and that's
also lost the wheel
gone.
as well. There it goes on the floor. So down to 3-wheel drive. Can grey area get away? No, they can't. Icebreaker is the winner. Cool as you like.
And it ended in a pit. Everyone, are you happy? Woo. What a fantastic battle. Oh,
wow.
Breathe.
And breathe,
Everyone
yeah.
breathe. I forgot to breathe.
Grey area looking pretty good for a while there. They managed to fight back, but Icebreaker is just an absolute force in the arena. When it gets you kind of juggled up, it's so tricky to do. But before we hand that out, we have one more award that we didn't give out earlier, Craig.
There is indeed one more award from today. We've of course got first and second, but that is not all that matters today. About a quarter of our field today were from university teams, and therefore we have an according university trophy for the student champion, which this year goes to Got Any Grapes? Ellie, this is a well-deserved trophy. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. This means a lot that I've actually managed to do something in Beetleweights. But yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for bringing your robot. Let's hear it one more time, everyone, for Got Any Grapes? Two more trophies. Can we get a Mr. Scott Anderson over here? A little one. Greetings, greetings. I hate to keep bringing it up, but this is the robot that you told me at the start of today you didn't think was going to work.
Well, it worked.
It worked. It got second place. Give it up, everyone. It's Grey Area. Congratulations.
Thank you. Probably a shout out to my wife who's had to put up with me working on this for the last few weeks, so thank you.
Big up, big up. We love to see it Grey Area, everyone. And finally, your Bristol bot builders, Beetle, Brawl, Too Many Bees, 2025 champion, Icebreaker, everyone. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This feels like a big win for you.
It's just the first BBB one I've won, so I'm very happy about that.
This has been a robot so dominating at other competitions, but it's been a hot minute since you've won here, right?
Yeah, and I had to get a bit lucky today to do it as well, but yeah, very happy.
We will absolutely take it. One more time, everyone, for your champion, Icebreaker! Thank you so much for coming today, everyone. We've been Bristol Bot Builders. Check out our website if you want to build some stuff, if you want to come to more events. Come hang out with us. We try and make it fun. Hopefully you had fun. Thank you to everyone that came, whether you're a roboteer or in the audience. We love you. Thank you.
Well done, Craig. Amazing job interviewing as well. Thank you very much, everyone.